Welcome to Manhwa Recaps, spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. We see a man saying he won, while we see a game with a clear screen. The man is excited he finally beat the game, and we see his chatters are excited too. We learn the game is called Protect the Empire, a tower defense and dungeon offense hybrid game. And after 10 years, he's been the only person to win the game. He talks to his chat, and tells them no matter how difficult a game is, he will beat it. The man is a streamer named Retro Taku who specializes in high difficulty retro games. He receives a chatter mentioning the death of the saint, and Retro Taku mentions how the viewers bonded with the characters, and wished everyone would live through the final battle, but everyone except the main character Lucas, died. But his goal wasn't a no-death run, but just to complete it. He mentions how even after the game was beaten, Lucas just stands still over the final boss's corpse, on top of the corpses of monsters, and allies alike. He says even though it's a game, Lucas looks so lonely standing there. It shows the end screen, and one of the chatters says, the dev should reward him because he beat the game when everyone else complained about the difficulty of the game. Taku says he doesn't need anything like that, it's fine because he had fun. And the chatters mock him for faking being modest. Taku mentions how their website's already been taken down, and there's no sequel to the game. So there's no way they'd reach out to him. But he receives a notification from the developer of the game, and he is surprised. All of his chatters are surprised, and the developer says first, you have my gratitude, because he thought nobody would succeed, but I'm relieved after seeing you beat the game, and I'm happy there's still hope for us. This confuses Taku, and he wonders if they're making a sequel. The developer then says, you've proven your skills, so come to this place and help us. Taku wonders if this is a scam, because there's no way the developer would have come to his stream in the first place, and decides to kick the man out of his stream. He says Mr. so-called developer, but is interrupted by his screen distorting, and everything goes blurry for Taku. He wonders what's happening and falls unconscious, wondering if played for too long. The screen thanks him for playing, and it shows some giant things crashing, creating a loud noise. This wakes up Taku, and he screams, wondering what the noise was. He sees in front of him a wall has been melted by some acid, and he screams, wondering what is going on. The debris begins to fall, and he cowers on the floor. He's overwhelmed by the smell of gunpowder, and is shocked when a cannon fires in front of him. He looks around and sees a flag, and an army of soldiers, and that he's on top of a castle wall. After seeing all of this, he wonders what's going on again, and wonders if he's in the middle of a war. One of the soldiers notices he's awake, and they rush to him, saying, Your Majesty, are you alright? This scares Taku, and he crawls backward, thinking it's an enemy, and yelling to stay back. The soldier drops his weapon and gets on his hands and knees, apologizing, and asking for him to spare his life. Taku wonders what the hell is wrong with the man, and as he tells him to calm down, he sees a giant acid ball being hurled at him. It lands on the man, knocking Taku onto the floor. He struggles to lift himself up, and when Taku looks over, he sees people being melted and screaming. Another soldier yells out, saying the stormtroopers are coming close, and to prevent them from climbing up. One of the men instantly dies, and we see his impaled corpse get flung over the wall. The man's arm gets sent flying, and lands in front of Taku, splashing him in blood, which forces the situation to sink in as reality. He witnesses more soldiers being impaled, their lifeless bodies just drop to the floor. And Taku wonders what's going on beyond the wall, and he sees a spider monster climb over and begins to crawl at him. Some soldiers notice this and try to help, but are instantly killed, paralyzing Taku with fear. He wonders if it's a dream as the spider approaches him, because the situation makes no sense to him. The monster slashes down at him, and Taku thinks dying like this doesn't make any sense. But a man with blonde hair appears, and tells him, Your Highness, being in denial is such a boring response. And we see the man pulls out his sword, and imbues it with aura, and instantly kills the spider. He asks Taku if he's okay, and asks if he's hurt. Taku says he looks familiar, and recognizes him as Lucas. Lucas says it seems he's hurt his head, but he's glad because he finally called him by his name, and mentions how he's never called him by his name before. Taku wonders if it's really Lucas, and realizes that would mean he's inside of the game he just beat while streaming. As he looks at the battlefield, he realizes he is fucked, because of how difficult the game is. He sees an entire army of spiders swarming at him, and he is utterly shocked. It shows the spiders shooting acid balls bombarding the walls, and Taku wonders why he entered the game. Lucas grabs Taku and tells him the enemies are called the Black Spider Army, and that they don't move after sunset. And even though the front wall is about to collapse, they just need to hold on until then. Taku wonders why Lucas is protecting him, and wonders who he is in-game. It cuts to sunset, and we see soldiers being carried out, and treated. Lucas begins to talk to Taku as he overlooks the spiders' corpses beneath him, and Taku asks him when and where they are currently. Lucas tells him the year, and that they are at Fortress City, also known as the front base of Crossroad. Taku remembers what tomorrow will be, as it's a familiar date and location. And reveals that it's actually the tutorial of the game and that he must be called Ash. He asks Lucas if that's his name, and once he says yes, he becomes scared. Taku explains that he's the third crown prince of the Empire, and the worst commander, and that in the tutorial, he met the worst ending. His full name is Ash Bonehatter Everblack. Taku explains again that he's the only person to have cleared the hardest difficulty, which combines Hell and Sage modes together. Sage mode just autosaves, so you can't go back. And that the tutorial is an impossible stage, that was made to never be beaten, and that the story starts with Lucas escaping alone. And the Black Spider Army appears later in the game, so how is he expected to kill them at the start? He slaps himself and says that he's cleared it before, and if he uses all of his knowledge, there has to be a way, but after hyping himself up, he realizes he's fucked. He can see from the stage info screen that there are thousands of spiders, and they are all high level, and even the wall's durability is low now. The only weapon he can use currently is a cannon, and he begins to think of a solution. He mentions if it's Sage mode, he can't load, so he has to find the best way possible every time. And since he's been playing the game, he's realized there's always an option to survive. And he looks through the info for something to use. He runs out of his room screaming for Lucas, and tells him to call for his escort troop. Lucas asks why, and he tells him he's found a way to break through the situation. We see him sitting down, and begins talking to everyone. He recognizes all of their faces, but he's never seen them live. There's Lily, Ken, and Damien. He asks why Damien is curled up, and they explain he lost a friend. Taku remembers that from the start, Damien was debuffed, and even if he's an important healer, he wasn't useful. He changes the topic and tells everyone what their roles are. He explains Lily is a fire mage, but he gives her the position of tank. This confuses her, and he tells Ken, who is actually a tank, that he's going to infiltrate the enemy camp, and tells Damien he'll be their sniper, and he orders Lucas to maintain the front line. Ken yells and asks if he's taking this seriously, but he understands that it sounds like a crazy plan. But explains that this stage is impossible to clear with normal means, but he has to use crazy means. He glares at Ken and asks if he's disobeying him, the son of the Emperor, and the Supreme Commander. Everyone looks tense, and Ken is visibly scared. Taku stands up and pulls out his blade, stabbing Lily in the shoulder. And mentions how while he's in Ash's body, he has to be crazier. Ken thinks to himself that the prince is a complete lunatic, and there's no way they can trust him. We see the knife inside of Lily's shoulder begin to catch flame, and everyone is shocked. And Taku explains that the tutorial characters have a hidden specialty that contrasts with their role, because it was put in as a joke. Taku asks Lily if she was cut by metal before by some goblins, and after that, she gained fiery skin. Taku explains that it changes the body to flames to avoid physical attacks, and as long as she has mana, she can avoid attacks, and asks her if he's wrong. He explains how in the game, you can't use her quality, but this isn't a game. And for an impossible stage, there's no choice but for him to cheat. And he curses whoever sent him here. He apologizes to Lily for stabbing her, and she asks how he knew about it. He tells her it isn't important, and he calls Ken's name out. And he explains Ken was a thief when he was younger, and Ken asks how he knew. Taku says how he knows isn't important, and it's about what he can do because of it. Taku explains that he can conceal himself whenever he wants, and nobody will notice him. Ken stays silent, and Taku threatens him with the knife, and Ken says he can do it. He puts the knife down and approaches Damien. He explains he's the most important piece, and asks Damien about his eyes, and explains that's why he can remember his friend's death so well. Damien recalls his friend's death, and begins to cry. Asking why he was brought here, asking if there was some noble goal, or if their lives are nothing but entertainment. Taku tells him to resent him, but his friend gave his life to save him, and asks if he's just going to waste it, and that he needs to take revenge. Kill the spider, then take revenge on Ash. He asks Damien if he wants to kill the spiders, and he says yes, and he asks if he wants to kill him too, and Damien says yes. Taku says good, and promises if he gets out of this alive, he'll die by his hands. Lucas yells, and Taku says if the plan fails, they all die anyway, but he promises to die by Damien's hands, and gives him his word, so at least for tomorrow, just follow his orders. Taku explains that he'll use Damien's resentment toward him as fuel. And he tells them he won't make excuses, and due to his judgment, the army is on the brink of annihilation, but if they stick to his plans, they can drive the monsters out and will win. So just this once, follow and trust him. And we see them all looking determined. It cuts to the next day, and they are atop the walls preparing for the Black Spider army. The soldiers bang the drums to notify everyone, and we see Taku beside a cannon. And the spider army begins to rush in, and he explains the plan. While the members buy time, he'll find the queen, and after that, they'll shoot her with the mana cannon. But the problem is the location. She orders the army from far away, so it's not visible to normal people, and he wonders if it's possible. And he opens a window while grinning, saying it is. We see a giant blue barrier extend outward from the castle, and it's revealed to be Ash's unique skill. It's the ability to view the area in minimap form. And he was surprised by the weak stats, but is happy he's got this skill at least. He looks at the mini-map to find where the boss is, but is surprised it isn't on the map. It cuts to Taku giving Ken stamina potions, and Ken preparing to leave the gate. And we see Lily scared, waiting inside of her spot. And Lucas commanding the troops. He sees Taku's oh shit face, and mistakes it as him being ready, so he orders the soldiers to fire. We see them kill some spiders, and Lucas gives him a thumbs up. Taku focuses up to try to find the boss, and realizes she has to be in the back. He sees the rear group on the minimap, and asks Damien if he can see them. He asks if he can spot the queen, and Damien focuses and describes the queen. Taku gets the cannon in position, and he orders Damien to hold the cannon. Damien is scared, but Taku tells him it's okay to miss. And that he'll take responsibility. Taku says that all Damien has to do is pull the trigger and avenge his friend. Damien pulls the lever, and we see the cannon charge up and fire. We see a massive beam of mana launch from the cannon, and we see the ball fly over the enemy army toward the rear. And we see a giant explosion, and the soldiers say the target was hit. They compliment Damien, and we learn Damien has a trait that means he can never miss. Taku notices the monsters are still moving, and he grabs a monocular, and he spots the queen being protected by the spiders. We see her let out a scream, and the spiders begin to change their tactic, and begin to zerg where Lily is. It cuts to Ken hiding behind a tree with only one stamina potion left, and the spider army is running past him, and he wonders if he should run away. It cuts back to Damien saying it's been a direct hit, and the queen is still alive after taking a cannon shot. Taku explains how the spider queen is generally pretty weak individually, but the tutorial stage queen is different. He has no information about her, and wonders if she has an unkillable status. One of the soldiers yells about how the cannon is reaching its limit, so it only has a few shots left, 3 to be exact. This heavily worries Taku, and he understands killing it with 3 shots isn't possible. And that Damien's eyes are being strained, and wonders if Damien will last. One of the soldiers yells that a demolisher is coming, and we see a giant spider crab rushing toward the already damaged wall. Taku yells for everyone to focus it, but it has no effect, and the wall gets smashed through by Chungus. We see the rest of the spiders run through after the demolisher, and Lucas and Taku give everyone their orders. Taku tells them they have to kill the queen, and we see Damien launch another attack, visibly straining his eyes. It cuts to Lucas holding his ground against the spider army, saying they must defend Taku. And Taku begins to get frightened as he watches the soldiers die, and the death count begins to climb. He wasn't aware when he was playing it as a game, but actually hearing the screams of the soldiers makes the reality sink in. He begins to panic and cannot think of a way out. We see Ken screaming to draw the spider's attention, and he runs away while they follow him. He hides behind a rock and activates his stealth, but he doesn't have the health required for it, and is surrounded by the spiders. We see them tear him to pieces. F in the comments for Ken. Taku realizes his lapse of judgment is what cost Ken his life. Not only Ken, but everyone else is losing their lives because of him. And how in game he always used sacrifices to get what he needed, because that's how the game is. But now he understands the weight of his actions. And he angrily yells at the spiders, but he knows they won't stop because of a scream. He sees Lucas killing one of the giant spiders, and Taku realizes that the only way to stop the monsters is by killing them. One of the soldiers tells him the fourth shot is ready, and Taku asks Damien if he's ready, and we see Damien is bleeding from his eyes, but says yes. They shoot the shot, and we watch it hurl toward the queen, hitting her directly as she screams, but it isn't enough to kill her. They fall to their knees, realizing the attacks aren't working, and because they only have one shot left. Taku wonders if this is truly the end, even though the cannon is about to break, and the front line is broken. Damien can't open his eyes, and he wonders if there's any hope. One of the soldiers yells out that she's definitely been damaged, and he admires the scout for being loyal to his role. And the scout says one more shot can kill it, but an acid rock hits the scout. Lucas screams out for Taku, and we see him falling from the tower because it's been broken. He blacks out, but is woken up by a light. This light is revealed to be Lucas blocking debris for him. Lucas asks if he's okay, and begins to puke up blood. Lucas asks if he remembers, and says it's been 20 years since then. But Taku doesn't know what he's talking about because he's not really Ash. Lucas mentions how on his first day as his bodyguard, he spoke to him, and said he can't become the emperor, but he will become the greatest man in the world. So Lucas must become the best knight in the world. Lucas mentions that those words deeply motivated him, and he tells Taku he believes in him. And he falls under the weight of the rubble. Taku pulls his unconscious body out, and tells him to hang on, because he's the hero, so he cannot afford to die here. He begins to analyze the situation, and he sees Damien and the other soldiers beside the cannon. And he wonders how they are still alive, and where the spiders are. He hears Lily calling for him. As she holds back the spiders, she tells him it isn't over yet, and we see she is impaled by the spiders. Taku yells out to her, and she says she can't hold out for much longer. She says soon, the monsters will break through, and we don't have time, so hurry. She says don't make my death worthless. Taku yells out for them to prepare the next shot, but one of the soldiers says that the cannon has surpassed its limit. And if it shoots, then it will explode. Taku says it's better for them to roll the dice even if they die in flames. The soldier asks how he plans to aim because they can't see outside, and that the cannon stand is gone. Taku says they'll hold the cannon with their hands, and there's no need to aim, they just need Damien to shoot. Taku approaches Damien, and tells him this is the last time he needs to shoot, and to please push himself once more. Damien says no matter what he does, nothing changes, and asks what the point is. Taku says if they hit it again, it will die, and Damien says that's not what he meant. Even if they kill the queen, then what changes? Because the world always takes things from him, and that he wants to stop. He doesn't want to live like this. Taku interrupts him by yelling his name, asking if he thinks the world is unreasonable, and even if he overcomes an obstacle, would he still be living in hell? Damien says yes, and Taku grabs him by his collar, yelling at him for saying obvious things. And that nothing goes his way either, but that's life. And asks if he's just going to sit and wait to die. And that they have to keep fighting until they die. And that he plans to struggle and fight until the end. He tells Damien if he wants to die so badly, then to kill himself, but if he's too much of a coward, then to become his trigger. He tells him to stop looking for his dead friend, and the only thing he needs to work for is commander, and that he's his chess piece, his key, and that's all he needs him to be. Taku activates his commander skill, and gives Damien an order to blast the monster's face off. Damien says he'll do it, and one of the soldiers says the cannon is loaded. But there's no way to cool the barrel down. Taku tells him to move, and says he'll hold the cannon. The soldier tells him that it's too hot, and it'll be way worse than an average burn. Taku says it's better to die that way. And asks Damien if he's ready. Damien says he can't see or feel his hands, and Taku reassures him it's okay. We see the cannon begin to heat up, and Taku begins to scream in pain from the heat of the cannon. We see him hold it up, and the soldiers begin to help him by grabbing onto the cannon. They all lift it up toward a demolisher, and Taku yells out for Damien. We see Damien's eyes begin to bleed again, and he's ordered to shoot, so he pulls the lever. We see the cannon begin to charge with mana, and it fires off a massive blast of mana. We see the beam propel the ball, and Taku just keeps repeating for it to hit, as he begins to pass out. Taku says it's an impossible task, they had to shoot at an enemy they cannot see, and there's no way it would hit. But we see the ball curve in the air, because it's ignoring the factors that limited the shot, including all of the monsters in the army. Because the shot's target is predetermined. It hits directly with the Spider Queen's face, only leaving a massive explosion behind. Taku begins to remember his first chatter in his stream, and we see he was happy to receive a chat, but didn't remember what he responded with. He opens his eyes, screaming, and we see him bandaged up, surprised he's alive. Lily tells him to rest more because the burn is deep and will take time to heal. She tells him he slept for 4 days, and she thought he wasn't going to wake up. He's happy when he understands he survived, and she explains the last shot killed the queen, and the army stopped moving instantly. And that they've won. He looks out his window seeing the soldiers moving the dead, and burning spider corpses. Lily explains the injuries he suffered, and that even after he gets healed, he'll still have scars. And he says scars are a cheaper price to pay than losing his life, and he asks Lily how she is, and notices she's in a wheelchair. She explains she ran out of mana, and a spider scratched her back, but now she can't move her lower body. She tells him not to worry, and she's just thankful that she's alive. And she explains the only survivors are 9 people in total, and Taku is visibly upset, and wonders if there was another way, a tactic that he didn't think of for everyone to live. Lily comforts him by telling him he isn't a god, and that there was no way to save everyone. Taku explains from the start he's the one who dragged the soldiers here, and she says that nobody expected the monsters to move in hordes, because they haven't for decades. And he shouldn't be so harsh on himself. Lucas barges into the room, while crying, he yells about how happy he is. He asks him if he's hurt, and that he can bring Damien over. Taku asks if Lucas is okay, and Lucas says his main strength is being tough. Lucas holds up a manifest for all of the soldiers who died, and says there are many he couldn't find the remains of, but they've recovered the ones they could find. Taku asks where they gathered the remains, and says that he'll go see him. On his way there, he meets Damien, and is surprised that Damien was healing everyone after what happened, and tells him if he wants, he'll give him the money to retire, and that he can do what he wishes now. Damien mentions how Taku called him his trigger, and Damien says he wants to know the origins of the monster, and why his friend died. So he asks to follow Taku's path. Taku says okay, and to pay respect to the dead, they needed a priest. We see them holding a funeral for the deceased. Taku acknowledges there wasn't a better strategy, and that he chose a plan and executed it. That this is his result, and he will carry the consequences. Taku tells Lucas, after the funeral is over, to recover the remains and transfer them to an empty field in the west part of the crossroad, and to bury them there. He plans to build a cemetery where the memorial facility was in the game. Taku says that every year on the last day of February will be a day they spend honoring their sacrifices. Taku tells Lucas he won't fail twice, and it's time to go back to their headquarters. It cuts to 3 days after, and we see they have a caravan heading toward the main camp. We see Taku inside one of the carriages, extremely bored, but we see he has a job selection available. Taku mentions how after level 5, you get to choose a job. We see his stats have barely gone up, but the interesting thing is that he can choose any job in the game. But one of the classes is one that he's never seen before, and he wonders if it's a hidden class that's a prize for clearing the hardest difficulty. He mentions his skill is useless in the start, and that it's risky to choose a job he doesn't know about. Lucas interrupts him and says they are close to Crossroad, and Taku looks out the carriage window to see a giant fortress wall. He explains it's at the south end of the world, and it's to stop monsters from emerging from the southern area called Black Lake. And it used to be a significant area, but now instead of soldiers, it's run by mercenaries, old soldiers, rookies, and people who've failed in society. And mercenaries were hired regardless of skill level, because the Empire just needed a meat shield. But after the constant development of commercial buildings, the area has caused people to refer to the fortress as Fortress City. We see Taku's carriage go down the main city street, but he realizes the atmosphere is horrible. He understands that after so many people died, they're going to view him poorly, but he's prepared something for this. The residents see a cart full of magic gems, and Taku explains how, right now, their trust in him is 0, but he knows how to get them to like him. And that is by abusing money, to buy their trust. They arrive at the Lord's Manor, and Taku is surprised by how big the house is. One of the attendants bursts out of the door. While yelling, he runs up to Taku and says he was very worried about him. Taku explains the man is named Ader, and that he's an NPC that manages the city, and handles administrative tasks. They head inside, and Ader says he's prepared the bath and dinner for him. Taku tells Lucas to go rest, and Ader guides him to the bath. Ader says once he's in the water, his fatigue will wash away. Taku thanks him, and says he can go rest, but Ader tells him he is incredible, and calls him Retro Taku. Ader says it was beyond his imagination that he'd be able to clear the tutorial. Taku gets angry, and Ader reveals himself to be the director of the game. Taku punches him. Taku is angry because Ader is the one who brought him here, and Ader immediately begins to apologize by saying the world needs him. But is interrupted by Taku jumping at him, and it cuts to Ader with his hands in the air apologizing. Taku asks why he brought him here. Ader explains that there's a true ending that nobody has reached, and that he's reset the world countless times trying to reach that ending, but he's never been able to get the one he's wanted. And that he's changed the world's form to that of a game, so people from other worlds could try. But still, even with this, nobody was able to reach the true ending. He says even though Taku didn't finish the ending he wanted, he was still able to accomplish something nobody else could. And he concluded that Taku would have the greatest chance, so that's why he brought him here. Taku begins to yell at him, because he kidnapped him and put him in the tutorial of all places. Ader says it was a bug, but if he achieves the true ending, he will fulfill one wish for Taku. Taku says, "What in the Dragon Ball?" Ader says he's akin to a god in this world, so it's obvious when Taku returns to his world, he'll give him a gift. Taku asks if it can be anything, like 10 billion, and Ader says he can do way more than that. Taku says that it's enticing, because there's one wish he really wants to see succeed. Ader mentions that he knows there's a wish Taku wants, one that he thought was impossible. Taku realizes now Ader brought him here, knowing who he was, and what he regrets. Ader says he'll fulfill the wish, as long as that wish lives on in Taku's heart, he can fulfill the wish. Taku says if he has this power, why doesn't he just use it to solve this? Ader explains there are restrictions, and in this world, he's a normal human. Taku asks what happens if he dies here, and Ader says he just dies, and life is a one-coin game. And that he could send him back to Earth right now if he wanted, and his first plan was to bring him here and ask first, but there was an issue. He tells him between choosing for a chance at getting his wish granted, or returning and live peacefully. Taku says normally, he'd have gone back instantly, but two things are stopping him. One is the desire for his wish, and the second was confidence. He cleared the game's hardest mode already, so clearing it one more time is nothing. He agrees to staying, and he asks Ader to support him. He tells Ader to sell all the gems by tomorrow, but Ader says he can't, and Taku tells him to listen to him. Ader says he understands, but asks what he's doing with the money. Taku goes to the mercenary guild for gacha, and decides to start light with 100 pulls. Taku kicks the door open, and people yell at him, but he yells back. He asks if they want to die, and people begin to recognize him as the lunatic prince. Taku explains the mercenary guild is where you go to pull characters, and their impact varies with rank. He looks around for anyone glowing, and spots an old lady smoking at the bar. He's excited to see an SR, he sits down asking what her name is. She says her name is Jupiter, and he recognizes her as the lightning sorcerer. He questions where her uniform is from, and she says it's an old model from their empire. She explains that she was the captain of the 2nd Sorcerer Squadron, and, since retiring, has been living as a mercenary. She asks him why he's there, and says he's there to hire some mercenaries. She asks if he's there to buy bait that'll die in his place, and says the rumors of their battle have already spread here, and it's true everyone there is a low life. They don't want to be thrown away by a newbie commander. He says he understands, but they are there to sell their lives anyways, and that her statement is weird, even though her career history is flashy. She was fired because she stole military funds, and how she was caught smuggling goods too and dishonorably discharged. Yet she's still proudly wearing her uniform, and calls her shameless. Taku explains how she's corrupt to her core, but her combat ability is outstanding. Even though she's more like a pirate than a soldier, she's still the lightning sorcerer. Jupiter says even if it didn't end well, she still has pride as a soldier of the Empire, but Taku interrupts her by asking how much. She doesn't answer, and he asks how much does it cost to make her a hunting dog. She says it would cost at least 100,000, and Taku interrupts her by saying 200,000. Even though it's a high price to pay, he's the prince, and he just sold all the gems. And that if he had the chance to buy an SR rank, he'd pay any price. Taku tells everyone he'll pay twice their original salary, and to come to the empty field west of Crossroad this evening. He then leaves and goes to the church. We see the saint has healed him, and that she's an R-rank healer. And that he can recruit her later, but that's not why he's there today. He pulls out a sack of gold, and we see the saintess has brought everyone who is free, and they head out. It cuts to the field west of Crossroad, and they are holding a more proper funeral for the fallen soldiers, and in the city, death is common, so this is rare for people to see, and that they've given the soldiers' families compensation, which has spread around the town. Taku explains that it's a show, but it's reasonable, because their fighting needs to be known as a mission of humanity, and Taku introduces himself to everyone, and he says everyone will die. Every week new graves will be made, and their deaths are more expensive than their survival. Taku explains how half of his fees have already been spent for compensation, and that's why he'll do his best to keep everyone alive. His speech ends, and he wonders what everyone thought of it. He doesn't care what they think of him, but he will prove his point in the future. After the funeral, he goes to the backyard of the mansion, and it shows Taku and Lucas standing there, and Taku activates a teleport gate. The rocks form a portal, and when Lucas asks what it is, Taku says it's a gate to the enemy base. Taku restates the game name, and brings up the dungeon offense part, how when the monsters aren't attacking Crossroad, you're meant to explore the dungeon under the lake, and it's called free exploration. And this swapping is the basics of the game. Taku explains how this is a very good start. Sure, it was rough, but now he has a cheat character like Damien, an SR mage, and a lot of money. Taku explains the rules to Lucas, and how they are scouting the enemy. Lucas easily agrees and says he's ready, and Taku is just confused, and thinks it's weird that Lucas isn't asking any questions. Taku asks if he has anything to ask him, and Lucas says he has no questions. He's his sword and shield, and only follows his orders. Taku asks if he's ready to enter, and they go in. They arrive at the lake, and we learn that the Black Lake is the source of the monsters, and is a hell that creates nightmares. They see bubbles form in the lake, and it splits open, and we see ghastly armors begin to crawl out of the floor. Taku calls them living armor, and Taku explains that it didn't matter who he got for stage 1. Out of all of the different monster types, the only one he wanted to avoid was these guys. And he is annoyed by his luck. The enemy screen updates, and we learn there are 1,000 of them. As Taku looks at the army of living armor, he says he's fucked. Taku explains that he reset the game 741 times, for many different reasons. But one main reason was any time he would get living armor early. Living armor is just armor with specters inside of them, and thus, are extremely resistant to physical attack. And they become easier to fight later on when you have more equipment. They head back, and Taku begins yelling for Ader. Taku asks him what the state of the military power is, and Ader says there are only 500 soldiers. Ader explains they can't hire any more from the city, and Taku says to branch out to other cities and offer double their salary, and to ask the Imperial Palace for reinforcements too. Ader asks if it's okay to do that, and Taku explains how, later on, there will be a bad event because they are asking the Imperial Palace for help. Taku tells him it's okay, just to ask them, and to call for carpenters, alchemists, etc., or rather just draft them. Ader says it'll cause an issue, and Taku gets angry and tells him the city is about to fall, and to just bring them all. Taku goes back to his room, and explains the difficulty level isn't normal right now, and we see him select beginner commander as his occupation. The window pops some confetti and congratulates him, and Taku begins to feel a tightness in his chest, and learns he has received a 50% debuff in stat gain. Taku looks dumbfounded, and screams. He grabs the window and continues yelling at it, and then sees a lot of traits appear and wonders what they are. He learns that just by standing on the battlefield, he will buff the soldiers, and that he can form party synergies, and for a gamer like himself, this is the perfect occupation. The next day he asks Ader to explain where everyone is, and Ader says nobody answered, but he brought the leaders in a hurry. We see them tied up, and Taku says this is just surprise adoption. The leaders begin to yell, and Taku asks if they want to die, and asks where they think they are, and don't they know who he is? He says as the Lord, they hurt his feelings. They apologize, and afterward negotiations ran smoothly. Taku offers them a percentage of the magic gems, and some other stuff and asks if it's a good deal. They agree to the deal. Taku tells everyone about the living armor, and they all share a shocked expression. Taku tells them he'll give them all their orders. Lucas will be the commander of the military, and Lily tries to get out by saying she's in a wheelchair, and Taku says she won't be at the front lines. Jupiter asks if she does well, will she get paid more? And we learn she has this trait in game too. Taku says, of course. And she's assigned as the leader of the detached force. Ader gives Damien a crossbow, and he's assigned the position of sniper again. Taku asks Damien where his glasses are, and Damien explains he only wore them because he wanted to worsen his eyesight, and now his eyes are needed, so he's not wearing them anymore. Ader makes a joke saying he's relieved there's not another glasses character. Taku tells him to shut up. After the meeting ended, it cuts to Taku at the wall, and the union leaders explain that the wall is in poor condition. Taku asks Ader why he didn't take care of the wall, and Ader explains there wasn't enough money, and due to no monsters, the city lord decreased their budget. Taku tells the union leaders it doesn't matter how much it costs, but to repair and reinforce the wall so it will last. He heads to the carpenter's workshop, and orders them to make walls, and the man says that the monsters will easily break them. Taku explains they aren't to block the monsters, and to just do as he says and make the walls tall and sturdy, just make walls. In awe of his beautiful words, they are speechless. He tells them to get started. Over the next 2 days, preparations continued smoothly for everyone. It cuts to the day of the stage, and one of the soldiers spots the armor coming toward them. They beat the drums to alert everyone, and we see a massive army running toward the walls. Taku yells and says don't be afraid, they are small fry. But instantly, in his head says they aren't, and are the worst army to handle in the first half of the game. Taku yells that the soldiers are the strongest part of the empire, and then double takes in his head again, saying they are just a ragtag group. And continues saying the magic is well prepared, and the equipment is in good condition. Again double takes just to flame it all again. He continues yelling to the soldiers, bluffing that it'll be an easy win, and tonight they'll be toasting for their victory. Taku stares at the armor, and we see a giant storm forming above them, and he says it's up to Jupiter, and it shows she's ready to farm some kills. Taku explains all monsters have one goal, to kill the human in front of them. If there aren't any obstacles, they'll move to the closest human, and this makes it obvious to predict how they'll move. So traps work well. We see a bunch of the enemies falling into a pit, after Jupiter baiting them. And we see lightning form in the sky, and Jupiter begins to hold a yellow lightning ball in her hands. We see throw the giant ball down into the trench, and giant lightning strikes begin to spread between the mobs. Jupiter yells at them to learn respect, and we see blue lightning form around her, and she throws it down into the pit and fries the armor. Taku is pleased by Jupiter's skill, and even if she killed 50, there are 1,000 of them. Taku yells for her to retreat, and we see her leading the army back to the main wall. Taku yells it's going as planned, and to just listen to what he says to do. We see Jupiter and her squad run past the wooden walls. We see the soldiers begin to follow and are in the middle of the wooden walls. Taku looks pleased, and says now it's their turn. And wonders if they'll avoid or destroy the walls, and their choice is obviously going to be just killing the human in front of them. They begin to bottleneck through the walls, and Taku explains that he set the walls up specifically to form a bottleneck, and orders his men to shoot. We see the cannons fire from the wall, and cannonballs begin to rain onto the enemies. We see explosions from the impacts, and parts of the armor begin to fly around, and it's making small dents in the army's size. Taku explains that this is called the kill zone, and yells for everyone to continue firing. Damien says, if it keeps going like this won't it be enough? Taku says no, and we see some of the enemies begin to form a shield wall. Taku knew things wouldn't be this easy, and prepared in advance. He calls for Lily, and she activates a gravity field artifact, and we see a giant purple sphere form around the shield wall and forces them to their knees. Taku orders Lucas to get the ballistas fired, and we see the giant arrows shoot toward the enemies, and we see them piercing their shields and armor easily. Taku says the plan is going as intended, and one of the soldiers come up yelling that some of the enemies have gone around the walls, and we see some of the army flooding out from the side of the walls. Taku yells out to Jupiter, and tells her to take care of the enemies on the right side of the wall. She heads out, and we see she starts blasting. Taku tells Damien it's his turn, and to shoot the enemies on the left side. We see Damien's eyes glow, and he shoots his crossbow, instantly killing one of the enemies. Taku recaps the kill zone, and the right and left sides. Taku watches the kill count climb, and is happy things are going well, but notices that the specters inside of the armor are flying into the sky. We see them forming a giant blue orb in the air, and once the kill count hits 500. We see a face form in the sky, and Taku explains that it's the Spectre Knight, and it's the boss of the enemy army. Taku explains that this is why the enemies are so rough, because in the second phase, once all the mobs are dead, and wonders why it's appeared even though the enemies are still alive. The boss hasn't moved at all, nor done anything, besides hovering. Taku explains that this is reality, and just the boss's presence is making the soldiers panic. That they are all afraid of facing a giant being, and just the appearance of the boss has weakened the front line, and not only the humans will be scared. It shows Jupiter being bucked off her horse, and she hits her head and is bleeding. The enemies begin to approach her. Jupiter's squad makes a formation around her. Lucas tells Taku they need to turn the cannons toward Jupiter to support her, and Taku tells him no. That if they lose the kill zone, more enemies will leak out. And to focus on restoring the kill zone, and he apologizes, telling Jupiter to hold on. It cuts to Jupiter waking up, and she sees her squad defending her, and when one of the squad members tells her they just need to wait for a rescue squad, he is attacked, but he dodges and hits the Spectre. Jupiter tries to tell him to run, and we see a spear pierce his chest, and when he turns around, he sees a crawling enemy was the one who stabbed him. The surrounding enemies take advantage of him, turning around and killing the man. This angers Jupiter, but she can't control her magic. She watches as another squad member is murdered in front of her eyes, and another squad member tries to run away, but an enemy throws a spear at him, and kills him too. This angers Jupiter even further, and she yells at them and casts a spell on the nearby enemies, frying some of them. But she comments how it was less than a quarter of her normal output. She yells for the last squad member to run away, and that he'll buy her time with magic, so just run away. The boy says he cannot run, and this is the best he can do. A mercenary's second rule of survival is to stay beside the sorcerer. The boy didn't kill the armor, but knocked them down. Damien offered support from the wall, but by the time Jupiter recovered enough magic power for a spell, the member was impaled by spears, and this sight heavily angered Jupiter. Jupiter lets out a scream, and we see lightning come from the sky, and then Jupiter atop the boy, with the armor dead beside him. She asks the boy what the first rule of survival is, and the boy says don't take a job that offers a suspicious amount of money. The boy cries out for his mother, and he dies. Jupiter says that his way of thinking is flawed, and if you want to be rich, or if you want fame, you can only take dangerous jobs that pay a lot. Jupiter begins dashing from armor to armor, destroying them, and says, stay far from the sorcerers. Because in the end, the sorcerer will take all of the credit, and if you really want to survive, then don't be a mercenary. Jupiter struggles to even light her cigar, and stands there as a horde of armor begins to charge her. She accepts it as her end. But here's a voice telling her to stay still, and we see Lucas charging his sword, while on his horse, killing the armor around Jupiter. This shocks her. It cuts back to Taku and Lucas's conversation, and Taku slaps a soldier and tells him to snap out of it. Don't get intimidated by the monster's size. Taku realizes his ability can cure the soldier's mental state, and he tells Lucas he'll take care of the kill zone, so Lucas will lead the rescue team to save Jupiter's party. Lucas agrees, and it cuts to him riding off while we hear Taku slapping more soldiers. It cuts back to Lucas telling Jupiter to hold on tight, and pulling her onto the horse. While they begin to ride away on the horse, the armor start throwing their spears toward them, but Lucas easily cuts them. Jupiter calls out to Lucas and asks if he's interested in seeing her granddaughter, and that she's a fine young woman. Lucas tells her if she has the energy to make jokes, she should recover her magic. She thinks when the prince is nearby, he's sweet, but when he's gone, Lucas is cold. Jupiter thanks him for saving her, and he says it's just Taku's orders, and he's sorry that he couldn't arrive sooner, while seeing the bodies of her squad members. Jupiter tells him to regret it after they kill the monsters, and that it's been a while since she's been this pissed off. We learn that Taku has restored the kill zone. Taku regrets having lost 4 hero characters, and says he was too confident in his game experience. He explains that in-game, you have to handle the soldier's mentality as well, but in real life, the situations are vastly different, and he didn't expect the horses to get scared too, and now he should consider more variables. Another result of reality he wasn't expecting was the kill zone walls being caught on fire from the cannon shots, and this allows the enemies to flood toward the wall. Taku wanted to end it with just the kill wall, but is glad they got most of the monsters already. He realizes the battlefield is still under his control, and Lucas arrives back with Jupiter. Taku tells her he's glad she survived, and she says she's sorry for having the rookies die in vain, and Taku tells her she didn't know a monster would appear in the air and scare the horses. Jupiter says it is her fault, and she should have been able to react to it, so she will pay it back, and no matter what it costs, she'll take that monster's neck, while staring at the boss. Taku tells her to focus on recovery, because they'll need it soon. We see the enemies rushing in, and Taku yells out that the kill zone is no longer working, and to cease fire. Taku tells Damien to take a break, and now the enemies have finally reached the fort walls, and when the armor can't break the wall, they begin to climb it instead. Taku yells for them to prepare for hand-to-hand combat, and comments on how a war without magic, and a war based on pure physical might is just the start of the war, and we see the soldiers standing above the climbing enemies. Taku orders some men to drop pieces of rubble onto the climbing enemies, and we see it knock some of them off the wall, and some of them die after hitting the floor, but others stand back up. Taku orders the soldiers to push the rest back with spears, and uses this time to reorganize the party to gain a synergy buff. He gains a mage buff of 20%, but at this point, the enemies are beginning to climb over the walls. We see a horde of them emerge over the crenellation, and Taku wonders if the soldiers will be able to fight back, and we see a yellow slash killing an armor, and a beam of light forming. We then see Lucas killing multiple of the enemies that climbed up, and he tells the soldiers he'll kill the enemies, so they just need to stand their ground and stop them. Taku yells out for Lily to activate the next artifact, and we see the artifact is called Haste, and all of the soldiers have increased movement speed. We see the soldiers pushing the enemies back. The soldiers continue to hold the enemies while Lucas kills them, and Taku explains the more enemies Lucas kills, the stronger he becomes, and that he's soloing half of the fort wall. But it's still not enough, because they are losing. Damien says he'll return to the front lines, but Taku says he needs to use his power on the boss, and wonders what to do. That there must be a way to lower injury rate, and protect the soldiers. While he's thinking, he sees a pillar of flame emerge, and he sees Lily cast magic at the enemies. Taku remembers she was a mage, and she asks if he's serious, because she's always been one. He tells her it was great, and that he'll promote her later. She tells him she'd rather just be discharged, and he tells her sure, and he'll give her a bonus too. He grabs onto the back of her wheelchair, and tells her to shoot magic again, and she cries, saying she just wants to retire, and she used all her mana. He begins wheeling her into the enemies, and she begins to scream and cry while casting fire magic. And due to the synergies, her magic is 25% stronger, and we see him wheeling her along the wall, and she's asking to be treated like a human. And just like that, they continued. The soldiers blocked the enemies, Lucas kills them, and Lily burned them with fire. The last armor drops to the floor, and the soldiers are excited that it's over, and Taku yells, telling them it's not over yet, and not to lose focus because there's still one left. They see the armor begins to fly into the air, and starts to form around the giant specter, turning into armor and weapon. The boss lets out a roar, and lands in front of the wall. Taku yells about how this is unfair, and that this shouldn't be the boss of the first level. The giant armor looks at Taku as it towers over the wall, and Taku reminds himself not to be scared and that it's still only a level 25 monster. He orders for the men to fire, and not to save a single shot. We see the cannonballs exploding on the giant armor, but it keeps walking forward through all of the explosions. While being bombarded, it continued walking. Taku tells Lily to activate the next artifact, and we learn it increases magic by 100%, but only to one person. This person will be Jupiter. Jupiter feels the buff, and says it's good, and that she feels like she's young again. Taku orders her to hit the giant armor with everything she's got, and we see Jupiter walk toward it with lightning forming in her hands. We see the lightning begins to rain from the sky as she stretches her hand out, blasting the armor's chest plate. It exposes the giant soul core, and Taku orders Damien to shoot it. We see Damien on a ballista, and he pulls the lever firing a giant bolt at the monster's core. The arrow hits it directly, and we see it begins to crack after being hit. Taku thinks the fight is over, but sees the monster is still alive, and realizes it wasn't enough, but it's too late. The monster begins to swing his sword down onto the wall. Taku realizes if it lands, it'll be over, and yells for Jupiter to hit it again, and she says raising your sword in a thunderstorm is just like asking to be electrocuted. We see small amounts of yellow lightning form around the armor, and then a yellow glare appears, and blue lightning strikes down the armor, but it isn't enough as the monster swings through it. Taku yells for everyone to run, because the sword is coming down. Lucas moves Taku out of the way, and we see the sword crash into the wall, sending some soldiers flying. Taku asks how the wall is, and everyone looks on as the sword is lodged into the wall. The armor begins to crack and disappear, and it crumbles to the floor. Just like that, they finally cleared stage 1's boss. The specters begin to reform, and Lucas yells for Taku to run, but he tells him it's okay. And Taku explains the boss's final attack isn't a physical one, but it will drive you insane. Taku raises his hand, and tells the boss it's the human's land, and to leave, and his skill activates. We see a yellow aura begins to surround the boss, and all that's left are yellow particles from where the boss was, almost like snow. The soldiers watch this and wonder where the boss went, and we see the clouds in the sky begin to split as sunlight pours through them. Taku raises his hand, saying we've won, and we've survived, and will continue to win. Taku could watch as the soldiers' eyes changed from fear to joy, and regardless if it was from his skill or not, it felt good, because he yelled with all of his heart. The night after the battle, we see a festival at the central square of the city. Taku raises a glass and says cheers, and tells everyone to drink as much as they want. Because he'll pay for all of it. The festival starts, and everyone appears to be having a good time. There's music, food, arm wrestling, etc. As Taku is watching, Lucas walks up to him and asks if he's okay. Because he hasn't eaten all day, and that his expression isn't that of a commander who has won, and reminds him that he stopped 1,000 enemies, and didn't lose that many of his own. Taku says there weren't any big casualties, but they still lost precious lives. The moment someone dies, regardless of if it was a big or small casualty, everyone is precious, and he knows he can't save everyone. But if he were just a little more careful, they wouldn't have died. Taku mentions how in the tutorial, there wasn't much he could do, but here he had options, and it hurts him because he knows he could have done better. Lucas tells him he did a great job, and comforts him, but reminds him it's a victory festival, and if Taku isn't happy, the morale will go down. So smile, and be happy right now, at least, because that's also a commander's job. Taku smiles, and Ader jumpscares him saying it's true. And while it's important to mourn sacrifices, we must take the time to celebrate too. And has brought him a plate of vegetables, because only meat isn't good. And congratulates him on clearing stage 1, and while it was a difficult job, he did well, and to keep up the good work. Taku looks happy to have received the compliment, and Taku begins to eat a tomato, and Ader yells out that he's eating a vegetable because he has no meat. The soldiers begin to apologize and cry, saying they were ignorant, and try to feed him. One of the men yells to bring all of the meat and alcohol, and we see them partying with Taku, and Lily tugs on his sleeve. He looks down at a drunk Lily, and she's bawling, asking for dischargement, please. And he tells her no. Work more. Some men take her away, and she's crying, saying she wants to quit, and Taku tells them to go tuck her in. Now Damien is drunk, and he's saying the water is beer. Taku tells him it isn't water, and he wonders who gave Damien beer, and he sees Jupiter pouring it into his cup. He asks Jupiter what she's doing, and she replies that he's not a kid, and he's a mercenary, and that she plans to treat him like a grandson. Damien leans on Taku, and tells him that when he's alone, he sees his friend's face, but when he's next to Taku, he feels at ease. Taku explains it's not because he's an important person, but because of his passive skill. Jupiter also says that her magic felt stronger under Taku, and he doesn't know how to tell her it's just a synergy buff. Lucas also says that when he's with Taku, his doubt disappears, and that he's a talented leader. Taku asks if that's why he's always by his side, and Lucas says maybe. Everyone gathers around and brings Taku alcohol, apologizing that the prince, who drank for a week straight, hasn't had any alcohol tonight. And beg him to drink. He drinks and asks if they are happy now, and he orders their drinks to all get filled and yells, let's all drink and die. It cuts to Taku back in his room, and he's opening the chests he's gotten as rewards, and he sees he's obtained a max level item, and it's a pair of gloves. Taku angrily throws the gloves against the wall, and explains that they are a comic relief item called Lucky Strike. The damage dealt is based on a roulette, and it's totally useless. He begrudgingly puts them on and thinks he might get a jackpot when he needs it, and to be optimistic. But this is short-lived as he remembers there are so many other good items he could have gotten instead. It cuts to the next day, and he has a hangover, and so does Lucas. Ader greets them both, and has brought them honey water, and tells them to drink up. Lucas devours it, and Taku decides it's time to prepare for the next stage. He goes to the wall, and we see the giant sword is still there, and asks how long it'll take to repair. The worker tells him it'll take more than 2 weeks, and Taku sees he only has 9 days left until the next stage. And tells Lucas the uninjured soldiers will support wall construction. Taku asks Ader about the reinforcement situation. Ader says a nearby city will send soldiers soon, and the already dispatched soldiers will return tomorrow. Taku tells Ader to keep him updated, and tells Lucas they should go to the dungeon. Lucas asks if he means going back to the lake, and Taku says exactly, but this time we'll be going under the lake with the rest of the party. Because it's time to change from tower defense to dungeon offense. We see the party leaving Taku's office, and we see Lily crying in her wheelchair. I wish she'd stand up for herself. Taku tells Ader to prepare supplies for the expedition, and to bring anything that can shine. The next morning we see them all gathered behind the manor, and Taku forms the gate, and tells them that they'll be going to a kingdom of monsters underneath the lake. And that this is the only way to stop the monsters forever. We see them all at the lake, and Taku tells them to stay alert, because they'll be going deeper. Taku gets a pop-up asking if they want to proceed, and a warning saying that they can't return until the next stopping point. Taku clicks yes, and we see a whirlpool form in the middle of the lake. They head into the lake, and Taku mentions how it's dark. Lucas yells out, asking for him, and Taku tells them all to stay calm and to turn on their lights. We see everyone uses torches, but Lily who has her hands. She screams, and we see some bloodborne type of city. Taku tells them it's the home of the monsters, and they'll have to clear it out piece by piece. Taku explains they can move and breathe because of ancient magic surrounding the city. Lily wonders how there could be such a large city. Lucas tells her to be quiet because someone is coming. Everyone gets ready, and we see a long white-haired person. Taku says it isn't an enemy, and that it's their first time in the dungeon, so it must be a guide NPC. She asks if they are treasure hunters, and tells them the place doesn't have what they want. Taku mentions how he's never seen her before, and wonders if she existed in-game. Taku explains there are about 100 NPCs who live in this kingdom, and one random NPC shows up as a guide, and even though he's played the game 742 times, he's never seen her. Taku tells her they came from the surface, to defeat the monsters. And that the surface world is in pain, because of the monsters. The woman says the nightmare of the kingdom will never end, and nobody can break the nightmare. And many great warriors have tried, but they've all failed. And to return before they get swallowed by the abyss. Taku stares at her, and says he's the Lord of Crossroad, the city that stops monsters. And that's why they've come to the dungeon, and that the doors are locked. He asks her to guide them, and she says sure, and it'll be nice to see if his words are those of courage, or bravado from a plain man. She says follow me, and he asks what to call her. And she says she's forgotten her name, and to call her Mew Myung. Lucas tells Taku they can't follow her, and it'll be a trap. Taku tells him it's fine, and makes a joke about him being a cuckoo clock. They arrive at their spot, and she tells him this is the entrance. Taku says it's the sewer system, and she says it's slippery, so be careful. After 5 minutes, they make it to the first area of the Lake Kingdom. Taku activates a checkpoint portal, and explains that next time they can start straight from here. Lily begs Taku asking to go back home, and he tells her no. Mew Myung tells Taku that she's stopping here, and from here on out, it's his will. Taku thanks her, and she lets out a sigh and says, the nightmare has already swallowed the kingdom. She tells him the deeper he goes, the stronger the monsters will be, and if he still chooses to continue, then to make sure he never turns off his light. And that she hopes his path forward will be blessed. Damien comments on how the darkness is weird, because even with his eyes, he cannot see past it, almost like it's alive. And asks how that woman can walk through it without a torch, but Taku doesn't have the answer. He says they'll meet her again, so they can ask her then. They equipped themselves at the checkpoint, and decided it was time to start the dungeon clear. Taku tells them they won't struggle much, and that it's time to proceed ahead. Taku explains that a dungeon's basic structure is built with rooms and passages, and that you can fight enemies, and find items, or even NPCs. The first room has 14 rats inside of it. We see the rats posturing up at the group. Taku says they are easy, and Lily screams. Taku orders Lucas to take the front, and keep his distance, and focus on the ones that are close. And for Damien to aim for their eyes or necks, and for the mages to only attack the ones that break through the defense. And Taku will watch. We see some rats jump at Lucas, and he instantly kills them. Damien takes out a couple of rats too, and just like that, the room is cleared. Lucas tells him all 13 are dead, and asks if he should collect the gems, and Taku says they aren't worth it. Taku is confused by it only being 13, because the info said 14. We see a rat above him on the ceiling, and the rat jumps down at Taku. Taku screams and punches the rat, and hits a jackpot, sending the rat flying into a wall and turning into a pancake. Taku says it's rare to get above 100. Lucas asks him if he's okay, and asks how he killed the monster in one shot. Taku debates on what to say, and tells him it's called the Prince Punch, and then bullshits that when a royal family member is in an emergency situation, they can activate superpowers. Lucas believes it, and everyone else isn't buying it. They quickly move on to the second room, and Taku says there's something hidden. Damien finds something, and it turns out to be a treasure chest. Taku tells him good job, but it could be a mimic, and is interrupted by a greedy Jupiter running toward the chest. It's revealed not to be a trap, and she comes to her senses and apologizes, saying she can't control herself when she smells money. And gives Taku the chest, and he makes a joke about her having stuff in her pockets. They continue onward, and easily clear the next room full of rats, and finally appear at the boss's room. Taku tells them once they clear this, they'll go home. When they head in, they're overcome by the smell of blood, and they see a giant rat creature eating other rats. It says there's no end to the rats, and that it needs to eradicate the rats, to make the kingdom pristine. Damien is surprised the rat is speaking the human language, and the rat thing hears him speaking and asks if there's another rat alive. The creature is revealed to be a giant rat man named Sewer Manager Peleg, and is level 15. Peleg lets out a scream, and says no matter how many he kills, there are still rats. Taku is confused about why it has a human name, and Peleg leaps toward them, and Taku realizes he needs to say something. Lily screams rats and unleashes flames toward Peleg, and it burns him, which causes him to roll on the floor. Lily yells "Don't come near me," while everyone watches, confused. We see a burned Peleg, and he begins to step back up again, but Jupiter tells him he can stop here, and good night. And we see a lightning bolt pierces Peleg's skull, and then shocks him. As he dies, he says he has to clean out all the rats. Taku is surprised by how quick the boss fight was, and mentions how early bosses have no resistance to magic, and if it were just physical attacks, it would have been difficult. Lily grabs Taku's shoulder, and asks if they are going home now, teary-eyed. He asks if she's scared, and she asks how can she not be with so many rats in the room. They all approach the boss's treasure chest, and Taku tells him to hold on to Jupiter, and we see him lift her away, while she screams. Taku pulls out a rat slicer, and it has a 25% DMG increase to rats. He gives it to Lucas, and says while it's not better than his regular sword, they'll use it. The next thing he finds is a summoning scroll that uses an automatic defense turret, and this was the item he was looking for, and the reason they came here. He tells them it's time to leave, and Lily is happy. After walking past the boss room, they finally entered the inside of the Lake Kingdom, and the second area called Hidden Alleyway. Taku is surprised by how developed it is, and explains the kingdom was the epitome of a magic society, but it's strange there's not a single source of light, or a living being in sight, and that it's covered in darkness, and the dead. We see a lamp post with some rocks underneath it, and Taku approaches it and summons the portal to take them back home, and tells them it's time to leave. We see a person approaching their portal fragments, and says, so he's the last player, and he's made it all the way here. We see the figure pull out a flute, and we see an enormous horde of rats. And the figure's face is revealed to be a mask, and he says, forgive our sins, while standing in the middle of the giant rats, and that everyone is for the Lake Kingdom. Taku tells everyone to rest well, and Jupiter says she doesn't know if she'll be able to after seeing all of that, and asks Taku if he can tell her any more about it. Taku says he doesn't know anything, but he has a hunch, and they should figure things out one by one. Jupiter decides she won't be able to sleep sober, so she'll drink, and Lily says she will too, and they head off. Damien heads back to the temple, and Lucas asks Taku if they'll be going back in to scout for the enemies, and Taku says they already have. And Taku explains that the enemies are going to be the rats, and the monsters first fill up the exploration zone, and then overflow and head to their city. They arrive back at the mansion, and Ader yells that there's a big issue, and that there are no reinforcements. It cuts to the next day, and Ader explains that a war has broken out, and the Empire is currently fighting, and gathering soldiers, so they cannot send any reinforcements. Taku realizes something is off, because the Empire is always at war, and regardless of the time, they are always fighting with neighboring countries, but all of the soldiers are gone coincidentally when he asks for reinforcements. Ader says there are also no new mercenaries, and Taku wonders what to do. And Ader laughs at him. Taku asks him what's funny, and if he knows how to get more soldiers, to which Ader says he does, but it's a pain in the ass. Taku says he doesn't care, that he needs them now and to tell him. Ader says okay, and to follow him. We see them outside with horses, and Lucas asks where he plans to go. Ader says he's going to see the past lord, and they are going to the house of Front Count Cross. Taku explains that a front count is a count that protects the frontier, and because they are tasked with the job of protection, they have the normal authority of a count. So they aren't just nobles, but military commanders who are defending a region. While heading over, Ader explains that ever since people started coming to Crossroad, the front count has ruled the area, and the fort city is named after the count. The road that the Cross family built is called Crossroad, and he's protected it since its creation. Taku asks why he gave up his position, and Ader explains the front count has more authority than the emperor, but he gave up his position and asked for it to be ruled by the empire, which is why Ash is the leader now. Taku wonders why, and Ader says it's a complicated situation and it's better if he heard it in person. We see a manor off in the distance, and once they are at the gate, Ader explains the place was built as a vacation house for the Cross family. And after he resigned, he moved here. The place is extremely overgrown, and Taku asks if someone actually lives here, and they hear a voice yelling, asking who's there. We see an old man with alcohol asking how dare they come in here, and to get away from his house. Ader runs up and tells him it's him, and the man says long time no see. Taku is shocked that the front count is this old man. Ader tells the count who Taku is, and Taku introduces himself to him while being formal, and decides he can't be informal to the count. The count quickly tells him to get out, and this confuses Taku, and the count yells for him to get out. Taku explains that formalities are important, and yells at the man calling him insolent, and goes to remind him of their hierarchy, but the man has a lance and a shield out, and Taku quickly changes his mind. Taku explains if you raise your weapon to the Empire, you're crazy, and the count yells to get out again. Taku says he'll be back next time, and he hopes they can have a proper conversation. The count yells don't come back, and to leave him alone, Taku holds Lucas back like a dog. Taku explains the count never appeared in the game, but he is the father of the best tanker in the game, Evangeline Cross, and she's an SSR character. Taku needs to get on his good side, and he asks Ader how the count will solve the reinforcement problem, and Ader explains that he has a private army. Taku wonders what to do, and Ader suggests that only a drunkard can get close to another drunkard. It cuts to Taku yelling for the count again, and the man comes out saying he must not care for his life, but he sees a wagon beside Taku, and Taku shows him it's a bunch of alcohol. Taku offers the count a drink, but says he doesn't have to. The count says no, and to come in and bring all of it with him. It cuts to Lily having a pleasant dream, but instantly returns back to Taku entering the count's estate. Taku mentions that it reeks of alcohol. They both sit down at a table, and the count mentions it's been a while since he's drank with someone, and even if the house is dirty, the cups must be clean. The man drinks some of the alcohol, and Taku asks how can he appreciate the taste if he just chugs it like that, and the count says, if he wants to compare it to his usual cheap drinks, wouldn't he just chug it the same way? Taku doesn't know if it's right, because he doesn't drink. Taku tries to start a conversation, and the count tells him not to, and just continue drinking, and if he wants to talk about something, he should leave. Taku asks for snacks, and the count hands him a bag of dried fruit he made from the orchard, and shows him it's right outside the window, and says he takes care of it as a hobby. Taku spits out the fruit asking why it's so bitter. The count says, how dare you spit out the fruit I worked so hard to grow, and calls him rude. Then spits it out too. And he says he grew it, but it tastes like trash. He gives it to Taku as a gift, and Taku asks why he's giving it as a gift when he can't eat it. The Count says if he could eat it, he would, and why would he give it to him? Taku is confused, but says it's persuasive. The Count explains that the land here is fertile, and there's no better place to grow fruit. Taku asks what's wrong with the taste then, and the Count says that the issue is being invaded by monsters every other day, and the monsters destroy crops, and kill farmers. And when they die, they leak energy into the ground, and it contaminates the entire area, which will lead to all the crops dying. And this is why Crossroad has no crop fields, and the Count looks regretful as he stares at his alcohol. Taku asks why he's growing crops then, and the Count says everyone has one regret in life, and the orchard is his regret. And that he can't even get drunk when he wants to. Taku asks him if he knows why he's there, and the Count says he warned him not to change the topic, but Taku says to kick him out if he wants, but he will say what he has to. Taku explains that the monsters are moving again, and their size is massive, and the last invasion was 1,000 living armors, and while they were able to stop them, the walls were heavily damaged, and the soldiers aren't competent enough, so they need military support from the Count. The Count tells him that he has no soldiers, because when he gave up his title as the Lord, he let go of the spear and shield, and that his friends all retired too. Taku tells him to recall them, and the Count tells him it's useless, because the land isn't worth protecting, and it's better to evacuate people instead of fighting. Taku is confused about why someone from the Cross family is saying this, and the Count asks him why he's come to Crossroad, and that everything is dying, and there's no future. And the only advice he can offer him, as someone who's spent his life protecting this place, is to just leave, before the curse swallows him whole. We see Taku leaving the manor, and Lucas asks how it went. Taku says he failed, but he got a gift, and that he's planning to return. Taku asks why the Count is like this, and Lucas says he doesn't know either. Taku says it's time to go back to Crossroad, and they have a lot to do. It shows the next stage is over 3,000 rats. The next morning we see the broken pieces of the sword, and one of the union members is saying they'll clean up debris, and then start repairing. Taku tells them don't clean the debris up, just spread it around instead, and use it as a barricade to stop the rats. Taku asks how long it'll take for the wall to be repaired, and the man says 10 days. Taku tells the man he'll take care of the materials and workers, and just try to get it done in a week. The man begins to talk back, and Taku barks at him. Taku mentions again that there will be 3,000 of the dog-sized rats from the sewer. A few days pass, and during the day, Taku helps with repairs, and at night would drink with the Count. They didn't talk, just drank. The wall was steadily being rebuilt, and his liver was steadily breaking down. After 4 days of silently drinking, the Count finally spoke to him. He asks if he is someone he loves, and Taku is confused, so the Count repeats his question. The Count tells him to think hard about it, and Taku reminisces about the past, and how he was alone, and not loved by anyone, and he never loved anyone either. But he started streaming and received love from a viewer, but it was all one-sided, and no matter how hard he thinks, there is nobody. The Count tells him it sounds like he's had a hard life, and Taku asks if that's something someone who drinks alone should say, and asks him if he has someone he loves. The Count looks sad, and says he did, and that the only person he loved was his wife, but she died 3 years ago. She was ripped apart by monsters in the orchard, and they had to hold a funeral with an empty coffin. And he mentions there's a curse on the Lords of Crossroad, and it'll force you to choose between the city, and their precious person, and there's never been an exception. Even his parents, and their parents couldn't avoid it, and nor could he. He recalls how there wasn't any activity from the monsters, and the city was peaceful, but due to this had no income. So he started his own business, and his wife told him to farm south where they are currently. And after word spread of fertile land, immigrants began to flock over, and due to there being only a few monsters, they easily protected themselves. And his wife took leak of their orchard, and doing all the most dangerous parts, and he recalls her feeding him grapes, and that they were sweeter than anything else in this world. He had hoped that he could stop killing the monsters, and he could work in the fields to harvest fruit, and he hoped it to be the case. But it was impossible. It was their second year of farming. They received intel about a horde approaching the city, and he quickly rushed to the city as his wife told him goodbye. And afterward, he went to the city, and they told him the monsters split into groups. One group invaded the farmland, and the others attacked the main city. And he had to choose between his wife, or the thousands of citizens. And he chose the city as all of his ancestors before him had, and after they defeated them, He came back to the farmland, the fields were ruined, and the people were killed, including his orchard and his wife. While it was his fault, he regrets abandoning his wife, and he mentions how his daughter didn't understand why he chose the city over her mother, and she left him. And in the end, his choice has left him without his wife, and his daughter, and now he's alone. He tells Taku it's just an example, but there will be a point where he will need to choose someone precious to him, and the city. Taku mentions how it doesn't sound like a curse, but an unavoidable fate. The Count says he refuses to pass this job on to his daughter, and Taku understands why he resigned, because he wants his daughter to get out of this cursed land, and to live happily. Taku thinks that the SSR ranked tank he wants so bad, is someone the Count doesn't want in the battle. The Count mentions Taku's request to aid him, and tells him he's fought enough and that he wants to quit now. And that he just wants to die in this orchard, not on the fort wall, and his eyes were full of nothing but regret about his wife. The Count tells him this much should explain why he can't help, and he told him this out of gratitude for staying with him, but now it's time to leave, but his final advice is to choose well when the time comes. It cuts to the 5th day of repairs, and there are 2 days left until the stage starts. Taku commends everyone for their good work, and brings them food to eat. The union leader says because of Taku's help, they should be able to complete the repairs in 2 days. Taku says they can finally attach that, and it turns out to be the auto turret from the dungeon clear. He uses the scroll, and he obtains the ability to summon the turret. He gathers some debris and holds a mana core from his previous chest rewards. He chooses on the map where to install the turret, and we watch the debris fly up and build it. We see the tank-like cannon finished assembling, and everyone looks on in awe. Moses drools at the sight of it. Taku thanks everyone for their hard work, and tells them to keep it up. He mentions the mood is nice, and it'll be good if it stays like this. He stops by the blacksmith, and we see Lucas is happy with his new armor, and how it was made using the Spectre Knight's mana core. Taku doesn't like the fact the durability is glass-like. But it has the ability to make him immune for 5 seconds from damage. Lucas cries and tells Taku he'll use it well, and Taku says he should give him gifts more often. The blacksmith thanks him for commissioning him, and Taku says he'll come back often because the equipment is critical. Taku tells Lucas it's time to go to the west side of the city, for an important event. It cuts to the west field, and we see cannon fire going off to remember those who died. They held a funeral for the soldiers who died in the previous stage, and they buried the coffins. There weren't many who died in the last stage, and Taku doesn't know if it was a good or bad thing. It shows a choir singing, and Taku paying respects to the graves. It cuts to night time, and Taku and Lucas are at the graveyard. The Count comments on Taku using most of the city's funds for funerals, and calls it a royal way of using money. The Count says because this is the front line, lives are being taken insanely fast, and there will be a time he can't cover it up with good deeds. Taku asks if he came all this way to say that, or if he ran out of alcohol. The Count says he came here after asking his companions for their opinions, and that he asked if they wanted to protect the city, and they all said they would. Taku screams, and tells him this is the best news he's heard all week. The Count says he doesn't know how much help they will provide, but they are arming themselves right now, and to use them carefully. Taku thanks the Count, and Taku says he's really grateful to him. The Count looks toward the city and says this is all the help he can give, and to take care of the city, and good luck. Taku says he'll do his best, and he'll visit when he needs words of wisdom, and the Count says wisdom, my ass, just bring me alcohol. The Count and Taku banter, then he lets out a sigh and leaves, waving goodbye. Taku wanted to stop him, and even if he is old, he is a commander who has fought on the front line his entire life, so he will be a lot of help this time, but he's lost too many things, so he couldn't stop him. And only watched as he left, because he believed the next time they'd be able to talk more, and he'd give him more advice. But he never thought there wouldn't be a next time. It cuts to 2 days later, and it's the start of the stage. The wall has been repaired, and they have enough materials, a larger army, and his baby, aka the turret. The kill zone has also been prepared, and everything is perfect. We see the masked man standing away from the castle. We see a soldier on horse reporting that the monsters are coming, and we see a horde of rats charging off in the distance. Taku tells everyone to be ready, and to not lower their guard. Taku mentions how even after all of his playthroughs, he's never been this well prepared from the start. The masked man looks at Taku, and Taku wonders who the man is. He asks Lucas if he sees the man, but he's gone. He yells for Damien, asking if he saw him, and Damien says nobody is there. Taku wonders if it's a hallucination, but if it wasn't, then who was that guy? Taku tells himself to calm down, because all he needs to do is stop them. He tells the cannon squad to get ready, and they fire. We see a storm of cannonballs rain down onto the horde of rats, exploding all around them, and blowing them up inside the kill zone. Taku mentions that because of how many rats there are, it makes them group more, so if they keep pouring attacks down, they can get rid of a bunch of them. It cuts to 30 minutes later, and we see that there are already 1,000 rats dead, and at this rate, it won't be a problem, but he notices rats climbing over the kill zone, due to the mountain of rat corpses. One of the walls breaks, and now they are running free through the kill zone. Taku tells everyone to change fire location, and Taku mentions that there's still the debris from the sword, but he watches as the rats dodge the cannonballs and ballista shots. He says at this rate, there will be more than expected reaching the fort wall. We see the turret turn and launch a barrage of bullets at the rats. Taku overlooks the massive explosion from the turret, and drools at how effective it is. But regardless of how good it is, it cannot defend the battlefront alone, and not it's in a reloading sequence. Taku says there are too many, and it's moving faster than he expected, and the sword fragments are doing their part, but it's just a matter of time until the fort wall is reached. And now he realizes hand-to-hand combat is unavoidable. He's surprised by some cannon fire actually hitting the rats, and he watches a barrage of shots actually hit them, and wonders who it is. And he sees it's the Silver Army, and is surprised by how effective they are. We see the Silver Army encouraging all the men, and guiding them as mentors. And they tell Taku don't worry, they'll handle the soldiers. Taku decides to trust in them, and we see their defenses are going smoothly as Taku watches the battlefield. Taku says thanks to the Silver Army, they are able to effectively attack the rats, and if you're curious about what our party is doing, and it shows Lucas commanding the front lines, Damien is shooting, and we see him killing some rats. And while he's a long-distance sniper, it feels like he's less prominent in a broad battle, but it's still meaningful. Lily is in charge of managing the artifacts, and we see her commanding the mages, and she looks at Taku and gives him a wink. But he looks away from her. Next, it shows Jupiter just laying on top of the wall, and Taku stares at her. She begins to make excuses, like her back hurts when gathering mana. He tells her she better does her job properly later, and she raises a glass and says of course. And thanks to everyone's help, but Jupiter, the battlefield is being maintained, and we see another storm of turret blasts shooting the horde of rats. Taku is in love with it. And at this rate, they'll smoothly clear the stage. And he wonders if this will be the first time they clear a stage without big damages, but he spots the man in the mask again. He uses his map function, and can see a hostile NPC is intruding. Taku explains that there are many events that can happen during stages, and NPC trespassing is one of these events. Whether the NPC is from the Lake Kingdom, or an enemy empire, they can ruin the stage. Taku says it isn't time for this, and Ader isn't here, so he can't ask him either. Taku yells at Damien, asking if he can see the man, and he asks if he means the bard. Taku orders him to shoot him, and Damien says he looks like a person, and not a monster. Taku tells him he has to shoot him now, and explains that he's an NPC from Lake Kingdom, with a bard look, and that Damien has to shoot him before he plays his flute. Damien hesitates, and Taku reminds him that he's meant to be his trigger, and if he doesn't want to see more death, he needs to shoot him now. Taku hears the sound of the flute, and realizes it's too late as he looks onto the battlefield. We see the man put the flute down, and the rats stop moving for a second, and then make a full Zerg rush toward the center of the wall. Lucas mentions that's just where they finished construction, and Taku yells for everyone to change their target area and to use all of their firepower. We see the cannons blast, but the defenses aren't keeping up with the Zerg, and their movements are too sudden. They witness one of the rats dive straight into the wall unaliving itself, and he wonders what they are trying to do. The rats continued ramming their heads into the wall. We see more ramming into it. Taku mentions that everyone tried their best, but under such time constraints, the wall isn't perfect, and because they only focused on empty parts, there's still a crack. And that the rats are slamming their bodies into that crack, and are using their claws to bend the metal, and biting the rocks. Simply put, they are digging the fort wall down. Taku looks panicked, and says it might just be him, but at that moment, it looks like the bard laughed. Taku explains that the players call the NPC the Pied Piper, and he orders Damien to shoot again. But Damien hesitates again, and the Pied Piper vanishes, and Taku yells, but notices it's too late. Damien apologizes and cries, saying he can't shoot a person. And Taku says it's to be expected because Damien is a healer at the end of the day, but he will need to get used to shooting humans because there are many humans among their enemies. Taku tells him they'll talk later, and now he has to solve the raticide problem. Taku tells Jupiter she has work to do, and we see she's already ready, because she knew he'd call for her. He tells her to fry them all, and we see her lightning attack the rats. Taku tells Lily to prepare the flamethrower artifacts, and we see them from on the castle wall. It shows the lightning raining down on the rats, and flames hitting them from the sides. Taku mentions how if they all gather in one spot, they can just make it the new kill zone. He makes a goofy face and mocks the rats, but notices the stage information was revealed, and there are 3 boss mobs. Ratman champions, and we hear one of them roaring, and due to their names being revealed, it means they've appeared on the battlefield. We see the 3 giant ratmen, and that their objective is to break through the fort wall. Taku yells for his men to stop them, and we see one of the champions running at the wall, and he tells the men to stop standing there, and they begin to unleash attacks on one of the champions, and if it hits the wall, then it'll collapse. We see the auto turret shoots toward the champion, and it hits him. It dies, but there are still 2 more running at the wall. Taku tells his men not to save ammo, and to shoot. He activates the magic multiplier on Jupiter again, and we see her stretch her arm out, telling the rats to get ready. She calls down a massive lightning storm on the front line, melting countless rats. However, it isn't enough for the champion, due to it being spread out. He calls for Lily to activate the flamethrower, but she tells him it's still on cooldown, and he says he knows. She realizes what he means, and begins screaming while shooting flames. She hits one of the champions, killing it, but there's still one left, and it continues moving forward. Taku yells to stop him, and we see Lucas holding his sword, and throwing it across the battlefield, piercing the champion. He says they still need another shot, and Taku tells Damien to hurry. Damien fires his crossbow, hitting the rat in the eye. Taku thinks it's defeated, but we see the champion continues running toward the wall. The champion prepares its shoulder and dives straight through the wall, and just like that, the wall has been breached. It shows the Count watching the battlefield from atop a hill, and he realizes something is wrong with this invasion. And that it's completely different from when he was a lord. Not only are the numbers massive, the combination too. Instead of a mix of monsters, it was a unified army. He wonders if all of Taku's battles were like this. The Count realizes now why Taku was so desperate for his help, and wonders if he should help or not. He remembers his wife, and he says no, because he's retired. As he heads back, he hears the sound of the champion crashing through the wall, and he convinces himself to just keep going to the orchard, to protect his wife this time. Taku tells his troops to evacuate the citizens, and he tells everyone that they'll go down to the bottom, except a few to stay atop. He tells Lucas to command the combat soldiers, and everyone else will maintain firing atop the wall. He tells Jupiter to fight on her own judgment, but to kill as many as possible, and as soon as she gathers mana to shoot out lightning. He asks Lily what artifacts are available now, and she says only haste. He asks about the flamethrower, and she says it has 10 minutes left. He tells her to use haste on the combat soldiers, and to use the flamethrower as soon as it's charged. He goes to Damien and realizes he's been crying, and that Damien is probably blaming himself, so he flicks his forehead and tells him he's been doing great. And he won't blame him for a small mistake, so don't lose confidence, and his presence alone is a great strength. So he should trust himself. He tells Damien he'll be in charge of the back lines, and to kill the rats that break through their defenses. Taku tells everyone to get ready, and we see the soldiers beside the champion's corpse. A rat climbs over the corpse, and Lucas kills it, showing the rat slicer. And he tells everyone the entrance is narrow and to stay calm and kill them one by one. Taku from above realizes there are more and more rats coming through the hole, and sees them eating a wider opening. The flamethrower is ready now, and Lily begins to scream. When Taku looks over, he sees rats are eating the alchemists, and one of the alchemists asks Lily for help. Taku hits a rat with a prince punch, only dealing 15 damage, but sending it flying. He wonders if they are climbing the wall, and we see that they are. Lily begins to cry and begins to burn the rats. With the artifacts unable to activate due to their deaths, and the injuries in the combat troops, and the cannon teams are losing men too. At this rate, the damage will be uncontrollable. One of the Silver Knights yells out, saying it's the Count. Taku looks over, and sees a shining lance and the Count riding into the battlefield. The Count screams for the rats trying to draw their aggro. Taku realizes it's a large area taunt, and wonders what the Count is doing. Taku yells out to him, asking what he's doing, and tells him he's going to die. The Count's backstory is explained as someone who is always killing something, and he was born in a city to stop monsters, and even when his father died, and he took his position as Count, he killed monsters every day, and his world was simple and clear. This was the case, before his wife came to the city. It shows him asking what she's selling here, and she hands him a flower, and he was baffled by her. He tells her it's the front line, and what they need are weapons, and what use are flowers because they die quickly. And she tells him that's exactly why people need flowers. The fact they die quickly is what makes them beautiful. He couldn't understand her, and he thought she was a spy, and he kept visiting her store every day for proof of her being a spy. He learned a lot about different flowers, and ended up memorizing them, and he still couldn't understand why they were beautiful, and after a year, he proposed to her. It cuts back to the present, and we see all the rats turning to look at him, and he charges straight into the enemy army. It cuts to another flashback, of him seeing his wife holding their daughter, and he just came from a war, so he was bloodied. But he gently held his daughter, Evangeline. His wife asks isn't she pretty, and he couldn't answer because he was confused. She wrapped her tiny hand around his finger, and he still didn't understand how something so small and tiny made his heart choke up like this. Just a few moments ago, he was out killing monsters, and now he's witnessing this, and it confused him. It goes back to the present, and Taku is yelling for everyone to organize quickly, and not to shoot anything, so they don't hit the Count. And to just shoot crossbows or arrows on the other side, away from the Count. He tells Lucas to take the soldiers who can fight outside the wall, and to rescue the Count. Lucas tells him it isn't a rescue, and from this position, they can attack the rats from behind, and they can finish the rats and return with the Count after. Lucas raises his sword and leads the men to battle, and Taku is just repeating to himself, please don't be late. We see the Count is covered in blood, fighting the rats to no end. He doesn't understand himself. While fighting the rats, he didn't understand what he was doing. Even though he promised his wife he'd die beside her, he made the same decision again. And he wonders why he's fighting again for this hellish city. We see him charge deeper into the army, and he blocks them with his shield, but gets sent flying backward. He spent his whole life trying to understand himself, but there's only one thing he knows for sure. As he screams in for another charge at the army, he recalls a flower and his daughter. And that those weak and small things must be protected, and that he's good at killing monsters. He yells out while crying that his daughter is living behind this wall, and that this is the world his daughter lives in, so he will not let a single one of them pass through the wall. We see him getting cut and wounded all over his body, and he screams, but this didn't stop him from fighting. He knew no matter how many orchards he grew, or monsters he killed, his peaceful days are over, and for a man who only knows how to fight, he must swing his lance once again. It shows him slaughtering the rats, and one after another, he repeats to himself, that he just needs one more. And he sat there prepared for his final opponent, but there are no sounds. And he wonders why the monsters aren't attacking anymore, or if he's perhaps already dead. He looks over to see Lucas, and he tells him the monsters are all dead, and the battle is over, so he can rest now. We see the Count is heavily wounded, and drops his lance. We see Taku arriving, and Lucas telling him they were too late. As he walks through the soldiers, he sees the Count on the ground, and Damien healing him. He calls for Damien, and Damien shakes his head. Taku wonders if this potion he has can heal him, but the Count tells him to stop. That it isn't a wound a potion can heal, and to just help him up. We see Taku holding him, and the Count asks if the battle is over, and Taku says yes. The Count mentions the wall was breached, and Taku says yes, but not a single monster made it inside. And the Count says that's good. He notices the heavy atmosphere, and tells everyone not to be so gloomy. And that someone dying shouldn't surprise them at the monster front, and it's just his turn to go. And not to be sad about every death, and to be happy they survived and won. He looks up to Taku and tells him it's the city of graves, and there are a lot of deaths, but even atop the graves, people are still living on, and if the city mourns, then the city will stop. And while it's good to take care of funerals, he needs to make sure to give everyone happiness along with it. Taku tells him he'll do so, because people live on by hope. The Count says it's his time to die because he has no more hope, but to promise him one thing. Taku tells him he'll do his best, and the Count says if his daughter ever comes back, tell her that he's sorry. And to tell her to be free, and to live however she wants. Taku says he'll tell her, and the Count says he's sorry to his wife, because he didn't keep his promise, and that the orchard, their daughter, and everything. But Taku interrupts him and says no, and that he saved the world, not only once, but throughout his entire life, he's protected every human beyond the battlefront. And that the world is indebted to him. The Count doesn't reply, and instead says he's sorry, and in the end, he did nothing. Taku realizes the man isn't listening to his words, but remembers the dried fruit the Count gave him, and he takes a piece out and feeds the Count. And the Count recalls when his wife fed him the grape, and he mentions how sweet it tasted, and that was his final breath. The bell rang in the distance to signify the invasion was over, and Taku continued to hold on to the Count. He couldn't understand why the Count, who hated his bloodline, and the city, came back at the last moment and fought, and why he died for it. Taku doesn't know why the battlefield made someone sacrifice their life for it, and tells the Count it's heavy, the position of the Lord is too heavy. We see the soldiers surrounding the two, and it displays the stage clear, and displays the MVP, and that the Count has died. It cuts to Taku going back to his manor, and Ader calling out to him, telling him he was worried. Taku calls out to him. Ader says, he's done well this stage too, and it's impressive. Taku grabs onto him and yells for him to tell him, and to stop playing dumb. Why is the difficulty so high, and the tutorial was normally like that, so he brushed it off, and he blamed stage 1 on bad luck, but an enemy NPC in stage 2, even hell mode, didn't do that. And he asks again why the game is so difficult, and to tell him why he pretended to help him, then hid these conditions from him. Ader says he might not believe him, but he's helping in his own way, and it's the truth. Taku gets aggressive, and tells him to stop the bullshit, and asks why he didn't tell him. Ader mentions his necklace, and tells him if he clears the next stage, its function will unlock, and when it does, he'll understand everything that's happening right now, so just clear the next stage and figure it out. And he hopes that Taku will understand, and he truly hopes when he learns the truth, he can continue to fight as he has been, because once he knows the truth, he cannot escape. When Taku asks him what he'll need to escape from, Ader says the world itself. It's been 3 days since the end of the second stage, and the atmosphere was heavy, but like always, they began to prepare for the next wave. While heading back to the manor, Taku realizes they have quite a bit of time until the next stage, but he notices a figure outside the manor wall. It turns out to be a girl, and he meets eyes with her, but when he goes to tell Lucas about it, she jumps at him. Stabbing the side of the carriage, Taku screams, and the girl is surprised, because she only wanted to damage the wheel. Lucas asks Taku if he's alright, and he says somewhat. And then Lucas yells at the girl, asking who she is, and that he'll arrest her. Taku is surprised it's just a kid, and Lucas says don't underestimate someone based on their age, and she's been formally trained. And points out that her uniform is of the Royal Academy, and Lucas asks what a student is doing here, and to reveal herself. She asks why they want to know, and calls them old men. This angers both of them, and she tells them this is her house, and she doesn't understand why there are soldiers and people she's never seen before guarding it. And that she's lacking information, so she stopped the carriage to get some. Taku yells, telling her to ask next time, and she says her school taught her if she suspects someone to be an enemy, then to assert dominance. And she apologizes for breaking the carriage by mistake. She asks why they are living in her house, and Lucas says to cut the crap, because it's where the Lord lives, so obviously, it belongs to the Lord. She asks him what he's talking about because her dad is the Lord. They both realize that she's the Count's daughter. And Taku tells her he learned a lot about her from her father, and he's confused because the tanker from the game was a tall beautiful woman, and not a vertically challenged girl. He tells her she's shorter than he thought, and he wonders why it's so different, because, so far everyone else has been the same as in game. Lucas tells him judging based on appearance is rude, and Evangeline looks embarrassed, and asks if he has multiple lives. Taku says he only has one, and she says he should take better care of it, and pulls out a shield. And she says she's changed her mind, and earlier was a mistake, but now it's serious. She rushes toward him, and he says she's similar to the Count. Lucas blocks her lance and tells her to put it down, because Taku is the third prince of the empire. She says they are not only trespassing, but doing identity theft too, and kicks his sword away. And says there's no way the crazy third prince would come here, and Lucas knocks her back. She says he has skills, and Lucas says he's an alumnus of the academy, and that he was second place in his class and tells her his name. And that Taku also graduated from the academy too. She asks if they think she's an idiot who can't tell who her seniors are, and introduces herself as first place in her class, and rushes at them again. Her and Lucas trade blows, and Taku is surprised by how well they both fight, and that it's fun to watch. But at this rate, someone will be hurt, so he tells them both to stop. And that there's been a misunderstanding, so they should talk it out. They ignore him, and he asks if they can't hear him, and he understands they are both focused on their battle. And looks down at his lucky strike and realizes it's his only chance. And even if it's weak, he just needs to break the situation, so he plans to just hit her lightly. He yells Prince Punch, and we see he hits a massive jackpot of 777, and then he looks disgusted at the timing, and we see a rainbow beam form from the sky. He makes a funny face, and says he's unlucky, and we see the damage from the punch on the manor. Lucas is surprised and says it was impressive, and asks how he did it, but then says that's not the issue, and we see Evangeline on the floor. Lucas asks how can be so cruel to a child. They look at each other and ask if she's dead. It cuts to a flashback of Evangeline when she was young, and that her mother would always comfort her when the monsters attacked the city, and her mother would tell her she came to make sure she wasn't crying in fear, and Evangeline always knew that her mother was the one afraid of the monsters. And she asks her why she's scared, when Dad always kills the monsters, and Evangeline realizes her mother wasn't afraid of the monsters, but of losing her husband. And that it's her destiny to fight too. She wakes up in her room and covers herself in her blanket when someone enters the room. Taku pulls up a chair, and he asks him how he's been, and when he doesn't answer, she says it's obvious even if he doesn't answer, and that he's had the best day of his life hunting the monsters. She begins to think to herself that this isn't what she's wanted to say, and Taku tells her that he's not her father. She goes to reach for her weapon, then notices she's in bandages and wonders if she was injured. Taku says he must have hit her too hard, and she recalls what happened and calls him an old man again. She calls him frail and old once more, and he jokes with her. But reintroduces himself as the Prince of the Empire, and she asks why he's spewing nonsense, and says if he's the prince, she's the queen. He holds up a plaque with his family logo, and she's surprised that he's the real deal. She begins to shake and tells him she's his fan, and asks for his autograph. And she reveals that she's his fan because he's insane, and that she wanted to rebel against her father too, and to destroy her reputation and cause problems, and that's why she left home, but after the academy, she was forced to be a model student. Taku mentions how she graduated in 3 years, when it was meant to take 6. And she tells him the most rebellious thing she could do was not contact her father for 3 years. He tells her that's adorable, and she mentions how she's heard Taku's story. That despite his father being the emperor, he disappointed everyone daily, and constantly changed headlines. And describes some of the dumb things he's done to garner his reputation, and tells him he's cool. He makes a joke about how Ash's life wasn't in vain, because he became a role model for being trash. She asks him where her dad is, and asks if he knew about her plan and hid in advance. Taku asks if she really didn't hear the news, and she wonders if something happened. He tells her he's sorry, but her father has died. And it was a few days ago in battle, he sacrificed his life to save everyone, and he died a hero. So Taku recorded all of his accomplishments, and sent them to the Empire, and due to him working all his life, he'll receive a Medal of Honor. He tells her the funeral is in 3 days, and she begins to laugh, saying just when she was going to be a bad daughter, he decides to run away. And she mentions how he always talked about dying while fighting, and that now he can't receive her wrath. Taku says he's sorry, and that he's the current lord and the commander, and that his death is his responsibility, so place the wrath onto him. She asks if he's really the prince, because the prince is meant to not care about others, and calls him insane. He tells her to stop calling him that, and she thanks him for taking care of her. He tells her there are servants outside, so if she needs anything, just ask. As he goes to leave, she apologizes for yesterday, and for the carriage, and for right now. He tells her okay, and to rest well. Ader explains that Evangeline is 16, and that when she appears in game it's a few years later, but some things have happened and caused her to appear earlier. Taku looks at her stats, and is surprised by her agility, even though she's a tank, and he drools over her stats, and her 100% resistance to physical abnormalities. Taku notices she has a trait called Little Miss Clumsy. Taku says it's good she appeared early, but now she has this negative trait. And she's so young, that she should be hanging out with friends, rather than fighting on a battlefield, and he recalls someone calling him Hyung. Ader asks him if he wants to recruit Evangeline, and Taku says he'd be lying if he didn't want to, and having two SSRs at stage, especially both Lucas and Evangeline, would be nice, but he recalls the Count's words, and how he promised him, and that the Count's final plea was for his daughter to live freely. So he has to keep his promise, so he's going to let Evangeline do what she wants. Ader comments on how his face is contradicting his words, and Ader mentions how they should be able to keep her here, and if he loses her, he'll regret it. Taku says he will, but he doesn't want to sacrifice his morals to clear a stage. Ader comments on how it's because he didn't care for morals he was able to clear Hell Sage mode. Taku says that's true, but if he cleared it the same way, then it means he didn't improve. And that he wants to be a better person than yesterday. Ader says, that one day that will come back to harm him. Taku tells him he doesn't care, he's not trying to be a saint, but he doesn't want to be a monster. In a world where lives aren't heavy, he wants to be a human. That's all. Taku tells Ader to look after Evangeline, and Ader says he will, but asks him about her lance and shield, and after evaluating them, they both turned out to be SSR ranked items, and now they are too broken to be salvaged. Taku is worried because they were such high ranked items, and Ader says they can make her some new equipment using the cores from the last raid. But Taku is making an expression that he messed up, because he already used the cores. He asks Ader if he gives his Lucky Strike gloves away if it would solve the problem. He calls for Ader to gather the party, because he wants to get mana cores, and then he can just build her some equipment. A few hours later, they gathered at the portal entrance, and Taku asks if everyone has rested well. Lily cries and asks why it's her again, and for Taku to take the new recruits instead. He explains that the new recruits are N-ranked, so while they have good potential, they are too weak for the main party. She shakes him, and he says if there were a character as good as Lily, he would have switched her already. Evangeline approaches them, asking where they are going, and Lily asks who she is. Taku introduces her to them. They all pay respects to her for her father. And she tells them, thanks, but she's fine. She asks where they are going, and Taku says to a dungeon, and she says dungeons don't exist around the city, then, asks if he means the dungeon under the lake, and she says it's just a fairy tale, and some treasure hunters would go to the lake, but nobody ever came back. Taku says they've already come back, and she says that there's a dungeon here that the Cross family didn't know about, and Taku's already been there, and if that's what he's claiming. Taku says her family might have known, and maybe it's just her who didn't. He tells her it doesn't matter if she believes or not, because they're going regardless. She says she wants to go too, and despite her looks, she's a top graduate, and if there's something under the house, she wants to see it. And that both of her parents died at the hands of the monsters from the lake, so she at least has the right to follow them. He thinks to himself that's why he wanted to leave her out of this, because it's what her father wanted. He asks if her feelings have calmed down, and she says, it feels worse to sit still, and it feels better to move around. She asks if he'll take her, and he says yes. Lily looks so happy, at the news, and he tells her to stay here, and she screams yes. Taku adds her to the party, and the new synergy gives everyone 20% increase in defense, and their morale doesn't decrease. Ader hands her some equipment, and Taku asks if everyone is ready. He starts to open the portal, and says he'll introduce the party on the way there, and that he'll show her the hidden landmark of her hometown. We see the party inside the dungeon, and they are back in the sewer. Lucas asks why they are here, and Taku says since they have a new party member, it's best to test teamwork in easy spot. Taku explains that after a defense round, the monsters in the dungeon respawn, so it's a good spot to grind for levels and gear, especially for the sub-party. The main party is meant to explore the dungeon and go into deeper areas while fighting bosses, and the sub-party is for farming, and that splitting roles like this is a basic strategy. And even if they are the main party, they have a new member. Evangeline asks Taku how he knew about this place, when she, a Cross family member, didn't. Taku says there's no way the Emperor sent him here without reason, right? And everyone believes him. Taku mentions how he doesn't know the Emperor, and just uses his title for explanations, and he thanks the Emperor. They go down the sewer, and Evangeline asks what's with the darkness. Taku tells her to get used to it, because the dungeon is covered in darkness. He teases her that she can go back if she's scared of the dark, and she says it's nothing. We see they have 4 rooms to clear, and they head down the sewer. The monster, this time, is revealed to be a stone golem, and it's revealed there are 4 of them. Taku says they are an annoying mob, and notices Evangeline is nervous, because she doesn't have a lot of real-life experience. Taku says it's time to test everyone's skills, and we see Evangeline saying she'll go first, and she blocks a golem's punch. We see her skill damage save activates, and she asks if it's normal for it to be so strong. She charges back in with her lance, and uses another skill called damage payback, and Taku is surprised. He explains that she saves the damage of her enemy's hit, and then releases the save damage with her second skill, and there's a limit to how much she can save. He says she's still a cheat, but we see her trip, and Taku is shocked, and calls for everyone to come to help her. We see the rest instantly kill 3 golems, and Evangeline asks for just 1 more. And Taku makes a joke that she's trying to make up for her failure. Taku says since everyone is warmed up, they can head to the second area, and to stay on guard. They arrive at the alleyway, and Taku says it's time to farm mana cores. We see them all resting under the dim light post, and Lucas and Evangeline compete on who can eat faster. Taku hands Damien a gun, and we learn he pulled the item from his last round of chests. He explains that only 1 person can use it, and that it's unstable and hard to aim, and this makes it unpopular. But if Damien uses it, then the problems are meaningless. Damien mentions it's heavy, and Taku thinks that Damien needs to get stronger, because he'll need to carry 5 to 6 of these at a time. He explains that in-game a character could only use 1 gun, but in reality, no one can stop him from using multiple guns. Damien thanks him, and Taku asks if everyone is rested, and they head to the next area. There are 4 rooms, and a boss room. They are proceeding cautiously, and Taku comments that the atmosphere is creepy, and just the thought of a house-sized golem appearing is terrifying. And guess what? It happens. Taku screams, and we see it's an elite mob, and there are 2 of them. One of them begins to punch down toward them, and Lucas says he'll stop it. Lucas cuts its hand, and Taku yells for him to be careful of the second one. We see it emerge from his side, and Evangeline says she'll go too. She blocks its punch, and Taku tells Jupiter and Damien to attack the golem Lucas is fighting. Taku says they are both sturdy knights, but if they compare roles, then Lucas is more of a damage tank, while Evangeline is a pure tank. But if it's endurance, then she is stronger. Taku tells her to take a defensive stance, and to stop it. And explains large monsters like golems are strong individually to balance their low numbers. And the one Lucas is fighting has an elite title, so a head-on fight is difficult. Taku tells Lucas to break its stance, and we see him dash in, slicing its leg. It falls to its knees, and he tells Jupiter to blow its armor off. She Pikachus it, and we see a crack form in the middle, and she says it wasn't enough, but Taku says it is. He tells Damien to pull the trigger, and he shoots the gun at the monster. The kickback of the gun makes him fall, and Taku catches him. Damien asks what happened, and he looks over to see the golem has a giant hole in his chest. Lucas says it was a tough opponent, and Taku explains elites are much stronger than a normal mob, and Taku says they can anticipate each fight will be an elite, so just treat them like boss fights. Evangeline asks if they are taking a break, because she isn't finished. Taku forgets she was fighting, and tells everyone to help her. Taku explains that continuing was easy. Anytime an alleyway seemed wider, steam engine golems appeared, and after a bit, they became easier to fight. He also got tent-tied by a mimic, and he wonders if they'll believe he fell into it on purpose, and everyone just laughs at him. We see Lucas climbing a wall, and he mentions that they can't go off the path because of the darkness, and Damien mentions that the buildings aren't an option either, because they are all blocked, and Jupiter says, they've also been sealed magically. Damien asks if the people inside did it to protect themselves from the outside, and Taku explains it was done from the outside, and it was to stop whatever was in the house from coming out. And Damien asks what's inside. Taku tells him he doesn't know, and they should continue. We see they have cleared 3 normal rooms, and have 1 more left, and the boss room. The next room is a giant plaza, with a fountain. Taku tells everyone to stay alert, and Evangeline points out all the water is dried up, but she can see a statue on the fountain. Taku wonders if it's a statue of the king, but wonders why the other 2 statues' heads are gone. Damien tells Taku he sees the light, and Taku tells everyone to approach with caution. And Taku says in a city of monsters, the only thing scarier than a monster is a person, because anyone who lives here isn't normal. He wonders if it's an enemy NPC or a helpful one, and that if they let their guard down, they will die. We learn the flame is fragments from defeated golems, and they see a figure. The person says since they are here, it seems like they are exploring pretty seriously, and we see it's Myung. They ask Myung what she is doing here. Taku thinks that although they met before, he's keeping his guard up since he's never met her in the last 742 times he's played. So he doesn't know if she is an ally or not. She says she's just taking a break since living in Lake Kingdom is tiring, and that if they came this far she should acknowledge them by showing them something. They all prepare themselves. We see her pull out a red bag, laying it out showing off hella goods. She says she sells quality goods for cheap. Taku is shocked that she is a merchant NPC. Me too, buddy. She says she doesn't know what an NPC is, but she is a merchant. She says she has a buy one get one event, as well as a 30% discount for their first purchase. She asks if they are going to buy it, showing off a chestplate. She says this type of service doesn't come often. Taku looks hesitant. He asks what she sells. She says these are all the items she's found while wandering around the Lake Kingdom. Taku and Jupiter begin to drool, while everyone else is shocked. Taku thinks that merchants normally have high quality items, but this shit is nuts. He asks how he should pay. She tells him magic stones or mana cores will work. Taku explains that magic stones are an item you can use for currency, as well as convert them into currency. Since he traded them all for money, he doesn't have any left. He didn't think he'd meet a merchant this early in the game. He tries to offer up some items they have collected while down here instead. She inspects them, saying they aren't worth much, but since it's his first time buying from her and she knows they are going to explore more, she will let them choose one item to show her support for their campaign. Taku calls her a saint, and begins to drool, saying no takebacks. He stares at the items, wondering what to choose. Jupiter holds up a ginseng, saying if she eats it she'll look younger. He thinks she should choose gear, not food, so she should buy it with her own money. Lucas holds up some boots, which have an increased speed option. He asks Lucas if he wants more speed, but Lucas says he was just thinking it'll be easier for Taku to escape from emergencies if he has them. Taku calls him a rascal for caring about him so much. He says no to the item since he isn't a main battle member. We see Damien eyeing a potion maker, saying if they put it in the temple they can heal the injured soldiers. Taku agrees, saying even if it's slow, it'll help a ton. But it's a waste to waste the free item on that. He asks Evangeline why she isn't choosing anything. She says she is only in the party temporarily and isn't really interested in the gear. Since she already has S-rank gear that's getting repaired, it's enough for her. Taku and Lucas make oh shit faces because they forgot they came here to cover the cost of repairs. Taku whispers to Myung, asking if she has any lances or shields. She says she luckily just got a set. She puts them out, and we see they are SSR rank with pretty good traits. Taku starts pogging out while looking at them. We see that they are a set, so when both of them are worn there's a new effect on top of their original ones. He wonders what to do since he can't just choose one. Myung sees this, reminding him she has a buy one get one free event, so he can just take both for no extra charge. She tells him it's a set, so take them as they aren't really useful to her anyways. Just make sure to keep exploring Lake Kingdom, and trade with her often. Taku tears up, comparing it to when a geared player helps a noob, and he will try his best. He tells Evangeline to come take it. He also decides to explain that her gear got broken when they fought. She says she's the one who started the fight, so it's her fault her gear broke, so he doesn't have to, but Taku interrupts her, saying it's a gift then. He equips her with it, confusing her. He says when an adult gives you a gift, just accept it. That this is a gift for graduating. And she won't reject a gift from a member of the royal family, right? He also thinks to himself he's just helping out the Chad Count's daughter, since he deserves a hero's praise, and he will be filled with guilt if he just leaves her gear broken. She thanks him, accepting the gear. Jupiter screams, asking about her gift. Taku says he pays her salary, but thinks he will give her a mage item when it appears. Lucas also asks. Taku thinks he has a whole equipment plan for him, so just wait. Damien says he is fine. Taku says he better be since he just gave him a hella expensive mana gun. Jupiter hands out a magic stone, telling Myung she wants the ginseng. We see her looking completely normal holding it, and Taku is confused that she had a stone with her. While Myung is packing up, Taku asks her if she knows the Pied Piper. She asks who that is. Taku explains he's a bard with a black coned hat, who can control monsters with his flute. He says there's a lot of freaks down here, but he's famous, so she recognizes him. Taku is surprised since he wasn't prominent in the game, but is famous here. Myung says if they keep going between area 3 and 4 there's a safe zone. She says it's the area where a lot of the sane people left in the kingdom go, They call it base camp. Taku recognizes the area from the game, describing it as a main hub where most of the NPCs are. Myung says there's a high chance Pied Piper is there, even if he isn't then he could gather information about him there. She turns around smiling, saying even though they still have a lot of way to go, they should have no problems getting there. She takes her leave saying she hopes they meet again. Damien says Myung is interesting, while Lucas says he doesn't trust her, because she is too strong. No one weak would have such a chill attitude after clapping all these golems. Taku thinks that after he works on Lucas for 3 years, leveling him up to the max he'd be able to do this easily too. But at the moment he understands why Lucas sees her as a monster, and he categorizes her as a friendly NPC. He says it's time to go fight the boss mob. We see a status window showing they've cleared all the normal rooms. We see them standing in front of an abandoned building with a hole in it, saying they don't know what's inside but the seal was useless. Damien and Evangeline ask if they should head back. Taku tells them they can't go back without seeing the boss mob. He wonders if it was a storage room because it's huge. Lucas recognizes moss on the floor and walls as if it was submerged for a while. Taku says they're under a lake so he isn't surprised. Damien, who's scared, starts pointing while calling out to Taku. We see a slumped over golem, and Tikus is confused, because it wasn't just a pile of rubble. We see it's a giant steam engine golem. Taku is surprised since it has a human name just like the Giga rat from the sewers. The golem begins to speak, saying oh no he fell asleep again, and turns over while its eye glows red. It says it's time to start cleaning again, while getting ready to blast at Taku and the gang. He shoots out his Iron Man beams. We see them flying towards everyone. Lucas and Evangeline deflect them. We see them fly towards a wall crashing into it. Jupiter recognizes it as light magic, commenting that it's rare to see. She asks Taku if he will be able to order a command. He says of course. Taku thinks that he was surprised because it was bigger than he expected, but he knows exactly how to fight against him, since he knows how to fight every enemy in the game. He shouts to not be intimidated because of his size, and to use the same strategy from the other golem they fought earlier. They just need to destroy the mana core. He says due to its size it'll have 10 mana cores in its body. Evangeline is shocked. Lucas asks if it'll keep fighting until they are all destroyed. Taku says yes, but any mana core that gets destroyed will shut that area down, and their first target will be the hands. Jupiter says she understands, while charging her lightning. Damien prepares himself saying he'll get the right hand. We see Jupiter, and Damien's attacks hitting the golem's hands successfully wounding them. Taku says the next target will be its feet. He commands Lucas and Evangeline to attack. The golem speaks saying its back aches these days. Wondering if it's because it's been sweeping all its life while rearing back its hand. Taku is shocked that it's attacking with its hand in that condition. We see they manage to dodge, as it shatters the ground sending rocks everywhere. Taku thinks its attacks are strong, but its movements are too big. Evangeline yells for the golem to stop mumbling. We see she hits its foot with her skill. Lucas thinks he can't fall behind, successfully attacking its other foot. The golem's feet break, causing it to collapse. It says one day he also wants to go to the Royal Academy and learn magic too, because he's sick of cleaning this place every day like a machine. I guess Buddy hasn't looked in a mirror in a while. Taku commands Evangeline to come back, while telling Jupiter and Damien to attack its right arm. We see them attack it, causing the arm to fall off. The golem says one day it'll invent cleaning magic to make the lives of fellow cleaners easier. We see they attack it again, completely destroying its arm and legs. The golem falls to the ground. Lucas approaches it, raising his sword, stabbing the mana core in the chest. Lucas tells Taku all that's left is the core in the head. The golem starts moving, causing Lucas to fall. The golem says he thought he already cleaned this area, while eyeing Taku. Taku thinks he can dodge quickly since he's just giving commands, but Damien and Jupiter can't. Taku grits his teeth, saying he just wanted to be carried while preparing a punch. We see he hit 125 on the jackpot, smacking the piss out of the golem, decapitating it. The golem's head lands in front of him. Taku thinks it's lucky that he got a good number. The golem's head starts to spark, and it says it's raining. Lucas holds up a sword telling Taku to get the final hit. Taku explains that boss kills give hella XP while walking towards it. He stands above it saying his level is the lowest in the party, so he should just take a free easy kill. The golem says it's raining immensely. Taku tells it to quit babbling, finishing it off. We see on the status screen they got a complete smash, 3 stars, for destroying all the golem's cores. We see everyone holding light sources looking around the room. Taku wonders how much XP he will get. Damien tells him they found a treasure chest and pathway. Taku says he'll be there soon, then calls out to Lucas to stop Jupiter from opening it. We see them playing as Taku opens the chest, saying it's an SR item. It's called the Orb of Scream, that has a pretty strong trait, but he's annoyed it's a mage item. Jupiter is drooling. He hands it to her, he says it matches Jupiter anyways. We then see it's part of a set called You Must Scream. Once all 3 pieces are equipped, it's an AoE fear. The chest also contained 2 SR mana cores. He tells them it's time to go home. We see Taku recognizes the area, and it's probably the stairs that connect the castle wall. He thinks everything is going well, and they're on good pace. After climbing the stairs for a bit, Jupiter complains while Damien is shaking. Kakis is also gassed out, saying they are almost there. They finally make it to the top, and they collapse. Jupiter says she's going to die of a heart attack, so she'll take one last hit of her cigar. Taku says Lucas and Evangeline work well together as they chug water. Taku says they made it while pointing to a door. Inside we see a teleport gate. Jupiter hauls cheeks towards it, saying she's going to take a hot bath, drink whiskey and enjoy her cigar. But she stops. Taku asks her what's wrong. Everyone is shocked. Taku says this is what Lake Kingdom actually looks like. We get another view of Yharnam, and we get to see how much more they have left to clear. Damien notices a light, saying he can see lights in some parts of the city. Taku thinks someone installed magic stones all around the city so the people surviving here can navigate around. Evangeline points to something, asking if it's a lighthouse. Taku looks anxious, saying it's the Lake Kingdom Palace, and it's the last area they will go to as it's where the final boss is. But for now they have a long way to go. We get another look at how far they are compared to the palace, as well as the route they took. He activates the teleporter, saying they should think about their next move. So let's head home for now. We see he gets 2 reward chests for completing an exploration, as well as everyone leveled up. Taku tells everyone to rest well, explaining that they started in the afternoon and returned in the evening. So they spent an entire day exploring. He yawns, saying he'll take a nap before finishing up some work. He opens his eyes, seeing he ended up sleeping too long. He decides to organize his inventory. He starts by pulling out a blue fire torch, saying it's inextinguishable. The item is good because dungeon explorations are always a battle against the dark, but that's about the only use it has. He is surprised he got a summoning scroll as the bonus for achieving a complete smash. The scroll summons the golem boss. It's a one-time use, but the skill is useful. He says there's no point waiting, learning the skill. He says he'll use it when he needs it. After organizing, we see his stomach is rumbling due to hunger. He arrives at the kitchen wondering if there's something to eat. We see some rats munching on some raw food, like freaks. Taku asks what they are doing. Evangeline says they are here because they are hungry. Taku says he is also hungry, asking if there's anything to eat. She says aside from what they just munched on, there's no cooked food, only ingredients. He asks if they are hungry. They both nod their heads. He tells them to wait at the table while he prepares food. They are surprised he knows how to cook. He thinks ramen with some kimchi is a good late-night snack, but it'd be impossible to make here. Looking at the ingredients, he says he has an idea, pulling out the blue torch, lighting the fire. He puts butter in the pan, and goes to town. He tells them they should eat and sleep. We see he made royal prince toast. He thinks it's not bad, but he wishes they had condiments. Lucas starts crying, saying it's so good that Taku could replace the royal chef. Evangeline says it's similar to food they sell at festivals. He says it's pretty accurate since it's a street food recipe. Evangeline says this reminds her of when she was younger. She'd hear sounds in the kitchen, and when she walked in she would see the Count just chowing on food he quickly made, since monsters can attack at any given time. She says he'd always come back bloodied and dusty. Then he would just dump whatever ingredients he found into a pan. But after noticing her, he'd always ask the same question: if she wanted to eat some too. Taku sighs, asking if she'd eat it too. She says of course, that's why her cheeks are so round. Taku says it's cute and makes her look more childlike. She says after eating like that her mom would wake up, scolding her dad for feeding her so late at night. She laughs, remembering the expression he'd make. Then stops, saying just doing this late at night reminded her of those nights. Taku tells her the Count's funeral is tomorrow, and if she wants she could lead the funeral tomorrow. She says she'd rather have Taku take care of it, because although she respects her dad, she can't forgive him. She asks if the Count ever told Taku how her mom died, saying the Count left her and her mom to die while he protected the city. She could never forgive his choice, but understood his reasoning since protecting the city is the Lord's first responsibility. The day her mom was buried, her dad didn't come, since he had to prepare for another attack. She realized as she buried her mom's empty coffin in her father's place, that this was what the head of the Crossroad family has to be like. And she can't be that person. Taku says then that was why she left. She says yay and thanks him for preparing the Count's funeral. She repeats that while she respects the Count, she can't forgive him as her father. She quickly thanks them while getting up from the table, saying it was an honor to be served by the prince himself. Taku thinks having a family is difficult, while Lucas doesn't say anything. While heading back, Lucas asks if Taku is alright, confusing him. Lucas says that Taku has a complicated relationship with his family too, so that's why he is helping Evangeline. Taku makes what face.png since he thought he was just a playboy. Lucas continues saying he must be seeing his past self in her, and while he knows he might be dull, he can tell that much. He asks Taku if he is wrong. Taku thinks he can't tell if Lucas is asking because he is sincerely worried, or if he suspects he isn't the real Ash. He couldn't respond due to his body freezing. Taku thinks Lucas feels like a stranger right now, and says he doesn't know how to respond. He thinks while Ash is the Emperor's son, he's sure his family life wasn't simple, but he doesn't know anything about Ash's family. He starts to stutter, and Lucas apologizes saying it must have been a sensitive question. Taku says that's not it, and just thinking about it suddenly made him space out a bit. Lucas says his and Evangeline's family lives will all be resolved in the end while giving off golden retriever energy. Taku wonders if he was thinking about it too deeply. They say goodnight to each other. Back in his room, Taku is still scared, wondering about Ash's family problems. He says the conversation made him remember he's in someone else's body. The next day we see the repairs on Crossroad have begun, as well as information about Stage 3. It's a lot of golems since that's what they fought while exploring. He says they only have a few large monsters, but they are all elites, and they have around a week, so he will try to prepare really well this time. Prepare so well that even if things changed unexpectedly they'd be fine. So strong they will be able to destroy the source of the unexpected change. We see Taku kindly telling all the production people what to do. At the Count's funeral, he says there were some people injured last stage, but only one person died. The Count. Lucas tells him the casket is on the way, so they should get ready. We learn they took the casket around town, since it's the death of the Lord who ruled for decades. And even if the city is insensitive towards death, many citizens mourned. He says the funeral will be held here, but the casket is going to be cremated in the Count's orchard, since that's where his wife is. Taku stands above everyone attending the funeral, saying last time he called their deaths expensive, and he meant that literally. Especially the Count's death, it was beyond a monetary loss, as it pains his heart. We see Lily crying. Taku continues saying the Count asked him to provide the citizens with more happiness since they can't move on with sadness alone. Since this place is a fort city, death will always be present. So it must be ruled with hope and happiness instead of sadness. But today he will disobey the Count's last words, because he will be sad. The front line is maintained by the sacrifice of precious people, not just the Count but everyone who loses their life. He wants them to remember, their sacrifice is worth as much pain as it causes. Because every sacrifice helps them survive. He tells them to remember, as he will always repeat himself. People are going to continue dying, but those deaths won't be in vain. He says they will now have a moment of silence for those who helped them so far. While everyone is quiet, he thinks that he hopes one day the city will be full of endless festivals rather than funerals. Just like the Count wanted. After the ceremony they shot fireworks, and transported the Count's casket to his house. One of the people delivering it are shocked to see Evangeline. They apologize to her. She asks if she could check the casket. We see her hand shake as she says he always fought at the front, as if he couldn't die, but here he is. She tells them that's enough, and we see them bury the casket. They ask her about the Count's gear, and she recognizes it. The man says it's the equipment passed down the Cross family for generations. They wanted to bury it with him but are asking her in case she wants it. She thinks about it, then tells them to bury it next to her dad. Taku stands in front of the graves, saying built up a wall with snow and ice. Here on earth is the path of compassionate life. He says it was the Count's favorite poem. He prepared it thinking it would fit well with the Count, but not during the funeral program, so he waited. He recalls the Count telling him that he will have to sacrifice something important to protect the city eventually, causing him to wonder what he will lose in the future. Evangeline approaches saying she didn't know he had a hobby of reciting poems. He says he waited to read it since it doesn't fit with his image, but she caught him. She says he has a good voice, so next time he should read it loudly. He asks if she is okay. She says of course, as it was bound to happen one day. And if she were to get hired as a knight on another battlefront she could never return, and it's a miracle she even made it to his funeral. Taku asks if she plans on leaving. She says of course since she can't stay here. She plans to take care of all the inheritance matters, sell the property and leave. He realizes she had her heart set from the start, that's why she buried the passed down gear. He tells her to let him help her set everything up. She asks if he's not going to stop her. Because she is throwing away her family's legacy and running away so she can live comfortably. He says he doesn't know if he will do as well as her family, but he'll protect the battlefront the best he can. So not to worry and have fun, he will do his best to make sure her family's hard work doesn't go to waste. She says the rumors about him are really different than how he is. Since she figured he'd be trying his best to return to the palace if he was relegated here. But she's surprised at how seriously he takes his job of being the Lord. He sighs saying someone told him they'd reward him for protecting this place, so that's why he is working hard. Recalling the memory of Ader telling him he'd grant any wish. It's not because he's a saint, he's selfishly wanting to fulfill his personal wish. We hear something loud, quickly asking what that sound is, assuming it's an attack. We see it's Evangeline's stomach rumbling. He says it's more like thundering instead of rumbling. She asks him for food, saying what he made yesterday was yummy. He laughs thinking the survivors must eat and continue living. He tells everyone they are heading back. While thinking even though the dead are buried the living must continue moving forward. Taku says after that day he worked on 2 tasks at the same time. We see Lily is really happy to see him. His tasks were preparing for the next stage, and settling the Cross family fortune. Since Lily didn't want to be the front count because she wanted to leave, it would be better to gather her family's fortune and give it to her. That way she doesn't have a reason to come back to Crossroad. Ader looks down that he is okay with letting Evangeline go, saying he'll liquidate all of the Cross family's assets. As well as settling the inheritance process. Ader says selling it all within a week might be impossible, since most of the family's fortune is real estate, so waiting for someone to purchase it will take a bit. Taku says to buy it in his name for now, since he wants everything to be done within a week so Evangeline can leave. All of the Cross family have died here, making her the last survivor. So at the very least he wants her to be safe. As that was the Count's final wish. Ader says he understands, and Taku compliments him. We see there's 8 days until stage 3 starts. Taku says he will prove that you can beat the game without wasting people's lives. A week later in the blacksmith's shop, we see the workers apologizing since they couldn't make the amount of mana guns he requested in time due to their complexity. He tells them it's fine since he understands. He thinks about the history of mana guns, and that they are fairly new. They require an alchemist and blacksmith to work together, making it extra difficult. Taku asks how many they were able to make. We see they only made 2 guns. Taku is shocked, because one of the guns is SSR ranked. The weapon insta-kills if the user is proficient. The alchemist and blacksmith look proud, saying they made it using the special mana core from the Spider Queen. He comments on the gun being a balance breaker, since it could hard carry for a year at least. And since Damien is using the gun, it's the perfect weapon for him to pump out damage. Taku starts laughing while shit-talking the game. They tell Taku the entire time making it felt like a trance, and they are glad he is happy with it. We see the other gun is normal, it even has a flaw. The flaw makes it less accurate when spam fired. He tells them they did a great job, and will make sure they get paid well. Lucas asks if the gun is that impressive. Taku says it'll change the course of the war. We see that they have 20 hours left. Taku says that should be enough time for Damien to get used to it. We see Taku getting off a carriage. Lucas tells him he should see something. We see Evangeline in front of his house. He says her name, but she doesn't respond. She says Ader gave her something, holding an envelope. Taku thinks that after adding up all their property she has enough money to live leisurely. She thanks him for handling her issues so fast, and says Ader told her something after giving her the paper. She makes a spot on Ader impression, repeating what he said, after you get the money you'll have no more business in the city so pack your bags and leave ASAP. She says Ader kicked her out, asking if Taku really ordered him to do so. Taku says he did. She asks why is he wanting her to leave so fast, she didn't even get to say goodbye. He tells her if she's going to leave then don't drag it out, since tomorrow will be a war zone. Does she intend to get caught up in it too? She tries to say something, but he tells her to shut up and leave since she has no more connections to Crossroad anymore. She says since he helped her, she plans to return the favor. Taku sighs saying no, because she already plans to leave so don't get this dirt on herself. And that he can protect the city well enough without help from a kid. She says that he saw her fight, so he knows she can pull her weight. He yells out her name, scaring her. He says she is the one who abandoned her hometown to live a new life, that's why she gave up her position, cleaning out her inheritance. Removing all her roots from Crossroad. She tries to speak again, but he continues. That if she made up her mind, then act like it to leave and not look back. Because it's as she said, the battlefront is just full of death, and if you step into it, you can't leave. He tells her to never get herself into wars against monsters, and to do something else she wants to do. He tells her that the Count's last wish was for her to live free, while doing whatever she liked. She looks shocked. He mentions how she said she wanted to be a bad daughter, doing the opposite of what her parents wanted, but at least she should listen to her father's last wish. He walks past her saying that she is now an outsider. She tries to stop him, but he says they have to discuss tomorrow's defense so she should leave. She starts to yell thanking Taku, saying she's going to visit her parents' graves one last time then leave. She bows saying she hopes his future is full of nothing but victories. He hopes luck also stays in her life too, but doesn't say it out loud. He melts onto the floor, and Lucas tells him that he doesn't need to be so strict. Taku says if he didn't do that she would always have lingering feelings towards Crossroad. Lucas says he could have been nicer about it. We see Evangeline sigh while looking back. Taku says not all farewells require tears, and gold is enough. Taku cries saying goodbye to his SSR ranked cheat character. He quickly gets over it, telling Lucas they should do their best from now on. Taku opens a door asking if they all rested well. We see Jupiter, Damien and Lily who decided to come on her own. She looks super happy because she can't wait to go out again. Taku starts to make a goofy face asking if she enjoyed her freedom. She shakes him while begging for him to let her be free. A bit later we see Jupiter consoling her, while Taku says they have less than a day so they need to go over their strategy one last time. He gives Damien the OP mana gun saying it's a gift. He starts to tell Damien about it, but a knight bursts through the door. He yells that a scout reported the monsters are coming, their army is around 200 golems and they are hauling cheeks towards the city. Taku says that's nonsense. His amulet begins to glow. We see a status window saying someone is interfering with the game. The stage 3 status window starts to speed up. We now see they have only 30 minutes. Taku says the game can't troll him like this. The knight says that's not all. They also split into 2 groups. 80% are headed towards the city while 20% are going straight towards the front Count's orchard. Taku and Lucas are shocked, because Evangeline is currently there. We see knights hurriedly preparing. One of them rings something to alert everyone. Taku approaches asking what's their current position. The scout says they can see them without the magnifying scope. We see a horde of golems coming. Taku is shocked, saying while they fought them in the dungeon seeing this many is scary. He compares it to a wall, while we see them marching towards the city. Taku asks when the golems will reach the cannon's range. He says at this rate less than 15 minutes. He tells them to get them ready to fire. Lucas approaches asking if he's going to leave Evangeline alone. Taku looks perplexed, gritting his teeth in frustration because the stage started too early, and the fact they split up into 2 groups. He wonders why this is all happening now. He realizes there has to be another being controlling the situation with malicious intent. The Count's troops tell him they heard the news about Evangeline, and to send them to her. He pleads that the current front line is strong even without them, so send them to the orchard. Another one of the men says the monsters are getting closer, so they need to go now. Taku says there's 2 issues with their words. The first error is the fact the cannons aren't even ready, and a lot of the soldiers are new recruits, so does he really think they can defend with just new soldiers? The second error is their claim that they can rescue Evangeline. Since it's an orchard there aren't any defenses, even if there were they'd get diffed. So how could they possibly rescue Evangeline alone? He explains that the reason this game was able to work as a defense game was because of the wall, and fighting without the wall is the same as throwing away their lives. The soldier says even if they were to all die, they want to save her. But Taku yells saying that's not a viable plan. Everyone stays quiet for a bit, then Taku sighs saying he wants a viable plan. Not them just throwing their lives away. He asks what Taku is planning since she will die if they don't help her. Taku thinks about it, saying the soldiers are right, without help she will die. But to save her he'd need to send his elite party, which would be all the main members, and they'd have to use the soldiers as meat shields, but at that point even if she was saved it's GG. He recalls the Count's words about whether to save his wife, or protect the citizens. Saying he understands some of the Count's pain. He tells them that they will not go rescue her, they can't waste any more manpower, because they need all forces to focus on the battlefield. He thinks there was no need to hesitate, it's one life against the many. He tells them if the walls fall, all the citizens will die, also putting humanity at risk. So the front line must be maintained. If the game were to end, it doesn't matter if he saved or lost Evangeline. He says he will reiterate, not a single person will be a part of the rescue team. At the orchard we see Evangeline talking about how the orchard shows traces of someone taking care of it. She realized she would never see this orchard again. After she left, her father took care of this place alone, hoping the next season would bring good fruit, but he knew that would never happen. She compares the orchard to a ruin. Her parents died and now she is leaving. It was a ruin in the past, and shall remain one too. She says the ending of the Cross family who protected this land for hundreds of years was pathetic. Nothing was left besides death and dust. The last family member is running away without putting up a fight. She calls out to her parents, saying she is going far away, and while she has a lot on her mind she can't remember anything. She felt dizzy, and the ground felt as if it were shaking. She says goodbye, smiling, wiping away her tears in front of their grave. She braces herself, then turns around saying it's time to get going. But we see a golem hauling cheeks towards her. She is shocked, it hits her sending her flying. We see her coughing up blood. We see Evangeline having a flashback of her talking to her mom. She's asking her mom when she has to go to the battlefront, since the heir of the Cross family has to go. Her mom is shocked. She says the fate of the Cross family is sad. Evangeline asks if she didn't know if it'd be like this, worrying about the Count every time he fought, and the fact that she has to fight when she grows up too. Her mom says she knew that she'd spend every night crying whenever the monsters invaded. And if she gave birth to her, then she'd have to fight out there too. Evangeline asks why she married the Count, and had her then. Her mom smiles saying, maybe to continue something. She still couldn't understand what her mom meant. She thought she would never be able to understand. We see her coughing up blood, wondering how long she was unconscious for. But realizes it probably wasn't that long since the golem is walking toward her. She wonders why there is a golem here, and her body reacts before her mind, causing her to leap for her gear. She notices the monster's attack, and we see it send her flying into the Count's house, leaving rubble everywhere. We see she withstood the attack since she blocked in time. She says this has to be a joke, since the golem is destroying her house without permission. She prepares herself, but we see two more golems burst into the house. She is shocked. We see her put her shield up, blocking one of the golem's attacks while she pierces the other one. But she realizes she can't block the attack in front of her. We see her sent flying, crashing into the wall. She stands back up, then leaps towards the golem, saying that's enough. She jumps onto the golem's arm, piercing its eye. She then leaps towards another one, piercing through its arm, landing behind it. She stands up, feeling lightheaded. We see her struggling to stand. She thinks she needs to go back and alert Crossroad of the ambush, but once she stands in the hole left earlier, she is confused. She sees the main horde of golems, and realizes that the three golems were nothing but scouts. Because this is the real army. She turns around knowing she has to escape, but her horse is gone. She decides to run to Crossroad, wondering if it's possible with her leg being wounded. She starts running thinking she just has to make do. Since this is the only time she can gain some distance, we see a flying golem thing above her. It starts to cast some magic. She tries to grab her shield, but trips over her feet, due to her clumsy trait. She says out of all times, why another mistake now? We see a huge explosion land beside her. She was able to shield in time, but is heavily wounded. She helplessly looks at the golems, and flying one. Quickly realizing that it's over. She says there's still so many things she hasn't done yet. She never dated, got drunk, and she isn't even an adult. She wasn't sad or angry, just full of regret. She squeezes some dirt and begins crying. Wishing she could do more. We see someone say then do it. She opens her eyes. We see Ticus red cape. He tells her she just has to do everything she wants one by one. Since life is short, she needs to spend it without regrets. She is shocked, calling out to him. We see him standing in front of her. He turns around saying he came to save her. We are taken back to 30 minutes ago at Crossroad. Everyone is shocked because he told them he will go save Evangeline alone. Lucas yells at him asking what he is talking about, because he said the rescue mission wasn't viable yet, he's going to go himself. He tells them to calm down because he isn't going to die, as he has a way to win. Taku thinks that the most unpredictable character in this game is him, so he alone should be the one to go, and taking extra people will increase their losses. He says he has some emergency strategies prepared, and he has no choice but to gamble a little. Taku says if they've been under his command they should be aware that he knows a lot about the monsters, and his plans have always been successful. And that he has a plan this time too, so trust in him. Lucas is hesitant, but Taku tells him there's no time left, so he will be in charge while he leaves. Lucas says he would rather save Evangeline, but Taku tells him they have their individual roles. Lucas yells saying for us, because they need him. He tells Lucas to trust his decision, promising he will come back safe and sound, while putting his hand on Lucas's shoulder. Taku realizes that abandoning her would be abandoning his morals he set when coming here. Save anyone that can be saved. He tells Lucas this is the only way to save her, while protecting the battlefront. He tells Lily and Jupiter they should know what to do as mages. They tell him to not worry and come back safely. He tells Damien he has a request of him. We see they open the south gate and Taku leaves on horseback while Lucas watches. Taku calls Lucas a dog, telling him to protect the house since he will be back. We see Lucas acknowledge it. Taku looks determined while thinking after all the sacrifices the front count's family has made he will protect her no matter what. We are now back to the present. He hands her a potion telling her to drink. She tells him he can't be here, and he needs to leave. Because they have no chance against the Golem army. She tries to shove him away saying she will buy time, so run back to Crossroad. Taku thinks it's too late to run, since they will blast them with magic. And 2 of the 5 magic golems came this way. We see on the status window it's an elite mob, so pretty much a boss monster. Evangeline stands in front of Taku asking if he wants to die here. Taku tries to speak but she keeps going, saying she's an orphan now, but he is the count, so for the citizens please leave. He shoves the potion in her mouth while she is talking. He tells her to just drink and recover. He turns around saying the line he told her earlier about relying on adults and it's okay to act like a kid. He thinks he's been waiting for this moment. He's always wanted to yell loudly using this, while putting his hand in the air. He hits us with a Pokemon line, saying come out Golem. We see a magic circle appear above them, lightning begins to spark around it as we see the Golem's head. It leaps out of the portal into the air, crashing onto the ground in front of them. Evangeline is shocked, and Taku says saving her was worth it all for that reaction. We see Taku move his hand, the Golem follows. A status window appears saying the boss monster is under his control. He notices it has a lot of functions. One of the mage golems starts preparing an attack. Taku notices it. We see it launching attacks towards the golem. He commands the golem to block it. The golem prepares a shield in front of it, blocking all of the attacks. Evangeline is surprised. He tells her it's his lottery ticket. He explains that it's the boss monster summon magic he learned earlier, and he figured he would save it since it's a one-time use, but at least it has a lot of functions. We see the golem mages start descending. The golems start to rush in. Taku thinks since magic is working they are going to try and use brute force. He tells the golem to intercept them. We see Golem Bro start to shine. It starts hauling cheeks, cracking the floor. We see the other golems also charging at him. Golem Bro leaps into the air above the army. Taku yells that this is his cheat code. We see the golem crashing into them, causing a lot of them to break into smaller pieces. He explains the monsters are sorted into 3 types: normal, elite and boss monsters. Aside from the levels, the monsters are difficult for humans to face. Even so, boss monsters are in a whole nother league compared to the other 2 groups. They are far more intelligent than normal mobs. They are able to give commands. They are the strongest presence in the army. We see Golem Bro preparing an attack. Smacking the piss out of golems, he picks one up, ripping it in half while Taku says it feels like cheating. We see the other monsters begin climbing on top him, slowly but surely overwhelming him. Taku compares it to hyenas attacking a lion. He says although monsters have the basic nature of prioritizing humans, they are sensitive about traitors. We see the golem yeet one off its arm. While Taku continues thinking no matter how strong a boss mob is, there's no way it can take down 50 monsters alone. He says it's like a praying mantis getting swallowed by a swarm of spiders. He thinks it's not like he expected it to kill all the boss monsters anyways. He tells Evangeline they should escape while Golem Bro is keeping them busy. He asks her about her leg. We see it's hella beat up but she says she can walk, but running will be hard. He gives her a health potion saying they should run then. We see him pouring it over her wounds. He asks her if it's better now. She says she's fine now. They start running away. He tells her he tied a horse to the north. We see the magic golems start floating again. Then charging their attack. Evangeline points it out to Taku, and we see the normal golems have also caught up to them. Taku says they won't let them leave easily. The magic missiles start flying towards them. She tells Taku to duck, putting the shield over him. We see she blocked the attacks. He tells her good job, but she hurt his back, making him go to her height. She gets upset, asking why he has to be tall. He laughs, thinking it's fun to banter. We see he commands Golem Bro to beat the magic golems. Golem Bro looks up towards them, then extends his hand. We see him block one of their attacks and grabs the other like a toy. Now they shouldn't be attacked by magic for a bit. Now the only problem is the normal golems. We see Evangeline leaping backwards into the air towards the golem. She prepares an attack, piercing the golem's chest from above. Taku claps, saying that was cool. She gets shy, saying don't suddenly compliment her, and asks about the horse. We see Taku point to a tree where the horse is tied. The horse makes a shocked face, and tries to run away. Taku tells it to wait, but we see magic fly behind him. It hits the tree, letting the horse escape. We see the magic golem was able to cast a spell, while the golem is holding it. Taku calls it persistent. Evangeline asks if there's another way to escape. He tells her it's time for Plan B. She asks what Plan B is. He asks her what she thinks. They have to defeat them all. The golem starts to punch, and he tells her it's do or die anyways. She starts rushing and preparing her lance. We see her block the golem punch. Taku tells her to only focus on defense, and use her lance when her damage save skill is full. She asks who is going to attack then. He says he will. We see the jackpot hit 172. He punches the golem in half. He says like this. She is shocked, asking how his prince punch works. He says how, with nothing but the mercy of the god of chance, while giving a golem a low blow. Two of them start running at them. He tells her to beat the one on the right with her skill and block the other. We see Evangeline doing just that. Taku explains that when you play these games, relying on luck will always result in failure. He dashes in, hitting the golem. We see the jackpot spin. He hits a nat 0, thinking probability always betrays the player. He is shocked. We see his hand is all bloodied. Taku explains that a person who wants to win shouldn't rely on luck. Attacks must be made with a surefire conviction. Even though he knew this, he kept trying to hit a jackpot. It's always been his principle to use any means possible. The result is a fumble, the worst possible roll. He screams in pain due to his hand. When you fumble, the attacker receives hella damage instead. Evangeline calls out to him, but he tells her it's fine. He expected this. We see him open a health potion, pouring it on his arm. He says it hurts like hell since it closes the skin, and fuses broken bones. He tells Evangeline to buy him around 10 seconds, she tells him there's no time as we see the golems rushing in. She blocks them, while Taku starts messing with his inventory. We see him pull out the George Washington blicky, saying he had this in case his luck ran out. We see magic begin to charge at the end, and he deletes 3 of the golems, creating a huge hole in them. Evangeline is really shocked. He tells her it's his second lottery ticket. We learn it's the mana gun he was supposed to give to Damien, but he yoinked it in a hurry. He thinks since his left hand is smashed he'll finish them off with the gun. We see him blast another one. He explains that mana guns are really hard to handle, however since he is point blank, even with a weak body, bull's eyes are still possible. He says the recoil is comparable to a cannon, saying he feels sorry for Damien. Evangeline says it's the last one. We see her use her skill, destroying the golem. Taku sits down in relief. She says she has a lot of questions to ask, but for now we'll only ask one. They stare at Golem Bro fighting the rest of the army. She asks what to do now. He tells her that he already told her that they will kill them all. He says they need to go back to the Count's house, since he has a few more insurances over there, and if they are going to live they have to kill them all since they will chase them. We see Golem Bro has been taken down. Taku tells it good work while opening a status window. He says it's time for the function he cared most about since summoning him. He tells Golem Bro to self-destruct. We see its eye glow red, then it explodes while Taku and Evangeline watch. She says she doesn't have the strength to be shocked. Taku thanks the golem, then says F in the comments for Golem Bro. Taku thinks it'd have been nice if all the monsters died from that, but he checks his map to see there's 14 left. We see the golems trying to get up. Taku tells her they need to run to the house before they get up. We see them running while magic gets cast at them. Evangeline prepares herself. We see her block the attack. She says the most annoying one is alive. Taku agrees, saying that's how it goes. She notices there's only one, so they probably killed its friend. We see it in pieces on the floor while Taku berates it for attacking the horse. As they approach the house, Evangeline notices another magic attack. She blocks it, but her shield cracks. Then we see it shatter into pieces as the durability ran out. The golem continues its barrage. We see her prepare her lance. Taku compliments her quick thinking, but says the lance isn't for defense as it also begins to shatter. More attacks continue to come. She pushes Taku out of the way. He calls out to her, but she tells him she is fine, and they should continue to the house. We see them running into the hole earlier. She asks what the plan is now, since he said he had won to turn the situation around right. He reaches into his pocket telling her to trust him. He says he isn't a knight in shining armor, but he's pretty good at swindling. We see a top quality mana core from earlier. He yeets it towards the golems while summoning the automatic defense turret. It starts to float while he mentions the ingredients for crafting. We see it begin to collect the nearby resources from the house. We see it finished crafting. The golem is shocked. The turret faces towards the golem, blasting it. Taku cheers it on as it just bombards them. He asks if they really think he'd die here. He realizes the golems have stopped attacking, and he's curious as to why they are so smart, since just mindlessly running should be their default. He decides it's not a big deal, and is just happy he's getting a break, then tells Evangeline they are deactivated. Then she pours another potion onto her arm, and asks him what's next. He says to wait for sunset. Once it does, he'll get his other insurance. We see that Evangeline's shoulder still hurts, and Taku wonders if maybe there's a limit to how much potions can heal. He tells her he'll check for a bandage, so wait here. He finds some in a drawer, then bandages her up. She thanks him, then asks why there's so much alcohol, since it reeks. He tells her it's because the front count was an alcoholic. She's surprised, and he asks if she didn't know. She says no way, that her father never drank alcohol. Since he believed that the monsters could invade at any time, he needed to stay focused, so didn't drink a sip. Taku thinks about it, then tells her he guesses a lot of things changed while she was gone, and that he was so tormented, he couldn't last a day without alcohol. She's surprised by this. He asks if she still hates her father. She says yes. Taku tells her that if her father went to save her mother instead of the city, would she have forgiven him then? She says that she wouldn't hate him like she does now. He reminds her she was in the city, so if he went to save her mother, she would have been in danger. So her father didn't abandon her mother, he protected her and she knew. She looks regretful, but admits he's right. She says she knows he always did his best, but who should she hate? She says her mother was ripped apart by monsters, and her anger and sadness was driving her insane. And that there's no need to hate monsters, since they are just considered a disaster. So should she blame? She says she knows it's selfish, but she wants to blame someone for all of this, since if she doesn't it feels like her insides will burn into ashes. He says he understands what she's thinking, since she can't blame the monsters, since it's easier to hate someone than to forget sadness. She says her dad accepted her hatred, since he blamed himself too. So she never hesitated on hating him, but now he's telling her to forgive him. So what does he want her to do? Whose fault is it if not her father's? He says it's nobody's fault, since they are all just trying to live on. Since nobody has any ill intent, they are just struggling to survive. But with the monsters invading, everyone is dying, friends, family, comrades. It's inevitable since humans are weak, so they need to place blame in order to live. He puts his hand on her head, and tells her to hate him. He'll take the blame in place of her father. He's now the Lord of Crossroad. He is responsible for the place. If it's a burden the Crossroad family carried, it's only obvious he should inherit this burden. He tells her to try and understand her father a bit, as he only wanted her to be happy. He then messed up her hair, and he tells her he's doing all of this to save her. She blushes while looking at him, and starts to say something, but they get interrupted by the building shaking. She then looks outside, to see they are surrounded. Taku says it's because the golems realize the weakness of the turret, so they are actually smart. He quickly tells Evangeline that if they come in at once they'll all die. She asks about her weapons, then he tells her she buried them a few days ago. She realizes what he means, and says no way. The golems then start hauling Stony Cheeks towards them. The turret quickly starts to aimbot, and rapid fire toward them. But while it's firing in one direction, they quickly take its side, and start to rockpile atop it, causing it to explode, taking the Geodudes out with them. Taku and Evangeline take this chance to create some space, but the golems notice them and start to pursue. He tells her to keep running, then shoots a few of the golems. He tells her just a bit more till his final insurance. She keeps running, then makes it to the back of the orchard, and kneels before her parents' graves. Taku then calls out to her, and we see the boys are right behind him. She starts to dig through the ground. She eventually ends up hitting a wooden box, which has the weapons of her father inside of them, which were also the weapons she requested be buried with her father. She looks regretful, but equips them anyways and readies herself. She recalls her father giving her the weapons, but realized she accidentally dropped them, but was too embarrassed to apologize. She wondered if he'd bark at her, but he didn't. Rather, he gave her words of endearment as she left, and his voice trembled as he told her to come back anytime she wanted. She didn't respond to him and left. As her father stood there waiting, even as she got far away, he continued to stand there. Even as she disappeared, she looks at the worn-out weapons, and remembers how cool her father looked to her when she was a kid. She grips her lance, and reality set back in. She wondered what was going on. Then she saw Taku's goofy ass running from the mobs. She asks if he has the second insurance, to which he says yes. She says to use it, and he says that he's already doing that. Then he puts his hand on her shoulder, saying it's right here, she is his insurance. He tells her to do her best, take her father's weapons and fight the way she was taught. She wanted to say something, but instead readied herself for the golems. She squeezed her weapons, which fit her hands perfectly, and she recalled her father showing her how to hold them. An aura began to emanate from her as she held onto them, and one of the golems rushed in at her. She recalls her father's exact words as she prepares the lance. She feels her father supporting her. Then one shots the golem, but the rest continue charging in. She does the same thing back to them. Then wonders if she's hallucinating, as she dodges one of their attacks. She says their movements seem slow, then one shots another. She knew exactly where and when to step, and instinctively went through the golems, following a path that she felt was there. She continues absolutely munching the golems, then is surprised by what she just felt. Taku claps his hands, saying she did great. Then she asks him what that path she saw was. He explains how it's because the weapons were made for her and the characteristics work without upgrades. She's lost since he's speaking in Nerj, but she ultimately decides he knows what he's talking about. He clears his throat saying they have more important matters currently, then points up to the last golem. Coincidentally, it points back at him, and she asks what to do. He says she has no ranged weapons, and his mana gun is empty, but there is always a way since he has other cards. He explains that it's about to be night, and tells Evangeline it's her last order. He tells her to just run straight at it, as he'll drop it for her. She says okay, then rushes at it. Without even questioning, she believes in him. It begins to attack her, but she begins to feel the path again, quickly evading the attacks. He tells her good job, then says with this it's checkmate, yeeting a torch towards the golem. It completely misses, and they awkwardly stare at each other. Evangeline's mental checks out. Then we see a muzzle flash from the castle wall. The shot rips the golem arm off, and she is surprised that it came all the way from Crossroad. It then gives us a flyby over the battlefield, taking us to where the shot came from, to which we see our boy Damien with the George Washington blicky. She says that's not possible. But Taku quickly tells her that it's irrelevant, and to take this last chance and finish the golem, she rushes at it, then leaps into the air while screaming, then stabs it in the chest, causing it to explode. She does a superhero landing. Then drops to her knees. Taku walks up and pats her head, saying she did great. And they finish the fight on their end, as they defeated 50 golems. She calls him amazing, saying it's crazy. He tells her that it is unbelievable, but they can leave it as their war. She leans onto him, asking if she can faint, and he tells her to go ahead and sleep, and she continues to lean onto him as he begins to sing her a lullaby. Later at night, Taku waves the torch back and forth, and receives 3 flashes back from Crossroads, which indicates the battle was successful. He's glad that both sides won, then looks over at Evangeline, saying they really passed their limits today. He says he had 2 insurances left, one was Damien's shot, and the distance was only possible due to him being a cheat character. This one shot must have strained him quite a bit, so he'll praise him when he gets back. But Evangeline was his final insurance, rather her equipment was. We see that it's at low durability, but it's strong as hell when she uses it. Each SSR character has their own equipment, it's usually connected to their story, and has personal characteristics. This is what separates the SRs from the SSRs, it makes all the difference. The path she found was an ability named Crossroads, which is due to all of the past experiences of the Cross family. It's a buff that gives her double battle efficiency, but it can't be maintained for long. Taku also explains how in the game once a character's loyalty is maxed the set equipments come automatically. He almost screamed when they buried it, and he left it alone because he was going to send her away, but he was desperate so needed it. He hopes the Count wouldn't be angry, since it was to save his daughter's life. Taku complains about his wrist, hoping the city is okay. He says they are probably taking care of the remaining golems, but they'll be fine so it's time to rest. He closes his eyes, and falls asleep. He recalls a memory of his past, and we see inside of a hospital room a kid laying on the bed, then Taku jolts awake, realizing he's been covered up. Evangeline is glad he's awake, then he asks if she feels better. She says she'll be fine, but what about him? He says since he beat 50 golems he feels great. She tells him not to act so tough, and as the night continues, she asks if they need to spend the night here. He tells her probably, they can only head back once they are done in the city. She says she hopes they are okay, and he says they'll be fine. Then they hear growling, and Taku turns around wondering if it's another enemy, but Evangeline says she's just hungry. His stomach rumbles too, and he says that he's also hungry. He walks away, but comes back and brings back the dried fruit from the Count, and some alcohol. She asks what kind of food it is while eating it, then spits it out saying it's horrible. He tells her that her dad harvested them, and that he chewed on them daily. She says that he was stubborn, then puts one in her mouth and forces herself to eat it, even though it tastes horrible. She says she wants a glass of the drink too. He tells her that she's underage. She says it doesn't matter, and he told her to do everything she wanted to do. So she won't hold back anymore, since that would be stupid. Then she tells him to give her some. He tells her fine, just one sip. She cheers her glass, then complains about how disgusting it is, saying both the drink and fruit are bad. She looks down, asking if he thinks her dad ate and drank it every day, while protecting the city every day. Taku says that doing what you want without running away is what makes you an adult. She says she doesn't want to be one, and he tells her that's cute. The fire continues to burn, and we see her saying she knew it. That her dad would secretly visit her mother's grave every single night, and while he didn't cry externally, on the inside he must have been ridden with guilt. She says she hates her dad, and she wishes he was still alive, so she could continue to hate him. And so that she could be a bad daughter, so he could yell and scold her. She hates that now she has to be angry alone, and she doesn't like to be mourning alone. She says she misses them, both her mother and father. She begins to cry, and Taku just let her do it in peace. Because in this cruel world the one who continues to persevere the most, the one who must live on and become an adult is Evangeline. The fire continues to burn, until it's small, and Evangeline cried herself to sleep. Taku goes to her parents' graves and puts the bottle of alcohol beside the Count's, then takes a sip, then exhales as the sun begins to rise. As he looked down the road, he could see his soldiers coming toward him. He waves at them, and Lucas sees it, and sighs in relief. Another stage has come to an end. At the temple, Taku is being healed. The saintess tells him he won't be able to use his arm like he used to, and due to the injuries he will have multiple problems. Taku says the price of a fumble is big. It's good that he isn't a fighter. The saintess tells him to rest, and visit the temple every other day to get treated. He thanks her, then asks if Evangeline is okay. The saintess says her injury was quite severe, but she'll be fine if she rests properly. Taku says that her recovery ability is incomparable to his. After the treatment ended, he received a report from Lucas on how the battle went. Within 15 minutes, Damien insta-killed the magic stone golems. And the other golems were wiped out in the remaining 6 hours. Then they rode to Taku once the golems were gone. Taku is surprised they wiped out the golems so easily. Lucas tells him that the party was late, because they were making sure it was clear, then apologizes. Taku says don't be sorry, he did well, then asks about their losses. They have 14 with heavy injuries, and 128 with light injuries. Taku asks about how many are dead, then learns there's none. Taku asks him to repeat. Lucas tells him that there are no deaths. Taku laughs out of relief, since it's the first time they've cleared a stage without deaths. He tells Lucas that's great, saying Lucas is the GOAT. Lucas says that isn't true. Without Taku everyone was on edge without Taku being there. Taku thinks it's because of his skill, the indomitable commander, since it stops those around him from feeling fear and confusion. It just calms them down. He says this just makes them all more dependent on him. He'll need to solve this problem later. Taku tells him the results were good, and he won't run off alone anymore. Lucas tells him to promise him, since he is his bodyguard from when they first met, until now. So don't go anywhere without him. especially when it's dangerous. Taku says he understands, don't worry about it. Then asks about the rest of the party. Lucas says that Damien bled from his eyes, but he's fine and receiving treatment. Taku says that's good, and he'll see him once the treatment is over. But it seems like things have wrapped up nicely. Taku says he should go lay down. At the inner garden of his manor, Taku says spring is approaching. Then he hears Evangeline ask why he doesn't sleep inside, saying he'll get sick like this. He tells her not to treat him like a grandpa. She waddles over and sits beside him. Then says that she didn't think that she would live to see the morning. Taku tells her that he's sorry for making her go through this when she was about to leave. Now she should just rest up until she wants to leave. Evangeline says she doesn't want to leave. She thought about it last night. She wants to inherit her father's position. Taku asks if she understands the weight she'll have to bear, and how her father wanted him to be free so she could live the way she wanted to. She starts to laugh, saying that disobeying him is the last rebellious thing she can do. She wants to understand her father, about how he felt and thought, since she's still confused by his actions. So maybe if she follows his footsteps she'll understand everything he did. The thoughts of her stubborn, honest father. She tells Taku she's sorry, but she truly intends to inherit his title and get the rights to her land back, as the true heir to the Cross family. She plans to take some of Taku's burden, carrying it along with him. He smiles, then she says while it's embarrassing to say she's actually good at fighting, and is top ranked in her class. He says of course since she's an SSR rank. Then Evangeline starts talking about how she'll continue to grow taller, and cooler. She'll continue to grow as a person, as well as a knight. Taku thinks about how she'll become the best tanker in the game. She tells him to say something. He asks what she wants him to say, then she says that they'll fight together, and that she'll protect the city by his side. Taku understands she's asking to join his party, and how there's nobody who would turn the offer down. Taku then tells her no, and she goes to thank him, but is confused because she realized he said no. He tells her the city is his, he cannot give it back. She gives him the WTF face, and he smiles saying if she insists, then he can use her as a knight under his command, to cooperate on protecting the battlefront. When she becomes an adult, and is mature enough to be responsible for the city and continues to help him, then at that time both being the Count and the Lord will be her job. She tells him 3 years, then she will be an adult. And she will get his approval, and take back her position along with the city. Taku tells her he is looking forward to it. He thinks about how the game finished in 3 years, so it won't matter if he gives her the city or not. She sits back down, then asks him again. She says when she was younger her mother told her that she knew if she stayed inside of the city and married her father then sad and difficult things were going to happen. But knowing all of this, she continued to take this path, since she knew that it would continue after. Evangeline asks Taku what he thinks she meant, since she thought she'd understand what her mother meant when she grew up, but that isn't the case. Taku raises his hand up then flicks her on the forehead. She asks what he's doing, and he says if she's asking about what happens after, then it's about the path her parents wanted to continue is still here. He stands up, welcoming her back to the battlefront and starts to walk away, telling her that he'll order her however he wants. She watches him leave, and Taku says that spring is finally here. Evangeline says she understands some of it now. Her mother was determined, and she knew the more you love something the more it hurts to lose it. And the price of her choice could end up being a brutal death, but she chose to get married and have a daughter knowing all this. And she loved both her husband and daughter, and how her father's main reason to fight the monsters was to allow the next generation to continue the connection. And how everyone in this city is living with the same ambition. We then get a nice metaphor with spring and winter, how even when humans die, there is a continuation with the next generation. Now she understands her mother and father a bit more, even if it's a little bit. Her heart felt lighter than it has ever felt. And she's happy spring is finally here. Stage clear. Of course Taku is the MVP. Taku is surprised that he's MVP. He decides to check the other results too. Then his necklace begins to glow, and a message appears saying it's unlocking a hidden ability. It's the necklace of the player who rebels against destiny, and he can use experience points to shop at a personal store. Taku says he doesn't understand the name, but is glad he can use the store. He opens it to see Ader guiding him to buy an item that tracks dark events. Taku doesn't know what that is, and sees that it's full of question marks. He realizes something, then buys the tracker, then a message appears saying loading dark event log. And Taku begins to understand that every stage thus far has had a dark event, the living armor on stage 1, the Piper on stage 2, the Golem army from this last stage. All of them was caused by the dark event, so the paranoia he felt was real. Someone is trying to ruin the game on purpose, but why is that? He wonders who is causing the interference. Anyways, we see a map, and far north from Crossroad is the center of the continent, which is called New Terra. It's the capital of the Everblack Empire. It has a large port that touches the inland sea and is the center of trade and distribution. It has a massive population, and in the middle of it was the central, aka the Palace of the Blackthorn Trees. Inside of the Everblack administrative office, someone knocks on the door calling for their highness, and then they inform the person inside that their younger brother had asked for reinforcements again. The man stops writing, and asks if he meant Ash. We learn that his name is Fernandez Amberkiefer Everblack. The man tells Fern that the monster invasions continue to get stronger, so he's requested immediate support. Fern asks how many times he's asked for support, to which the man tells him 3 times. Fern facepalms, saying to ignore it. The man tries to tell Fern that the situation is truly severe, and according to their information the invasions have never been this violent. Fern tells him he said to ignore it. The man apologizes, saying he understands. Then Fern says that they are finishing the war with the Bringer Dukedom on the Western Front, and the Southern Front isn't worth wasting troops. And since fighting the Dukedom is their priority, if a problem happens on the Southern Front then they can deal with it then, and Ash is a crybaby. We learn that they are attacking the enemy Dukedom's capital, and expecting a surrender within the week. Fern asks about his older brother, who is on the front lines. The first prince of the Empire, Lark Avalanche Everblack, is the commander-in-chief of the Empire's military, and is known for being on the front lines himself. But regardless of his talent in fighting, he is the first prince, so he should be in the command center rather than the front lines. Fern says both of his brothers are giving him a headache. Then he asks about his father, who the man says is still in his quarters. The Emperor has locked himself in his room for years, and he'd occasionally send letters or call in a servant to give a discreet command. Which is why the first prince takes care of external affairs, the second takes care of internal affairs. Due to this there have been bad rumors about the Emperor. And the Emperor's absence is probably what's influenced the war with the Bringer Dukedom. As the assistant goes to leave he tells Fern he needs to see something, then is handed an execution request. It's for the high treason criminals in the underground prison. He asks Fern if he'll agree. To which he says yes, then when he goes to sign it he remembers Ash's request. Then says to send the criminals. If they are going to be executed, they might as well go to the monster front. Since Ash just needs a meat shield, and if they are dying either way it doesn't matter if it's by a monster or not. The man warns Fern they aren't normal criminals, they might end up causing chaos. Fern says that's Ash's problem. And if he's that desperate for troops he'll have to deal with what he's given, so send them there using his authority. All 5 prisoners will be executed at the Southern Front, and Ash will be responsible for carrying out the task. He signs away the order for it, and smiles saying he's such a good brother. Then looks pleased with himself, asking if Ash agrees. Back to Taku, he wonders if someone is talking about him. We see he's talking to Damien, and asks him how his eyes are doing. He apologizes to Damien for making him push himself. Taku thinks about how visiting the hospital is something he can't get used to. Damien says it isn't his fault, since it was his choice. Taku pats his head, and Damien is happy, saying if he rests for a few days his vision will come back. So don't worry, Taku says he won't push him in the future. He will order him around, but he won't make him do something like this again. Taku says he promises. Damien reminds him that he's his trigger, so he can be used as much as he wants. And if he can help get rid of the monsters by killing them he'll gladly shoot even if it ruins his eyes. Then he says some hella sus stuff, about being used until he's broken. And Taku couldn't say no to him, since he wants to abuse Damien's broken skill. Taku asks him if he remembers their first promise, how he told him that when the time came he'd let Damien kill him. Since Damien lost his friend and all will to live, and in order to raise his spirits he turned his hatred against him into fuel for Damien to live, so he wonders if Damien still hates him, so he asks. Damien waits to respond, then says he hasn't thought about it since the promise was made, and one day when they defeat all the monsters and peace comes to the battlefront he should re-ask this question. Then he will tell him if he hates him or not. Taku says that day will never come. Since in 3 years when he gets to where he needs everything will be finished, so he must give him his answer then, and he'll accept whatever it may be. He starts to describe the relationships between him and Damien, but says it doesn't matter. He just wants Damien to be happy one day, and whatever ending he gets, that's all he hopes for. The next night after the stage was finished, Taku heads back to his bed complaining about his back. He talks about how his entire body is in shambles due to the battle, but he couldn't rest. He needed to know the exact results of the defense since he wasn't there. So he went to check the wall, along with some other areas, to do a checkup on everything. He hears someone celebrating, then says there's a victory party tonight too, so he just raised a toast and left. Since the rest can entertain the soldiers without him anyway, but realizes that isn't the case and says that maybe Jupiter can do it, since he trusts in her ability to party. He gets sleepy, but says he can't sleep yet, and he opens Lucas's stats saying it's time to change jobs first. He starts pogging out over Lucas's stats. Since Lucas has job changed twice, he is now an elite knight, so he unlocked his second skill too. It's called the Steps of Perseverance, so he can travel a large distance instantly, and has no cooldown. While it eats a lot of MP, it lets a cheat character like Lucas move hella quick. So once he learns his ultimate and gathers all of his personal equipment, he will become a god of war, but that will take a long time, but will feel rewarding, so he will continue to work hard with the main character. Then he moves on to his own status and says working his way from level 1 to 20 makes him wanna cry. Since he's a hidden character, he'll have a bunch of cheat skills. He's still making a WTF face about his stats. He says it's time to see the skills, then hopes he got a good one. It's called Eye of the Commander, and he wonders what it is. To sum it up, it's a mind control magic skill that is wide range. It'll be hard to maintain, but it means he can control monsters if he can make eye contact. He was hoping for a more impactful skill, but maybe it's good in its own way, and decides to test it soon. Next he opens his inventory and decided to open the stage. He's excited about the chests and says one would be lucky to see even 10 of these golden chests by the time you complete the game. And he hopes it gives him a weapon he can use, since he can't rely on luck anymore due to messing up his hand. He begins to pray to the god of RNG to get a good weapon, and as the chest opens we see a bright golden glow. Then he's holding Harry Potter's wand. It's an SSR item called Maestro. He explains how weapons of this tier have unique abilities and effects, and this wand has the most interesting ability amongst them all. It creates magic blades which can be shot. So if he has enough MP, he has a mid-range attack, so he could fight like a wizard. The most unique aspect is the buff from attacking. In addition to dealing a set amount of damage, it gives a great buff, and in game he would use this weapon to smack any allies he could, so now he can do it in real life too. He wonders what to tell them so they'll let him, and wonders if he should tell them it's corporal punishment, or maybe there's a different way to convince them to be hit. He finally falls asleep, and the next morning he began to prepare for the next defense right away. His first order was to restore the advanced base. It's a fort that's right in front of the southern Black Lake. It's where they fought during the tutorial. The damage was too much, so they just left it. But now it's time to start rebuilding. While it's hard to maintain, if they manage to use the base well, they can minimize the number of monsters that reach the main fort. His next order was to expand the anti-air artifacts, since it's to prepare for airborne enemies. The game has multiple rules for monster armies. One of them is that flying monsters appear once in the first 5 stages, then once from stages 6 to 10. So in the remaining stages flying monsters will begin to appear. Lily says she understands and will prepare the artifacts. Then she runs away with her feet obviously, and then we begin to get a time-lapse of everything Taku's been doing, repairing the Count's weapons, making a casino, munching. And finally 3 days later, in the backyard of the manor, there is a week until the next stage. He tells everyone he hopes they rested well, as it's time to get info for the next stage. He tells everyone he's sorry, but it's time to go again. He looks over, and notices Evangeline acting embarrassed, and he asks her what's wrong. She blushes and turns around, and he wonders why she's so embarrassed, then wonders if it's because they are in the same party now after fighting the golems, or maybe because she talked about her parents. He asks her what's wrong, and she says it's fine, just finish the briefing and start. Taku says kids are hard to understand, and Damien says it's weird for him too. Taku wonders if it's because he visited him, wondering why they are acting so weird. Jupiter laughs like Scooby-Doo, and Taku asks her if she has something to say. She says it's nothing, and why would she make a fool out of herself among the young ones? He says she lives as a fool, and that Lucas is the only normal one here. Lucas kneels and starts shouting about how loyal he is, and Taku claps his hands saying enough of the small talk, and it's time to explore the dungeons. They are going to visit the third area, the northern outer wall. And there's no special gimmicks, just a single long path, so they'll just fight the monsters and keep moving forward. As long as they defeat the monsters that appear, they'll keep moving forward until they reach the end, and it's the simplest area out of them all. He says it won't take long, and they'll be back before dinner. He asks if they have any questions, and Evangeline says it's time to go. He agrees with her, then selects the area on the portal, and they all walk through it. causing the portal to crumble like usual. As they teleport, Taku gets a pop-up mentioning sending sub-parties to different areas, and he barks how he doesn't have a sub-party. We once again see the entirety of Lake City, and Lucas and Evangeline are admiring the view. Taku tells them time to go. He talks about how as he walked down from the watchtower and stepped onto the wall, he began to remember more and more about the area. The third area compared to the other areas is incredibly simple. But of course it'll be brutal, it depends on what monster they get for the wave, and as he wonders what'll appear, Lucas yells that something is here. We see a gargoyle landing atop the wall. And sure enough, they are now surrounded. Taku says he expected a flying monster. In this area the mobs will continue to appear, so they get to see the wave number. Taku tells them to finish it quickly, as the longer they sit here the worse it'll be. So go all out, everyone says understood and begins to prepare. We get a bit of game lore, about how the two flying types early are either the wyverns, which are also called dragons, but they are closer to a lower version of a dragon. But since a dragon is still a dragon, and it's related to them, it's very resistant to magic, and he felt despair after making a mage party to fight them, and not to mention that it can shoot out fire from its breath too. But due to its magic resistance, it's very vulnerable to physical damage, so with archers and ballistas, but the second monsters opposed to the wyverns are strong to physical, and weak to magic. And have no ranged, so they always go straight to melee range. So while the soldiers buy time for the mages, they then use artifacts to attack. It cuts to Jupiter preparing an attack, and she's pogging out of her gourd. Taku says she's going to be running wild again, as the kill count increases and he realizes it's free experience. He says this is why you splurge for mages. Damien then asks Taku if there's anything for him to do, and he tells him no since his eyes aren't healed, also they probably won't need to even fight. Since the current members that are fighting are 2 SSR knights and an SR mage. They've also all completed their second job changes, so they should be more than capable of exploring the third area. He tells Damien to enjoy the bus, and after a bit they were able to clear a normal room. Then he throws some shade at Jupiter. They continued along the castle wall, then finally made it to the boss room. Or well, the northern door, and then follow the path down. They enter the room, and are greeted with a golden gargoyle, which is a level 30 boss. Taku recognizes it, and explains a bit of the lore and how it's decoration, also how it drops a lot of expensive stuff. Taku tells them all to get ready, but Jupiter, being the dog she is already running at the boss, drooling over the fact it's gold, and she has the gold lover trait. Taku is surprised it activated it. Taku looks worried as the boss begins to monologue and prepares to attack Jupiter. Taku tells the rest to quickly save her, since they can't let the granny die. The boss swings its mace down towards Jupiter, and Taku realizes that everyone is too far to stop it, but Jupiter does not care. Damien promptly readies his weapon, then fires towards the boss's mace. We see the 3 shots begin to redirect the attack, which narrowly misses Jupiter. She snaps out of her goblin mode, wondering what she's doing. Lucas picks her up by the collar, then puts her overhead while running. Evangeline begins to taunt the boss, and insults it. The boss looks over and is clearly insulted, and attacks at her. But she blocks it. Lucas throws Jupiter in front of Taku, and he's pissed at her. He asks if she'll continue to act like this, and scolds her even though she's the most experienced one. She admits that she made a mistake. Taku explains to us viewers how it usually only happened due to chests, but reality is different. So he must find a solution for her greed. Lucas begins to run towards Evangeline, and Jupiter says she'll help them, but fails to gather mana. Taku tells her to just focus on recovery, and she apologizes for being unsightly. Taku throws shade again, then Damien says that'll kill the boss, but Taku says he should rest too. Since he already shot 3 times using his already injured eyes, he's probably in a lot of pain. He then tells them to watch as he pulls out his wand, and summons 3 swords from it using mana. He's a bit disappointed since he only got 3 even after using half of his mana. It's his first time using magic, but he starts to get the hang of it. He raises the wand, and begins to command the swords. Jupiter says that every time she sees Taku he's always bringing something new. He says he's just him, but he's done training. Then he commands the swords to fly forward. It hits the golden gargoyle, piercing its armor, causing it to scream. Taku is happy with the damage, but sad that they aren't durable, since they broke. The boss starts to complain about it being a team diff, and Evangeline asks why it's complaining in all chat. While absorbing its damage, then she leaps at it, piercing it straight into the chest. As its entire armor is shattered, the boss begins to daydream as it's already gotten its head cut off. The boss's body drops to its knees then crashes onto the ground in front of Evangeline. Taku scolds Jupiter, and says that her salary for a week will be used for city funds. She goes to talk back, but he kindly smiles at her, which convinces her. He continues to reprimand her, telling her to remember who she was before becoming greedy. She was a proud soldier. Since he can't control her goblin skill with his passive, so he has to hope she can do it herself. She tells him that she shouldn't be hindering them. She says if it happens again she'll take her own life. Taku says that isn't what he wants, and she then says she'll give money instead. He asks how much, and she says only a day's salary. They then awkwardly laugh and it cuts to them finishing the area. While the boss didn't drop anything like equipment, they got a lot of gold from it. The actual chest from the boss gave another piece of the Scream set. Taku begins to wonder if it's possible to get 2 set piece items back to back. Since they got the orb last time, and now the robe. All that is left is the gloves to finish it. He gave the robe to Jupiter, then tells the rest they'll continue to the next safe point. It's the camp that Myung told them about. Taku explains to the rest that there will be shops and blacksmiths there, but their goal is to scout for a new party member. And they'll do whatever they can to bring one back. Taku rushed this exploration solely for meeting a friendly NPC and getting them on his side. Because later the city will develop and the mercenary guild will boom, but now they have no choice but to find members themselves. Managing the city is just as important as battling in this game. There's a lot to take care of. He ends the story time, and tells them all to keep their eyes peeled to find someone to take back. It's not kidnapping, it's surprise adoption. Evangeline asks if there will be anyone decent here, or if there are even people. Taku says it's okay if they aren't good, and he doesn't care if it's a human or not. After their snack break, they continued downstairs. There's so many steps it made Taku wish there was an escalator, but finally they made it down. Evangeline says wow, since they are standing in front of the gate they saw for the first time when entering the kingdom. They saw it before from the outside, but now they are looking at it from the inside. At the gate, Lucas wonders how they are meant to open it, and asks Taku. He tells him that it only opens for one reason. Lucas asks what it is. Taku tells him it's when they start their invasion, when their army is ready to wage war with the human world. And only then does it open. Taku then tells them it's time to go in and visit the safe point, and they stand before the city. They take the main road from the north gate, heading into the city, and stumbled upon a huge plaza, which is full of gargoyles. Evangeline asks why they are here. Taku tells her that they will be the next enemies in the defense battle. They gather here, then head to Crossroad when it's time. Lucas asks why they can't just kill them now. Taku tells him to chill. More gargoyles fly in and sit with the rest to join formation. Taku asks what they are meant to do against an army. More importantly, they need to keep going. They continued down an alleyway for 5 minutes, until they reached their destination. It's a safe point called Base Camp, which will be their main hub for future explorations. Unlike the other areas, it's got lights set up, which Evangeline likes. It's also got fire, so they feel comforted. Taku is happy they made it, but Lucas looks tense and asks Taku if people live here. Since he doesn't see anyone at all, Taku looks around and says he's right, but finds it odd that none of the NPCs are here. He starts to get a bad feeling, and plot convenience ensues. They start to get weapons pointed at them from people wearing masks and robes. Taku wonders who they are, but says their outfit looks familiar. Based on their outfit they are high level. They also brought a holeless cannon. He doesn't see a way out, and grits his teeth, saying he let his guard down since it's a safe zone. Back inside the game, battle is impossible in here, but this is reality. There is no such thing truly as a safe zone. He is panicking internally, but manages to keep a poker face on the outside. He says that it's quite a welcome party. He appreciates the enthusiasm but would like an explanation. He tells them that they just recently began to explore, and acts playful with them. But they didn't even react in the slightest. Their eyes were cold and emotionless. He makes a joke about how hazing is something of the past, and is a corrupt practice. One of them with a deep voice says that it's not a corrupt practice, but a beautiful custom. Taku is taken aback by how deep the voice is, saying he should go to the opera. The voice continues, saying that bullying the noobs has always been around, and it's a process that makes them respect their predecessors. Taku looks around wondering where the voice is coming from, then tells them to stop yapping, and calls them a boomer. We see a familiar figure appear from the shadow, saying they hear it often, and they miss the old days. We see it's the Pied Piper. The Piper says that it's a fun nickname. But that isn't his name. He says that he's a high treason criminal. He's the last musician, court jester and court magician, and that his name is Crown. This guy is the Johnny Sins of the Lake Kingdom. But he calls Taku the final player. This surprises Taku. He explains more how Crown wasn't an important NPC. He never fought in the battles and only guided monsters or debuffed the players. But he does remember in the last stage he appears in the first room of the final dungeon. He had no fighting skills, and since his party was so strong he just walked over him. But he notices that the lake's people were with him then. But how does Crown know that he's a player? He wonders if it means that Crown knows about the world system. Taku was full of questions. But he understands that escaping first is the top priority. Taku asks why they are being hostile. Crown says that Taku's party is here to uncover the kingdom's secrets, even when he doesn't know the danger that lurks here. He's trying to prevent them from that. They are the final guards who protect the kingdom, the final remnants. The Nightcrawlers, and they will incinerate anyone who tries to invade the City of Darkness. Crown raises his hand for his boys to attack. Taku realizes that if he drops his hand they'll be shot, so this is dangerous. Especially since they are surrounded by high-level enemies with good equipment. If they fire at them, someone or even all of them will die. Taku thinks of something, and says he might as well use everything he can. Then activates Eye of the Commander. As soon as he activated it, the world slowed down around him. He locks eyes with only 12 of the Nightcrawlers, and since complicated commands have a high chance of failing he decides to keep it simple. So he tells them all to turn around. The Nightcrawlers who have less magic stats than Taku's spirit stat then turn around. This surprises Crown. Then Lucas points out that Taku's nose is bleeding. Taku tells him not to worry about it, and just run to the teleport gate. Lucas says okay, then dashes forward to clear the way. As they all begin to run, Crown says that mind control is quite interesting, then commands the crawlers to fire. Evangeline blocks the arrows, but Taku looks up to see a barrage of arrows flying at them. Evangeline says she's got it, then jumps into the air and begins to break the arrows down. She's proud of herself. Then we see the cannon's fuse being ignited, so Taku tells Damien it's his turn. Damien shoots at the cannonball, causing it to explode mid-launch. As they get closer to the teleport gate, Crown says not so fast. And mages begin to prepare some spells for them. Taku points out that both fire and wind attacks combined are hella broken, and would wipe their team. Then they watch as the spells are launched at them. Taku goes to say it's too late, but Jupiter says it's her turn to be the main character. Hits the spells with a Rasengan. It stops the spells from moving as if they've hit a barrier. But Jupiter is clearly taking immense damage as she is bleeding from her eyes. She tells Taku that she can't hold it for long, so hurry. He hesitates for a second, then begins to run with the rest. The gate begins to form up again and he picks to teleport back to his backyard. He then tells the rest to go in, and we can see Damien carrying Jupiter, but she doesn't look good. Taku says since the crawlers couldn't stop them they gave up on attacking, and just stood there, menacingly. Taku gets angry, then hits Crown with his own words. A third-rate villain's line, and leaves. We see they've received some chests, along with some of them leveling up. But Granny Jupiter is critically injured. It cuts to the temple, and Taku's having some serious post-nut clarity. He wonders if they'll have to fight more people like Crown in the future. And debates if they'll need to kill people in the future. While it was just a game he didn't care about it. But this isn't a matter of PvP since it's reality. And he begins to have the dilemma that Damien had in the first chapter. Taku's morals begin to conflict as he's unsure if he can fight people. Is it really okay for him to murder? We hear the Saintess call out to him, and he asks her if the treatment is over. She says yes, and none of them have life-threatening injuries, but Jupiter has some serious trauma now and she's in a state of magic overload. Taku says that sounds dangerous. The Saintess explains that it's when the caster's magic goes crazy and it begins to eat away at their body. So she must rest for a while. Taku asks if he can visit her, to which the Saintess says no. Taku wonders if he was too harsh on her for her goblin mode activating. The Saintess says the rest are waiting outside for him, and he hands her payment and leaves. He asks the rest how they are feeling. They say they are fine, but ask about Jupiter. Then he tells them she'll be out of commission for a while. And if it was any worse she'd have died there. Hell, they'd all be dead if she didn't block it. Everyone's looks sad since Jupiter is hurt, but Taku informs them that they'll get their revenge for her. This surprises the party, but he says that since they messed with the prince they'll need to pay the price. But it isn't time for that right now. Their preparations must be perfect. After they clear the stage, and finish preparing for the next one, they'll beat them up. They'll be meticulously wiped out for what they've done. He quickly 180s his emotions, telling everyone to take the day off and rest. Taku goes back home, then starts to think about the defense for the upcoming wave. They can substitute Jupiter for Lily, but she isn't a wide-range sorcerer like Jupiter. Ader cuts his inner monologue short, by running and screaming. Taku trips him, and starts to scold him. Asking if he's truly doing his job, Ader says of course, but that's not important. He says this stage might be the worst event, and that the prisoners have escaped their carriage. Taku is taken aback, then asks what prisoners. We don't get to hear the explanation, but Taku recaps that it's from the reinforcements from the capital, and how they were sent prisoners instead of soldiers. Those prisoners were being transported here, but they escaped the carriage. While it happened earlier today, they've still not been caught. Ader says he should make YouTube videos, and Taku gets angry at him and calls him, asking why he didn't prevent this. Ader says he has no powers here, and cannot predict the future. Taku begins to choke him out, until Ader offers that he'll give him the prisoner's info and to check it out. Taku says he should have led with that, then opens the system window to see. He is shocked. Ader says they are still reinforcements after all, so if they are utilized well they can be a huge help. Taku puts on a serious face, saying he'll do whatever he can to win them over to his side. Ader comments how they are criminals. Taku says it's better than zombies or ghosts, and that their abilities are quite good. He throws shade at Ader, asking if he knows where they've escaped to. Ader says they are in the mountains just north of the city. Taku says to take him there immediately. The northern mountains aren't cultivated yet, even though the rest of the area around the city is, which means that it's got some seriously rough conditions. Taku is gassed out from the hike. Lucas offers to piggyback him, which makes Taku gets happy, and Evangeline gives him a sassy stare. Taku says she shouldn't give that kind of look, asking if she's jealous and if she wants him to carry her. She blushes, and he explains he wants to create a human totem pole. They both start to say how much they dislike that. The banter is interrupted by the captain of the escort forces, who says he's ashamed of his mistake. Taku says it's nothing, then says his back hurts. The captain quickly headbutts the ground, saying he's made a grave mistake, so to spare his life please. Taku tells him it's just a joke, and asks if he thinks he's a demon. Evangeline says that Taku does have a history of crazy things. Taku says he guesses that makes sense, then double checks with the captain that the prisoners escaped here. He says yes. Taku wonders why they escaped here, instead of somewhere nice. Evangeline tells him that bandits have lived in the mountains here for quite a while, and they attack and plunder anyone they cross. Taku says that he sees, and based on the broken weapons and wagon wheels around them, people have been here recently. Lucas asks if they think the prisoners came here because of the bandits. Taku says that maybe if they escape to join the bandits, it doesn't seem like a bad way to start a new life for them. But he doesn't understand many things here. Taku confirms with the captain there aren't any lies with the report. Of course the captain says no. They hiked for another 10 minutes, until finally stumbling across what they suspect is the bandits' hideout. Lucas says there might be enemies, so he'll take a look first. Evangeline says she'll go too. Taku tells them to be careful. As they approach the gate, Taku was worried they'd get arrows rained onto them, but there weren't any signs of activity. But the closer they got, the more they could smell the blood. Lucas says they are about to break in, then counts down and they burst through the door. To see that on the other side is a complete bloodbath, as they walk around. Taku says it's a complete mess, then wonders if it could have been an internal conflict. Lucas tells him that he's found a survivor, and the kid is crying and screaming. Taku tells him to relax, and they are the royal forces. According to the bandits' crimes, the kid can be hanged or jailed, but they won't kill him here. The kid cries, saying they only robbed a single carriage. Taku understands that the carriage they robbed was the one with the prisoners, and instead of finding goods, they were slaughtered instead. When opening the carriage, Taku asks the captain why he said the prisoners escaped alone, and why the kid is giving a different story. Taku's tone changes to serious, and he says that he understands the captain was just embarrassed about being robbed by mere bandits. The captain drops to his knees asking for forgiveness. Taku says he'll forgive the accident, but not the lying. Taku says he shouldn't have made such a blatant lie, and wondered if he really thought he'd not checked the situation out. And decides that's probably what the captain thought, but even now, the situation hasn't been fully explained. Where are the prisoners at? Evangeline calls out to him, and tells him to look at this, and one of the prisoners greets Taku, saying they've been awaiting his arrival. As they are all on their knees, Taku wonders why they didn't just run away instead. One of the prisoners say they had no intention of escaping. They are waiting for their sentence to be carried out as fast as possible. Taku recognizes the prisoner's hair color, and says that the only race with that color are elves. The prisoners beg for their execution, and that they'd like it to be carried out immediately. Taku is taken aback, since he can't let his sub-party die. Taku says he'd like to confirm their identities first. He dismisses all the other guards. We learn one of the elves is named Godhand. The group of elves are the 8th team of Iggy's counterintelligence. This shocks Evangeline and Lucas. It's understandable why. It's because it's the secret team that does all the Empire's dirty work, the royal family's task force. Taku says that Godhand doesn't seem like a real name. The elf says they don't have real names, their code names are all they have. Taku goes along with it, then says he heard they've committed treason. Godhand says yes. Taku asks if they are admitting to the charges. Godhand says with all due respect, they've already stood in front of the capital's court. Their verdicts and punishment have already been confirmed. So they need to be swiftly executed as per their punishment. Taku sweats since he doesn't want to do that. He needs to persuade them. Taku says he has a few curiosities, and if they are going to die anyway they can answer some questions. He has the authority to do that at least. Godhand says nothing. Taku takes it as agreement to speak a bit longer. Then says he was last dispatched to the Bringer Dukedom, right? Godhand is surprised, and Taku says that just because he's stuck here in the south it doesn't mean he's assumed to the rest of the world. Godhand's status window doesn't have much information, besides where he was stationed. But he can guess what else happened. Godhand's team was dispatched to the Bringer Dukedom a year ago, and an ever-black ambassador was assassinated 9 months ago. This increased the tension of the countries, causing a war start. And since the Iggy's group specializes in infiltration and assassination, they stay silent, and Taku says he came up with a theory. Someone higher up in the Empire wanted to take over the Bringer Dukedom, but didn't have a reason to start a war. So what if their ambassador was assassinated in the other region? Then they'd be able to blame the dukedom. Taku recaps his little theory, and says that Godhand's group instantly was arrested without an explanation. And them being sentenced to execution is how they were meant to be silenced. Godhand stares at him, then says if what Taku is saying is true, then they are being wrongfully thrown away for doing their mission. So why would they obediently wait for their death instead of running? Taku says because they have hostages, and that Godhand's people are living as slaves. So for them obediently dying Godhand's kin would get a reward. Godhand starts to shake, and Taku says he guesses he's right. We learn that any race that isn't humans in this world are treated like slaves, or well the survivors became slaves after they lost a war to humans. The Everblack Empire led the humans to winning the war, and the current elves are living in the elf district. All living poorly, so it's pretty obvious, as it's something the Empire does to use other species. Taku says it's a virtuous sacrifice, but it's also foolish. Godhand says nothing will change, they've already been sentenced to execution. So he doesn't know why Taku is saying all this to them, and asks if he's mocking them. Taku chuckles, then says the statement just says to carry out the execution, but not how. He could take their lives however he pleases, but where they are is the monster front, so he can just send them to the battlefront and report that the execution has been carried out. Taku gets down on one knee, then asks if they want to live. He asks if no harm comes to Godhand's people would he want to continue living. Godhand asks what they'll accomplish by that. Taku says anything. As long as they are alive, they can do anything. Godhand says not to give them false hope. He can tear them apart however he'd like them to not care what he does to them, but do not give them hope. Since hope is the most painful thing they could receive. Taku explains how some people live while being used to despair, because if they expect anything then they just get betrayed. But if they give up they won't be hurt. Taku says he doesn't plan to give them hope. He's just giving them an opportunity to not end their lives. Godhand asks why. He's trying to save them. Taku says it's because this place needs them. The monster front is always short on manpower, and if they help this place will be much easier to defend. The invasions grow ever stronger, and if this place fails their loved ones will also be in danger. He said a lot, but the choice is theirs. He says he'll ask formally. Then says they can keep living their own lives, but at least help protect their families. Godhand says it's just as he said. They made a promise in the counterintelligence corps in return for quietly being disposed of, their families would receive food and water for a year. Taku thinks it's sad, and Godhand says none of them wanted to die, but their situation was bad enough that it called for them to volunteer their lives. So if Taku cannot take responsibility for them then he's better off killing them now. But if he takes them in, then please take responsibility for them all. Taku says he will and swears upon his name and his bloodline. God Hand says if that's the case, then breaks the chain saying that they pledge their loyalty to him. The rest are also freed from their shackles, and begin to take all of their hoods off. God Hand gives some analogy for their loyalty, and tells Taku to throw them away without hesitation. Taku smiles, since he finally got his sub part. Their names are all kind of funny sounding. Right after returning to Crossroad, they scared the escort forces, and kicked them out of the city. The captain wanted to confirm the execution, but he didn't want a liar here, so he kicked him out too. Taku is allowing the Iggy's team to use the free rooms in the manor, and for the official excuse he said he's keeping them in prison. With his authority he could just turn a blind eye and keep them forever. But there are human eyes here, so it might cause a problem since the humans fought the other species for generations. There's a lot of high-key racist here. Taku wonders where he should keep them in the future, and while he was deep in thought he arrived in front of the door with the sub-party in it. He knocks on the door, then tells them he's coming in. We hear one of the members saying how happy they are about having a bed, and that it's been a while since they've had a proper room like this. The other kids are happy too, saying that the food is great. They start playing around and talking about snacks. Then they notice that Taku opened their door. They immediately greet him. He says there's no point in them trying to act seriously now. God Hand says he has no idea what he's talking about, and they are cold, emotionless murdering machines. Taku says stop the cap and asks if they want a late night snack or not. They start eyeballing the basket. It jumps to a bit later. They are all digging into the food, but keep trying to be serious. Taku tells them they should just eat comfortably. God Hand says they are comfortable. Taku says he can't take him seriously with pillow fluff on his head. And tells us how God Hand briefed him on all of their abilities. First, God Hand is an SR who is a metal sorcerer. As long as the metal is iron he can change the shape into anything. The young elf Bodybag is an R, her ability is telekinesis and she can easily lift heavy things. The other three are all archers, but with different roles. Old Girl is an R that does close range shooting. She's specialized in group fights and uses double crossbows, and is experienced in monster hunting. Skull is N ranked. Taku says he's not sure what he's been through, but based on his face he's maybe been tortured. He's a long distance fighter, and is usually silent, so he does well in stealth. Finally, the main firepower in the team, Burnout. She is an SR character who uses a mouth gag. Her weapon is a personally engineered stationary ballista. They say she cannot control her powers yet, so if he can help her grow properly there's a lot of potential. But how they are sitting now they just seem like normal children, so for them to be sacrificing themselves so their species can live longer shows how dear their situation is. God Hand says that they'll never forget the great mercy he's shown them. Taku says it's just a late night snack. Originally he was going to just give them some snacks to loosen them up then question them, but seeing how defensive they are acting it'll be hard to get answers. He asks anyway, how long the five of them have been a team. God Hand says it's been a year and a half, but since they were special forces candidates they were managed together. So they've known each other since they were young. Taku asks for him to explain. We learn that after they lost their country and land the only thing left were elves themselves. For the children who can fight, they receive training at an early age as part of the special forces. And the higher-ups then put those with appropriate skills into a team together. Then are assigned a single mission, and after they finish they are disposed of. From the human empire's standpoint it's an effective strategy. Since it isn't human lives being sacrificed there is no risk. If they succeed then good and they can play innocent, and act like it was all the elves' plan from the very start. While it's so effective, it's also very brutal. He wonders what kind of person would abuse such emotionless tactics. He asks who the supreme commander of the Iggy's Corps is. God Hand says he won't hesitate to tell him, and that he probably already knows it. Taku thinks how he couldn't be further from the truth. God Hand tells him that the commander of the Iggy's Corps is the second Prince Fernandez. We all know him as the man who sent the prisoners to Taku in the first place. He's also the same man who shackled the sub-party in the first place. We learn that God Hand gave Taku a switch that will explode the shackles on their necks. As soon as Fernandez was mentioned, all of the party looked uneasy. They don't care about sacrificing themselves, but his name makes them feel fear. Taku wonders what kind of man he is, since he never appeared in the game. He wants to keep an eye on him. Now he regrets asking the question since the atmosphere is gloomy. He changes the topic, asking how they like their room. They say they've been kept in a jail for death row prisoners, and trapped inside of an escort carriage. So this room is nothing but paradise to them, and they don't ever want to leave the room. He then asks them how the food was since he put some thought into it. He says that elves are mostly vegetarian, so he had the chef cook them something they'd enjoy. Godhand says after eating prison food it was a grand meal. Godhand also says some of their members are at an age where they have a strong appetite, so they appreciate Taku's courtesy. But he'd prefer if Taku was more comfortable and treated them like objects. Taku thinks about how that's uncomfortable for him, since there's no way he'd be able to do that. After that they discuss their lives, such as clothing etc. He tells them they'll keep adjusting as they move forward. They tell him good night, he says it back to them, and notices old girl waving at him. So he waves back at her. He's surprised he waved back, and once he leaves he can overhear the Iggy's group saying he's such a good guy. And Taku thinks about how he should get them a better room with soundproofing. He talks about how he wasn't able to ask them what he was curious about, which was the war. The war was a big event in the game, and from the moment the duchy collapses multiple large events happen. War refugees flood to Crossroad, and good quality mercenaries too. Some of them form a large hostile group. If Taku can absorb them all it can be a strong support for the battlefront. But if it goes bad then they'll have to fight both humans and monsters. In the game it went smoothly. But now he has accepted the people responsible for the war into his party. He's unsure on how this will go. He then sees Lucas hiding behind a corner, and asks him what he's doing. Lucas says that since Taku went in there alone he was prepared, they are still death row prisoners. Taku shows the neck explodey device 3000, saying it's no problem. And he decides to keep surveillance on them. The next day, Taku thinks about how the next stage is right around the corner. They need to start ramping up the defenses slowly, so he stopped by the blacksmith's in the morning. The blacksmith was ready for him, saying that he has the item he commissioned last time. He opens the box to reveal its special Mana Core SSR rank. Taku is pogging out. It's from Evangeline's equipment that he had disassembled. While it may seem like a waste to use 4 items to get only 1. Depending on how damaged the gear is, it hella reduces the chance to get a Mana Core. It was an 8% but he got it. The smith also made 3 guns, which were made using the Ratman Champion's Mana Core, are ranked. The last shot of each magazine will always critically hit, its Jin. Since there are 3 guns they are named Cerberus. Taku likes the names. There have been 6 guns made so far. Once the smith heard that a single person is using the guns, he decides to lessen the burden it would put on the user, so he made them small. Taku praises him, then tells him that he needs to make the next equipment quickly too. And he pulls out the golden gargoyle's core, and some of his gold armor. And tells him it's boss equipment. This surprises the smithy. And then Taku recaps again how boss cores are dropped by bosses, shocker. And the cores can be used to make equipment or artifacts. But for the equipment to be made, you need both the boss's core and material. Due to it having strong abilities, it's always good to make them when given the time and chance. Until now it never lined up so he didn't make them. For example, the stage 1 boss the Spectre Knight's weapon is a greatsword, which nobody in the party uses. After that, the elite monsters replaced the bosses but none of them dropped any mana cores. But they finally ended up getting a mana core and armor pieces. Which is why they could make the boss's armor. Taku says he needs it as light and thin as possible so it's easy to move around it. The smithy says it'll decrease the durability, and Taku says it doesn't matter if it's comfortable to move in. While it was commissioned in the shape like armor, it's closer to a sorcerer's full dress. He tells the smithy to keep it up, then heads out to the alchemist's workshop. The artifact repairs are going smoothly, but this isn't why he's here. He quickly greets Lily, saying her favorite prince is here. She happily asks if he needs her for this wave, and he says yeah. She starts to shiver with joy saying she's happy to be a sorcerer. And starts to even cry tears of pure joy. She says that she has a request. She asks that when more junior sorcerers join to make sure they all visit her. She says that she acts like a know-it-all, but she isn't actually talented. In the Ivory Tower she wasn't able to train under a good teacher, or even get educated. And after other talented sorcerers come here she'd like to be an office lady. She doesn't want to be looked down on by her juniors either. She asks to be treated like a senior sorcerer. He says he understands, and that nobody will look down on them, and if they do he'll beat them up. He'll always help, as long as it isn't her retirement. Lily says she won't run away, and if he calls she'll join right away. He thanks her, and he says he needs to get the Iggy's sorceress to greet her. Later that night on his way back to his manor, he's looking over the status window. And says how since Jupiter is out of the stage, he wonders how to defend the stage the most effectively. He wonders what combination and strat to use, then his necklace begins to release an energy. That floods out of the carriage. Taku says it's the dark event tracker. He says it's the misfortune that someone gave him to ruin the game, he's just glad to know it's coming. The event is that there will be one additional boss monster. Taku looks and sees that there are actually two. He starts to look stressed out, saying that the gargoyle army is already difficult, but now there are two. He decides to think about it positively, since now he'll get twice the amount of items dropped by the boss, along with the experience. We learn that in regards to fighting two bosses, it's a common thing in the late game. So he knows how to fight them, and he quotes Nietzsche's "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." He says they should make the dark event crueler, and send more enemies. He starts to go too positive into it, saying it's just free experience and items. He'll make them regret getting him stronger. He kept hyping himself up, and carried on his way home. After all of that, the preparations for the defense battle went smoothly. Well, that's what he wished, but they've run into an issue. And Taku sees that Lily has been drifting in her wheelchair. Taku wonders why she's spazzing out, then she grabs him and wheels to the other side of the room. Lily asks him if Godhand is an elf. Taku says yes. She looks afraid and he asks her what's wrong. She asks if he knows how she got the characteristic of fire skin. He says it was due to goblins invading her village, and so she wouldn't get hurt by their blades it awakened. She shakes, saying that's right. Then asks why he thinks the goblins were there. She says it was due to her family's servant elf. Her family took pity on an elf family, and even gave them a house, and anything else they needed. But 1 year later, they said they couldn't forgive humans and open the village gates to a goblin horde. The village burned, and her parents were murdered. She was left all alone, so no matter how well they treat elves, they will hate humans. She says they will betray Taku, and she's saying it for his sake. He must not trust them ever. Taku looks at her, then asks if she hates elves. She shakes, saying she hates them as much as she's scared of blades. Taku asks even though they aren't the ones that wronged her, and she says that she can't help but hate different species, and it's probably the same for them. Taku says this is the reality. There's a long deep chain of hate that was born from the long history of this country. Godhand says excuse me, and startles them both since they didn't notice him move. He apologizes, saying that it's just from working as an agent. Taku asks if he heard the entire conversation, to which he says yes. Lily's face got paler after Godhand got closer. He then says he wants to say something. He doesn't intend to ask for her forgiveness. Since even if he apologizes, the wounds will remain there, so she'll never heal from her emotion towards elves. But they are currently facing a war. Even before his country fell, humans and elves worked together to defeat monster invasions. They have a common enemy. So they should set aside personal feelings, and fight together under Taku. His words were the epitome of logic and reason, but Lily is a racist. She says she hates elves, and says Godhand is the same. They hate humans for enslaving their kind and destroying their country. They have no choice but to be suspicious of one another after their history, and it'll remain like that until one species is left. She turns her head, saying the other soldiers will be anxious at the presence of an elf, and that hiring them is narrow-minded, and she hopes Taku reconsiders. He tells her that means she'll have to continue fighting on the front line. She says she'd rather do that than fight with an elf. Taku says he can't believe she is saying all of this, and he remembers Lucas' behavior earlier, and says most of the soldiers will probably think like Lily. He wonders what to do, but Godhand says he'll give Lily his honest thoughts. She's right and they dislike humans, but why does that matter? His country has already fallen, and their lives are just tools for humans. Without the mercy of the Empire, they are just creatures who could die at any moment. Even if they have treacherous feelings, their lives are controlled by Taku. He reveals the collar, then looks sombersome. He says he wishes for his people to continue living, and for his teammates to be happy. That is all he wants, and he's sure it's the same for Lily. And says she's working here despite her physical condition to protect those precious to her. She goes to say something, but he continues by saying that elves and humans cannot have a good relationship. But they have a common enemy, and are both fighting for those dear to them. So is there any more reason they should fight together? Lily says they can fight against the monsters only once, but she can never forgive his people. Godhand says he's used to it. She tells Taku it will just be this one defense battle, but if the elves stay here afterwards, then she will leave the battlefront. Then she wheels herself away. Taku thinks about how she's a good person, she's thoughtful and cares for others, and willing to make personal sacrifices for the greater good. He didn't know she could act so differently, and how her hatred runs deep. He tells Godhand he only brought him here to say hi, and he didn't expect this. Godhand says he experiences it often, and that Lily was actually tame compared to what he's dealt with in the past. Taku says he guesses everyone is more sensitive to this than he thought. Godhand says he finds Taku interesting, since even from the humans that treat them well he can still generally feel prejudice. But that he doesn't have any of that, and he's thankful for it. Taku nervously sweats since it's just because he's from a different world. God Hand tells him not to worry about how the others treat them, as they'll prove themselves by doing their best during the defense battle. Taku smiles, saying it'd be nice if his parties were on good terms. But with the animosity he cannot help feeling worried. It's his job as the commander to carry their personal conflicts as well. It is confirmed that the Iggy's group will be participating in the defense battle. Later in the afternoon he gets Lucas to help him carry something, and we see God Hand is surprised, as Taku has prepared clothes for them all. They are all really happy about it, and immediately try them on. Taku says it's a prototype for the military uniform he'll give to the soldiers. He thought about how to make the members all have a sense of belonging, and the easiest thing he thought of was making them all wear the same clothes. While it's costly, it is worth it. This is why he made a separate uniform for those fighting on the monster front, and he believes they have to look cool too. It has to be a fashion item, something you can wear proudly anytime. Ada approved the uniforms and even Evangeline, who is a city girl, said they looked good. Taku explains to them that their uniforms have hoods so they can hide their identities, and then says it suits them. He says from now on, they are no longer the Iggy's Corps and have all died at this moment. They are now the 3rd Prince's Special Forces Unit, the Shadow Unit. They all salute him in uniform. He says they'll all get new identities as it'd be troublesome to treat them like the Iggy's group still. He tells them to get ready in a few days to go hunting, and just like that, the day of the defense battle arrives. The sky was covered in the darkness of the enemy army. We get a short flashback of Taku explaining to both parties what the plan is, and the main strategy for this wave. But of course we don't hear what it is, and the flashback ends with Taku and Lucas staring at the enemy army. We can see that there aren't a ton of mobs this time, they are just high quality. Taku says he's been waiting for this. Lucas informs him that it may rain, which will affect the battle. Taku says it doesn't matter since regardless they'll just follow the plan. Simply just killing the monsters and protecting the people. Taku gets everyone's attention and tells them he'll keep it short. They'll just kill them all, feast then sleep peacefully. He gets everyone to ready their weapons, and once all of the artillery was ready, he orders them to fire. They start blasting. Multiple cannon shots all being fired simultaneously. Head straight towards the gargoyle army, creating a display of gargoyle fireworks. The explosions create a smokescreen in the sky, and the soldiers say that their attacks aren't working, as the gargoyles begin to fly out. Taku tells them to stop yapping and listen to orders, to focus on firing. They continue their onslaught onto the gargoyles, as the explosions echo throughout the battlefield. We go back to the strategy flashback, of Taku explaining the kill zone. Lucas says, won't the enemies just come flying from the sky? Taku says yes, so the ground cannot be their kill zone. So they'll make it in the sky. They'll keep shooting their artillery to make a fire net, to create a wall in the sky. While it won't hurt the gargoyles at all due to their physical resistances, so it'll be purely to alter their course. The center of the defense line will be purposefully weaker, and this will be their kill zone. Flashback ends, and Taku tells them to maintain the firewall. The soldiers were initially flustered, but they ended up calming down. He says if he gives them a goal to focus on they will do so. The storm of cannon fire continued and eventually began to make the enemies stop. This is all part of the plan, and we see one of the magic turret's attacks fly into the kill zone, cracking one of the gargoyle skins, allowing a cannonball to shatter it. Taku says that's it, and just like that the kill count began to pile up. Taku tells everyone to keep the pressure up. The gargoyle army that was approaching from the left and right began to move in a single file line, and headed straight into the kill zone that they purposefully opened up. Taku compliments the gargoyles for falling for his trap. And boom, flashback again. Lucas is asking Taku what the plan is after they enter the kill zone. Since Jupiter cannot join, how will they defeat them? Taku says it's not guaranteed, but there might be a way. He asks if they know how gargoyles fly. Damien asks if it's with their wings. Taku says just the wings won't lift their bodies. He asks if it's magic then. Taku says yes, they use magic on their wings. Then he says next question, what happens if two magic forces of the same elements collide? Lily raises her hand and grumpily stares at God Hand. He picks Lily, and she says the higher magic will swallow up the lower level one. He says yes, then says if they shoot the gargoyles with a higher level of wind magic, what would happen? Flashback ends again, and he's telling Lily it's time. She says yes, and begins to activate the wind artifact. It activates, and begins to fire at the gargoyles while it isn't anything special. This is all they need for this. Since if they shoot them with a higher level magic, the magic on their wings will be absorbed and lose their ability to fly. And due to the gargoyles all being made of stone and steel, them falling from this high up will make them unable to survive on impact. They begin to shatter on the floor, as they cannot go around the kill zone. They just slowly go to the center and fall down. He says there's a definite pattern monsters follow. They use the shortest route to kill the nearest humans, so before they lose their magic on their wings they will dive bomb into the defensive line. Taku says they cannot allow themselves to be pushed back, then asks Lily how long the artifacts have. She informs him it's around 20 seconds, and he tells her to prepare the next artifact immediately. She activates the second one, and with the power of the second one combined with the first, it was a hella strong gust of wind. Most of the gargoyle were hit by the wall of wind, and fell. But there's a few of them that began to reach the walls. We see one landing atop the wall, and then another one climbing up from the side. And as one goes to eat a soldier, Evangeline and Lucas swiftly rush into action. And hit it in the noggin, causing it to fall back down the wall. Lucas tells her he'll leave the right side to her. She says she could handle his side too. Taku explains how all of the soldiers are involved in keeping the kill zone active. Then he asks Damien if he's ready. Damien says he is, and he'll do everything he can. It's his and Taku's job to push back the remaining enemies through combat. It's time for the first party's battle to begin, and we see them already. We see Evangeline holding off 2 gargoyles, but Damien assists her with his cheat skill. Taku and Lucas are killing their side as well, as the last monster drops at Lucas's feet. He informs Taku that the first round is over. Taku tells him to keep it up as it's just the start. The gargoyles were split into 6 large groups. The ones they defeated were the first 100 leading the pack. The second wave starts, and the gargoyles begin to dive bomb in, and even crawl up the wall. As one of them reaches the top, Taku cuts his fingers off, causing it to fall down the wall, smashing into pieces. Taku is proud, and says he's been practicing for the last few days. Because of the class debuff, he struggled with the mastery rate, but because he trained vigorously he was able to use them well. He says if it continued just like this that would be great. Lily informs him the second wind artifact is about to finish and he's gassed out, saying that was fast. He tells her to activate the third one, and we see it launching a wind blast into the kill zone. Flashback again, we learn there's only 3 artifacts, but there is a problem here. They can only activate for 5 minutes and they take 15 minutes to recharge. Taku says this is the incomplete part of the plan. The first artifact will block them for 5 minutes, and the recharge time is 15 minutes. So even with the other 2 buying time, they still need 5 minutes for it to recharge, and during this time the gargoyles will swarm in relentlessly. Flashback ends with Lily saying 1 minute until the last artifact stops. Taku watches on, wondering if they'll be able to hold them off for the 5 minutes needed. As the gargoyles begin to fly at the soldiers on the wall, they crash on the cannons. Taku looks around and begins to panic, but tells himself to get his shit together. He says that it's not that they could hold them off, but that he has to make it so they can. He tells everyone to get ready. Lucas says that if they'll just rush to the center, wouldn't it be better to shift the firearms toward the kill zone? Taku says no, since then the sides would open up, making it so they could infiltrate from there. He claps his hands, telling them all to listen up. He says for the next 5 minutes the real battle begins. He says since they've been through trained battles, he believes they can withstand it easily. But there are countless variables, so anything could happen. So before they go into battle, he wants to slap all of their hands. Lucas loses his high quality art and asks what he means. Taku repeats himself, and we all know it's due to Maestro's buff of a random effect. He wondered how he'd get the chance to use it. He tells Lucas to hurry and give him his palms. Lucas asks why, but Taku tells him to stop barking and slaps his hand. We see he's got his MP consumption reduced by half for 3 minutes. Lucas gets a blue aura around him, and starts to pog out of his gourd. Then tells him to hit him more in the future. Evangeline says if something good happens then it's her turn. He quickly slaps her palm. She got her defense boosted by 10%. She also begins to feel the effects, and says next time he should do it somewhere other than her hands, since it affects her combat. He asks her where it should be then, and realizes he's got the put on a list Riz, and quickly apologizes to her. Damien's hands are shaking as it's his turn, and Lucas wonders what's wrong with him. Then he realizes that it might be because Damien has bad memories about punishment. He smacks Damien's hand, and it gives him unlimited stamina. Damien is surprised, saying he thinks he can do anything now. Taku says he better enjoy it while he can, and since he buffed all the defenders it's Lily's turn. He calls out to her, and she looks so excited. Her stopwatch then goes off, and she tells him the artifact is finished. Taku looks at the kill zone to see the gargoyles beginning to fly in. Lily tells him that they are coming. It's the third wave on its way. Since half of them fell from the artifacts, there are only 50 left. It is a 50 versus 5 going on, but in a defense RPG it's nothing. Taku says these 5 minutes will change the world, and he starts to unbandage his hand since it's feeling better, and he stands before the enemies. He tells them all it's time to have some fun, and they have a good old WWE stare down. A group lands right in front of Taku, and he says there's nothing to worry about since everyone was buffed up. He readies his wand, and tells them to come at him. His cool moment is cut short as Lucas starts clapping some gargoyle cheeks. And he realizes that with all of the buffs to the party that he probably won't even have to lift a finger, as Lucas dashes to the other side of the wall. Lucas uses a skill to move, and Taku wonders how he's moving so fast. But remembers that usually his movement skill takes a lot of MP, but with the buff he can spam use it. And then it's just repeated flashes as Lucas taps into the speed force. Taku watches, saying it seems like he's moving exactly as he did in the game. Evangeline starts to taunt the gargoyles, and she gets their aggro. They hammer onto her shield, but she effortlessly knocks their attacks away. With her defense buff, she might be unbeatable right now. While she keeps the aggro of the mobs, Damien just gives them backshots. While the mana gun is strong, shooting it consecutively is hard since it takes a toll on the user, but for the next 3 minutes it's irrelevant as Damien has unlimited stamina. Which turned him into a human weapon. He wonders if he should just get Damien to hard focus on training his stamina. And says Maestro is doing better than he expected. In the game even if you got a good buff it was just for one turn. And he thought it would just be mid, since it was 3 minutes, but in reality that is plenty of time. As long as they defeat this wave the third wave is over. Taku shouts and sends a magic sword out and stabs it into the floor. He tells Lucas to guide the enemies to the sword. He tells Lily it's time to get back to her main job, and she says she was wondering when he'd call her. He's glad she's accepting it, then asks if she wants to get hit once before turning into a flamethrower. She excitedly grabs his hand, then we hear her getting smacked. Lucas quickly brings the enemies over, and Taku tells Lily to attack. She readies herself, then begins to cast a giant fireball. Taku wonders what kind of buff she received, and she starts to use a skill called Fire Cannon, while screaming to die. The gargoyles get directly hit by the attack and melt. Taku sees that she is gassed out, and said he expected this much since she went all out. After that, the other gargoyles began to scatter, but Evangeline grouped them. She's even trash-talking them. Damien tells her to lift her shield. And fires directly at her shield, ricocheting the bullets into the gargoyles. Taku's jaw drops after seeing this. Damien is also proud of what he's done. Evangeline says last one, then stabs it with her lance. Just like that, the third wave was defeated. Evangeline tells Damien that was dope. Taku says everyone did well, and they all are happy to be praised. Lily then yells that the first artifact is done recharging, and it's ready to activate. Taku tells her to get it started, then it begins to fire. Damien then tells Taku that they are running low on bullets. It's time for wave 4, Taku says while they cleared 3 easily it still took a toll. Since both of Damien's rifles are pretty much out of durability, the same with Lucas and Evangeline's weapons too. Lily is perfectly ready to go though. Taku says he has a few more tricks, but the main party has pulled their weight, so it's time to rest. He calls for the shadow unit, then says that it's their turn to block the enemies like the main party did. And if they need it then he'll help. Godhand tells him to just focus on resting. Evangeline is excited to see their skills, but Lily watches on with disdain, since she cannot get over her emotions. Damien realizes the atmosphere is a little tense, then asks Taku if it's something he needs to know about. Taku says he just needs to get used to it, since he'll keep using the sub-party, the tension will be unavoidable. One of the gargoyles climb over the wall, roaring at them all. Taku smiles saying it's time for the shadow unit to prove to everyone their worth. Godhand puts his hand over one of the dead gargoyles and begins to cast magic, saying it's time to get into formation for large monsters. Taku says that the team composition is extreme, and he'd never have tried this comp in the game. Since it's too heavily favored toward firepower, and without a tank or healer it's dangerous. But these sorcerers are supporters, rather than DPS. Godhand creates walls from the gargoyles' corpses, and Taku keeps explaining how their combination has a high chance of working, and due to how it's set up they all receive pretty large bonuses. If they just perform well then they can wipe the enemies out quickly. God Hand tells Bodybag to restrain the enemies in the middle, and for everyone else to fire. We see them readying their weapons, and even Burnout's big-ass ballista. The gargoyles screech, running straight towards the defensive walls. And arrows begin to rain down onto them. God Hand realizes normal arrows won't cut it, so tells them they can use their skills. And assigns their positions. They reply to the order and Skull activates his skill, launching an arrow at one of the gargoyles, headshotting it instantly. Taku wonders if that's why his name is Skull. Old girl leaps off the defensive wall, saying it's her turn. One of the gargoyles swing at her, but she slides under it, then creates distance from it while giving it minor backshots. She says they are quite sturdy and she'll run out of arrows, so she has no choice. She tells Burnout to take over for her, and we see her ballista beginning to light up. She tells them all to get down, then unleashes the arrows. The arrows begin to rain down on the gargoyles. And each individual arrow is exploding due to her passive skill. This is why Taku kept an eye out on Burnout. If he builds her right she'll be perfect for mob hunting. Some of the gargoyles begin to head to their defensive line, but we see one of them being lifted into the air as Bodybag says too bad. Then she launches it away from them. The other gargoyle goes to attack, but God Hand avoids it. Then puts his palm on the gargoyle, causing it to shatter into pieces. Since they are nothing due to his power. The fourth wave was instantly destroyed, and Damien asks if this is how archers are meant to fight. He's amazed, and says if he learned more skills related to shooting he'd be more useful. Taku says that he just needs to do his best. And that he's already irreplaceable, and a massive help. It's not like Damien can learn archery anyway, so it's better for him to think about using his own talents. Taku is pleased with how well the Shadow unit performed. Due to their performance by the time the third artifact was activated they beat the fifth wave. Taku says things are going smoothly for now, which means something bad is about to happen. He gets an alert that the enemy info has updated, and we see the boss type now. Taku is confused since for it to update, it means the boss is here on the battlefield. But he doesn't see it anywhere, then he spots something soaring in the sky. Taku realizes it's the boss, and tells everyone that he's above them. So to prepare themselves, the boss zones in toward the Shadow unit. Crashing into them, sending some of them flying. Burnout and Skull seem to be injured, and Old Girl stares at the boss, as it begins to emerge from the rubble and roars to alert everyone of its presence. Old Girl begins to panic, then shoots an arrow at it. It just pisses it off, causing the boss to swing his flail, smacking Old Girl straight in the side. We see she is damaged. Lucas says that he'll help them, but Taku yells saying he needs to wait. Since there are two bosses. He sees it falling from above, but he wonders what it is aiming for. Which of course turns out to be the artifacts. Taku yells saying Lily needs to wheel away now. She asks what, but it's too late as the boss lands beside her, launching her into the air. She looks very worried as the boss swings his flail down onto her. We see it shattering her wheelchair. The boss is surprised, even Taku is, as we see her fire skin activated, causing it to pass through her. The boss then begins to put magic into his mace, and he realizes it's dangerous. Taku tells Bodybag to get Lily. She activates her telekinesis, and makes Lily dodge the attack. Taku gets God Hand to catch her, and he leaps forward grabbing her out of the air. After they land, he asks her if she's okay. She awkwardly crawls away from him, saying yes. Taku then tells Bodybag to take care of the other Shadow unit members. And she gets Old Girl and Skull out of the way. Taku says it's time for the main party to get ready. Since boss monsters behave differently than normal monsters, they are smart, and will try to kill the important enemies. Which is why they attack the archers and artifacts first. They'll focus the damage dealers over tankers, and Taku. Since he's the enemy commander. Lucas says the bosses are a problem, but so are the remaining gargoyles too. It's the sixth and final wave of the defense, but with the artifacts broken their victory is getting closer and closer. Taku says he can deal with them, just leave it to him. God Hand tells Taku Lily is safe. Taku says good, then asks Lily if she can activate the backup artifacts. She says yes. We learn that Taku placed them in other areas of the defense just in case. Taku says to quickly activate the magic multiplier artifact, and designate him as the target. She says okay, but asks how she'll get there with her legs. Taku orders God Hand to carry her there. She obviously doesn't want it. So he barks at her saying that this is a war, so act like it. She apologizes, and he tells Godhand to quickly go. Taku tells Evangeline and Lucas to buy time until the artifact activates. They both start to try to one-up each other. But Taku reminds them the boss isn't going to be easy, so don't let their guards down. Then tells them to go. He checks in with Damien, asking how many bullets he has left. He has 18. Taku asks if he thinks they'll work on the boss. Damien activates his cheats and says that the helmet and armor seem like it has high defense. Taku says that's right, the armor he wears is high in magic defense, whereas the gargoyle itself is strong to physical attack. So they have to remove the armor with physical attacks, then hit the body with magic. It'll take a lot of time, and it's not like he'll sit still. And since Cerberus is a handgun trio, it has a shorter distance than the other guns, so he can't get Damien to go in close range. He decides to restore the firepower, then asks Bodybag how the Shadow unit members are. She says they are all injured, and their weapons are damaged too. Taku tells Damien to heal them all, and he looked happy about being able to do that. Taku tells Bodybag while her team is being healed he needs her. Then to add into the stress, it begins to rain on the battlefield. Taku says this is quite cruel, then the bosses begin to run toward them in sync. Every step they take rattles the fort walls. Lucas and Evangeline ready themselves, and Taku says he'll leave it to them. They begin to run back at the bosses, both sides charging forward and the bosses swing their weapons at them. They both block the hit, but it knocks them back a good bit. Lucas says it was heavy, and Evangeline sees her shield is dented. Taku thinks that of course it would be hard since the boss that was meant to be alone, ended up being two. But they can surely hold out, as they are both endgame tankers. Lily then tells Taku that the magic multiplier is ready. He tells her to activate it. This will boost his magic effect by 100%. He is amazed by how he's feeling. Then using the eye of the commander, Taku stares at one of the bosses, then orders it to kill the other. But he begins to vomit blood as it drains all of his magic. It begins to stat check him, and Taku explains that since it's weak to magic it should be weak to mind control too. So if he pushes himself with the magic doubler, he can control it too. He's glad it worked, and tells the boss monster to go crazy. And it hits the other boss straight in the face. It's like a kaiju fight. One of their horns breaks off, and Lucas and Evangeline wonder what's going on. We also learn monsters do not forgive betrayal, so he claps back with his own attack. They start just smacking the piss out of each other. One of them throws the other, causing it to land where the sixth wave did. Taku was wondering how to lure them, but guess he doesn't need to worry about it now. Since now they have created an even bigger internal fight. The non-controlled boss tried to stop the minions, but Taku gets Lucas and Evangeline to block him. Now while the other boss is dealing with the wave, they'll just beat up the other one. Lucas and Evangeline both say bet, and they start scrapping immediately. While it's easier since there's only one, they still are having trouble taking the offense. They have to take his armor off, but if they just get counter-attacked it would be bad. He says there has to be a way, and of course on cue the Shadow unit arrives. Taku asks about their injuries. Godhand says thanks to Damien they can join the battle. He asks about their equipment, and we learn they have temporarily fixed them. So they are ready to go. Taku tells them to join the fight, and we see them all using their weapons. Godhand begins to create spears from the gargoyle corpses too. Bodybag also sends out some brain blasts. And they all hit the boss. Its armor begins to chip off slowly. Taku says they need to keep it up until the magic attacks hit the body. But that reality always strays away from the plan. The boss goes to swing and Evangeline says she'll block it. But since she's clumsy she trips, and the attack starts to fly directly towards her face. It hits her, sending her on a trip. Taku calls out to her, but falls to the ground since he's used too much power. Thankfully Evangeline blocked the hit, but she's going to fall off the fort wall. As she starts to fall Lucas quickly grabs onto her cape and he starts to tease her. Taku sighs out of relief, but he has no time for this since the tankers are gone. Their front line is too. Godhand tells the Shadow unit to launch their attacks, but they don't do anything to the boss. Taku says it's like a bulldozer. Godhand says he'll buy time, and the boss swings his mace at him, but Godhand dodges it and touches the boss's foot, melting it into the ground, but it didn't matter as the boss just broke the floor and uses it like a shoe. Godhand tried but the boss did not care. The monster was solely focused on Taku and the DPS. Damien also tried, but was unable to stop it. Taku starts to stress out, saying he needs to think. He wonders what to do to stop it, but then sees a giant fire behind the boss. We see Lily performing the spirit bomb, Rest in peace Akira Toriyama, you were the GOAT. Taku is surprised, as Lily taunts the boss, then she launches her attack creating a sea of flames around the boss. The boss has gotten extra crispy, and they wonder if the boss is alive or not. But then it moves, Taku tells them it's still alive. But the boss turns around and changes his focus to Lily who attacked him. She starts to cry saying she knew it. Taku tells her to get out of there. But of course she can't due to her legs, she also has no mana to activate fire skin. So she had no choice but to stare directly at the boss. The boss swings down onto her, and she closes her eyes accepting that this is her fate. But we see God Hand's luscious hair flowing in the wind, as he stands before her. She sees his back, and wonders why he's doing this. Blood flies from the attack. God Hand has caught the boss's mace, but it's taking its toll onto his body. God Hand uses everything he has to melt the boss's arm, and opening its chest to expose its core. He asks Lily if she can attack it again, and she musters up all of the mana she has left in her hand. Casting a fireball at the core, she pierces the boss, shattering its core, causing it to fall onto the floor. Taku tells Damien to go heal God Hand ASAP. Lily begins to ask God Hand why he saved her, and he tells her it was just the best choice, since only she has the firepower to give the final blow. Her eyes begin to tear up. Lucas and Evangeline quickly apologize to Taku for making a mistake. Lucas asks for his throat to be slit. Taku says that's enough. While they had some losses, they defeated both the bosses. After the other boss fought the wave, there are only 40 left. They just need to finish the wave, but everyone is already extremely gassed out. Damien has no bullets. Lily and the Shadow unit are manless. So will they even be able to fight the remaining monsters? We hear the front count's men saying to aim and fire as they launch a barrage onto the gargoyles. He says since there's no need to maintain the kill zone, they will help. Then he asks Taku if they did something wrong. Taku is surprised. Then says no, and gives him the thumbs up. And they cheer for him saying good job. The rain begins to let up, and there are no more gargoyles approaching the fort. Lucas tells him they've won. Taku looks at the cloud, and comments how it only rained while they were fighting. All of the soldiers were looking at him, and he sighs saying he knows what he has to say. He says as usual, move the wounded to the temple, report the damages and record all the details of the battle. If they messed up today they should take it with them to the next battle, and learn from it. Taku has already done this. He reviewed everything he did wrong, the dangers he faced, and what he made others face, and how to go about preventing them next time. So he doesn't lose people. He tells them all as much as they are becoming better soldiers, it is becoming a stronger battlefront. And as it gets stronger, he is becoming a better commander. He thanks them all for completing him, and you can tell he genuinely means it. He then says enough with all the yapping, and to prepare meat and drinks as they are on him today. It's not like he's not paid before. We see God Hand being taken out on a stretcher, and Lily who sat there and watched in silence. Everyone cheered him on, but we know Lily fighting inner demons. With this, stage 4 was clear and Lily is the MVP. God Hand is critically injured. We see him fighting for his life, while he overhears how everything below his elbow is unrecognizable, and that the Saintess cannot heal it. She tells Taku they need to amputate his arm, and God Hand looks like he's about to pass out. The Saintess says he agreed to having it removed, then it cuts to during the surgery. Outside the temple we see Taku talking to the kids from the Shadow unit, and him informing them of his state. Then they told him something surprising, he already lost both of his hands 2 years ago. After swapping to prosthetics, that's how he got the name God Hand. Bodybag says he'll just replace his arm with metal and fight like before. Taku is surprised saying that this isn't about functionality, he isn't a machine. Even if you replace the broken part and replace it, it cannot just be brushed off. These injuries will wound God Hand's soul, making him unable to heal. The Shadow unit is all silent. Taku tells them if they are hurt to tell him. And he will treat it. He said that even though ironically he's the one who pushes them into war. He quickly changes the subject, saying it's time for the feast. While God Hand cannot attend, the rest should eat and rest. Bodybag says they are fine, and they'll wait until his surgery is over. He says okay, he'll bring them some food and drinks over. While he can't celebrate with them, they were very important today. They all look proud, and he tells them to take care of God Hand, and they say they will and to send them yummy stuff. Later that night in the plaza, Taku asks how dare they start a party without the Lord raising a toast. They start chanting for him and going crazy. He gets up on stage saying he'll keep it short. He gets them to chant along with his speech, and they all toast to the victory they've earned today. Taku of course still isn't used to the alcohol here, then asks Ader to do a favor. Ader says he'll do whatever he needs. Taku says enough with that and to send drinks and food to the temple. Ader asks what and Taku politely gets him to do as he is told. Then we see Lily roll up, like she has something important to say. Taku tells everyone that if they keep drinking so little they'll never empty the barrels. Everyone starts to get hyped up, and he tells them he'll lead by example and that they are drinking it all today. As the day goes on, Taku recalls how the front count said that a city that mourns and laments will stop, and there has to be happiness to correspond to the sadness. It's the Lord's job to look after the wounded and dead, and celebrating with them is also his job. So he did his best to laugh loudly and bring up the mood. And made sure everyone had a good time. It cuts to Godhand waking up, and he looks down at his injuries. Then Lily asks if he's actually awake. She says the surgery went well. He'll have a fever for a while and maybe some severe pain. He also has a healing appointment tomorrow. The part under the elbow was all amputated, but the joint is still there, which will make it easier to wear prosthetics. We see the rest asleep, and she says they were eating and playing until they fell asleep. Then she asks if he's hungry, saying there's food left for him. And since he bled a lot, he needs to eat up. He asks her why she's nursing him when she hates him so much. She says she has something to ask, that's why she was waiting for him to wake up. She says that she doesn't understand why he saved her back there. He says that he told her it was the optimal decision. She yells at him, saying to stop lying. When considering the effect of the entire battle, he may be right. But from his point of view there was no reason to save her, and getting severely injured. The Shadow unit just recently joined them all, so it was too early for them to have loyalty. For a newly added recruit to lose his arms, and nearly his life just for the optimal decision. It makes absolutely no sense. Lily sensed it was weird, so she came to question Godhand, even if his injury was from saving her. Godhand says she's being a little too cold to him. She says that unreasonable kindness is more burdensome. She asks him again why he saved her, and says not to lie. He asks if he can be honest. She says she won't forgive him if he isn't. After a long pause he opens his mouth, saying it wasn't a grand reason. The moment he saw the boss running at her, he thought of his mother. She asks what he means. He tells her that his mother also couldn't use her legs. Her Achilles tendon was cut when slave hunters caught her, and she spent the rest of her life seated. She couldn't stand, but whenever their human master would try to hit him, she'd shield him with her body. And seeing her unable to move just made him act. She understands now, and he asks if she's offended. She says it doesn't feel good. Then he says she's the one who said to be honest. She sighs, saying this is the reason he lost his arms. He tells her that rationally it was for the battle, but emotionally it was for his mother. This should be enough for an explanation. They both call each other the emotional type. Think of the Spider-Man meme. A stranger risked his life to save her. Who would expect her to question his motives first? Godhand tells her they will not be able to understand each other, and the wounds their species has caused to the both of them are too deep to fill. But even then, they can at least celebrate their survival together. He looks out the window to see everyone else drinking and singing. Lily looks up at him, then says she hates him. He says that's cold to say since he lost his arms for her. She says whatever, and they should eat something. There's no point in them to be hungry while everyone else is celebrating. We see a plate of food, and her glass filled with alcohol. He asks why he got water. She asks if he wants to drink after losing his arms. He says that he deserves a drink since he lost his arms. She says he's funny, then holds her drink. She asks if they should cheers. He reminds her that he has no damn arms. She quickly says she'll do both, then cheers them together. Then she raises the glass in his face. He sees that she's nervous about it. Then drinks it. She says it's funny that a woman who cannot use her legs, and an elf without his arms are both unable to join the party. He tells her it's a memory they will always have. If it was a normal party then it can be easily forgotten. But today's scenery will last for a long time. It's silly to say it now. Then he asks her if they can get along well from now on. She is still nervous, and shoves food into his mouth. Saying he needs to focus on recovering, so she can hate him without guilt. He chuckles, saying maybe shouldn't be well for a while. She says to stop saying dumb things. They didn't say anything else after that. She fed him his food one bite at a time, and he ate without any complaints. They just sat there listening to the music from a distance. And the party continued on. The next day we see Taku is all worn out. Then he notices that someone is in his bed, which surprises him. He wonders if he got with a woman after drinking so much. Then we see long gray hair. And a buff old man raises from the sheets. Taku's soul leaves his body. Then a bunch of other older men wake up as well, Taku screaming asking if he's in hell. They tell him this is the Golden Year's army, and asks if he's okay after drinking so much. He says he's fine, but he has a question. Then asks why everyone is shirtless and asleep here. They say Taku ordered them to. And that he told everyone to strip and drink man to man. Taku feels embarrassed wondering why he did that in the first place. The other knights start to talk about how amazing the night was, and that it was filled with precious memories. Taku says people are going to misunderstand. Then we hear Lucas's voice and he walks into the room. Taku thinks he's here to save him, but nope, he's also undressed. Taku asks why he's in his underwear. Lucas says that Taku ordered it. And everyone from the main party went to their underwear. He says Ash is a crazy bastard. Then we see Damien still asleep and shivering. Taku says the more he tried to remember the worse his headache got, and he gave up on trying to remember them. Taku says the only time he should see naked men is in the bathhouse. Lucas says he agrees and it's time to go. Taku asks where. Lucas tells him to the bathhouse next door. Taku looks excited about it. As they walk to the bathhouse, Lucas says that the soldiers are getting covered in blood every other day, so they needed a facility to wash themselves. It was originally only for the soldiers. Taku says that he guesses as the city's population grew the civilians began to use it too. They finally get there, and Taku says it's a lot bigger than he expected. Damien is also there. Lucas says they need to go this way, but they see Taku isn't moving. He says usually in the bathhouse there's an event with the female characters. He asks if he's wrong. The answer is yes, a resounding yes. There is no event. Inside the bathhouse, Taku says at least the plumbing is good. Lucas starts to yap about the history, and Taku asks if he's not going to bathe. Lucas says his duty as bodyguard is to stay by Taku's side. Taku says he's sick of hearing it, and to hop into the tub next to him. Lucas reluctantly agrees, then gets into the next tub. Taku looks over, and notices all of the scars on his body, saying he's been through a lot. Lucas says not at all, but then they both notice Damien floating around. They ask if he's okay, and Damien says he's fine. Taku asks what happened yesterday. Lucas clearly doesn't want to tell him. They hear a lot of footsteps to see the Golden Year's army. They all start having a good time enjoying water. Taku says he's losing his mind, so he needs to get out. Lucas agrees. As he goes to leave, the soldiers notice him and salute. He says that he needs to tell them not to salute him in the bathhouse in the future. They head out to the lounge. Taku sits down and sighs, saying now he can catch a break. He's still surprised that such a place exists here in a fantasy world. Then he hears Evangeline call out to him. We see her pushing Lily. He asks what she's doing here. Evangeline says she's a regular here from when she lived here. Lily asks Taku what he's doing here. Taku says that was his question. Evangeline says that she's here to bathe with Lily. Taku says they got close. Evangeline says it's natural for people to get close after battle. It looks like only Evangeline is acting close to her. But he understands since Lily is the only female close to her age, but on the other hand he sees why Lily doesn't care. She wants to leave the party. Evangeline says they'll be heading out now. It's time for a girls' talk. Taku says that's cold. They surely could have stayed with him longer. Then another woman comes up behind her. She says that it's a surprise to see him here. He doesn't recognize her. Of course we do. It's Merida the Saintess. He's used to seeing her in her outfit. He asks if all priestess use the bathhouse. She asks if there's a law against it. He says that isn't what he meant. She says after the large surgery yesterday she wanted to wash herself. He asks her if it went well. She reminds him he already sent a lot of people to check on the progress. He awkwardly says yes. She says it went well, and she cast another healing spell this morning, then came to wash up. But she didn't expect it to be so crowded. He tells her it must have been hard doing the surgery, and he feels sorry since it feels like the soldiers are disturbing her break. She says no. She says that a war is horrible and cruel, but here at the battlefront it's a holy act. Washing off the blood and sweat after a war is worthwhile, as being together is a precious gift. He thinks that it's a very priest-like thing to say. She tells him she has to go with the other priestesses. He tells her to enjoy her break. She tells him to enjoy his too. He wonders what's taking Damien and Lucas so long, and he says that he wants food back from his world. Like a boiled egg. And it makes him miss Earth during times like these. Damien and Lucas then make it back. He asks what took them so long. Turns out Lucas got boiled eggs for him. Taku is surprised by this. Damien tells him they also brought honey water. which coincidentally are both things he really wanted. Then Evangeline says they've found some good stuff, and begins to approach them saying they should share. Her and Lily begin to assault and fiend for the eggs and honey water. After all of the food is gone, everyone begins to relax. Taku thinks that adding this to the tourist city plan would be a good idea. Lucas says he's going to go handle business. Taku opens the system menu to prepare for the next defense wave. And he's worried about the biggest stage yet, since it is a boss stage. Every 5 stages are considered boss stages, that are incomparable to the previous stages. Which is why they get a whole month of preparation time. So he has to do his best here. Someone approaches him. Taku asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Dion Agat. He's one of the N-ranked heroes Taku recruited. N-rank just means slightly stronger than a normal soldier, and they usually have average stats. So he never bothered to track them in-game. He's part of the second sub-party, which is just a backup. Taku asks if he has something to say. Dion says he has a complaint. Lucas is also giving him the death stare. Dion says it's been over a month since he's teamed up with his party, but besides blocking the back end of the battlefield they've not been tasked with anything. And they are mercenaries, their job is to use their skills in war. Taku is caught off guard by how bold Dion is. Dion continues by saying it's fine if they are looked down on since they are young and inexperienced. But they don't want to rust without being able to build experience. He asks to be sent to the front line so they can show their worth. Taku is impressed with Dion coming to him personally. Even if their stats are lame, and their skills are average, their eyes are full of determination. Especially Dion, you can feel his ambition. Taku asks how they plan to show that they can pull their own weight. Dion says he wants to spar versus the main party. Taku is interested, but Lucas finds it arrogant. Evangeline doesn't care. Taku says he likes Dion's attitude, then asks if it's okay to choose a time and place. Dion says sure, then asks when and where. Taku says that it'll be right now. It cuts to some other people discussing the fight, saying they need to go check it out. Then it jumps over to the sparring stage in the barracks. Damien asks Lily if it'll be okay with just Lucas and Evangeline. She says they'll be fine. Lucas and Evangeline banter with one another, whereas Dion's team has some plan they've made and he tells them to stick to it. They finish their prep talk and say they are all ready. Lucas and Evangeline are ready too. The condition to win is simple: one team must be completely knocked down, or if they cannot use their weapons anymore. Falling out of the ring or surrender will be a knockdown. But any attacks that cause large injuries are prohibited. The flag is waved for them to start. Dion's team begins to run in with Dion being split on the side. Dion runs towards Lucas saying it's time to see his valor. Lucas says he won't be holding back, then swings at Dion, who narrowly avoids the attack. Dion says it was easier to dodge than he expected, but he's sweating bad. Lucas says not to get cocky, and that he'll end it now. On Evangeline's side she's really happy. She says they must think she's more dangerous than Lucas, right? She says that she'll show them why she was the top of her class. Then she gets interrupted by them charging into her. The rest say to push, and we see she's getting close to the edge of the ring. As she gets to the end, she tells them no, then pushes them back. One of them takes the chance to close the gap on her side. She apologizes and stabs at Evangeline's foot. But she makes it a void. Then the rest take the chance and push Evangeline out of the ring. She's embarrassed and says that's no fair. Taku thinks about how even though it's a 2 versus 5 the difference in their strengths were night and day. But they still managed to come up with a decent plan. Taku compliments them. The rest then say they should join Dion to defeat the knight. Then they see Lucas holding him in the air. Dion apologizes saying he's too strong. Lucas says next, then walks over to them. As expected he bodied them all. Evangeline is pouting now since she didn't get to do anything, but since Lucas and level 37 and the highest in Dion's party is 16. They stood absolutely no chance. Dion laughs with disappointment saying he knew they stood no chance. Taku tells them it wasn't bad, it's a battle plan that reflects the opponent, along with a willingness to fight an opponent stronger than them. That's the first thing someone has to fight against monsters. That alone is a great talent. Taku tells them all to get up and says he apologizes for not putting them to use. And he apologizes in advance because he will use them ruthlessly from now on. Dion's group are surprised, then quickly salute him saying this is what they wanted. Dion tells Taku if they planned to live by hiding in the dark they wouldn't have become mercenaries in the first place. This was the moment Dion's group became active soldiers. So the next day Taku set Dion's team to the auto-farming system. It's auto-exploration, That happens when he sends a sub-party to an already cleared area. They'll level up and bring back items if they drop, since this is their first time he sent Evangeline as their guide. In between the upcoming stages he's going to use them as much as possible. Lucas asks Taku if this is really alright, since there are enemies in the lake dungeons. Of course he's talking about the night crawlers. Lucas says if they end up running into them they won't come back safely, and he should go with them too. Taku says no need since the crawlers won't appear anywhere before the base camp. We learn it's actually a rule that Ader set up since they kept killing players in the beginning, so it's a newbie protection system. Taku is pissed Ader didn't tell him that before. Ader says the enemies cannot attack them as they'll get penalized heavily. He cannot tell Lucas this, so he just says they can't leave the base camp. Lucas instantly accepts it. Taku says if his questions are answered now they should go get food. As they start to talk, Damien enters the room in a rush. Taku asks what's wrong, and Damien catches his breath. Then tells him that Jupiter has woken up and it shows her raised up in bed. Then it jumps to the north gate of Crossroad, and we see some feet, then a pipe and a woman with a witch's hat. Saying so this is the place where Grandma is working. Back to Jupiter's room, Taku bursts in asking if she's alive. She sees him then asks how many days she has been out. He tells her 10 days, and he's glad she looks fine. He asks how she feels, and she says that she'd like to say back to normal. But honestly half of her mana circuits have burned away. Taku asks her if it can be recovered. She tells him it will take time and even if it does heal, she's unsure if it would be the same as it used to be. She says to be in this condition after blocking a few hits, she's definitely gotten old. He tells her to eat and rest well, and to recover quickly, since they went through hell without their attack mage last battle. He tells her to get better before the next one. She laughs loudly saying she can't spend more than she's earned now, and she cannot leave yet as she has a lot to do still. He asks her what else she needs to do, and asks if she's going to build a castle after earning more money. She laughs asking how he can read her mind. She looks off at the window, and says that a castle sounds very nice. Taku tells her that he plans to build luxury hotel here in Crossroad, and he'll let her stay there for cheap. That's the least he can do for a party member. She says she'd happily stay, then asks if she'll be the first guest. Taku says he's first, but she can be second. She says looking down at the city from high above, while smoking a cigar and drinking whiskey, what more is there to want? They continued their wholesome conversation, and Taku says to live by chasing these dreams is the life of humans. He tells her they have a lot of time before the next defense battle, but that she needs to focus on recovery. As he goes to leave she calls out to him, asking if he didn't bring her any gifts. He says he knew she'd say that, dunno if he gave her anything. But he went to visit Godhand next, and Marita told him that it'll be impossible for Jupiter to recover within 4 weeks. It's a waste to lose a mage like this, but Jupiter is basically out of the game now. Of course by the time she recovers he'll find a way to use her, but he has to plan the next stage with the assumption he cannot use her. He really tries to think about it, but realizes there's no point to keep thinking. He asks Lucas if he's ready to go hire a new friend, so they head to the mercenary guild. Taku decides to trust his luck and kicks the door open in hopes for an SR character. He sees a gold shimmer from the bar, which means it's an SSR. He loses all rationality and runs over. And he asks if they are a mercenary. The woman exhales smoke then says she isn't one. He asks why she's here, and she tells him she came to visit her grandmother, but she doesn't see her. Taku thinks about it, then asks what her grandma's name is. She tells him it's Jupiter, and he asks for her name. We learn that she has the same name, but she's Jupiter Jr., her nickname is Juju. Taku says he's never seen her in the game, but she's definitely her granddaughter since she has her gold lover characteristic. She's an elemental mage, which means she can control every element. Of course she'll have some stronger than the others, but she's very versatile. And elemental mages are top tier, so he must recruit her. Taku sits down, saying Jupiter has never mentioned her. Juju asks if she's really never mentioned her. Then he recalls that she's actually tried to hook up Lucas with Juju. Juju says it's disappointing that her grandma has never mentioned her, and she should be bragging instead. Taku agrees with her. Taku says she looks like she came from a high up place. She says since he asked her her name, if it's alright if he asks for her. He says of course, then tells her that he's Ash Bonehatter Everblack. She's surprised to hear it, then immediately salutes him, and apologizes for not recognizing him. And that her formalities have been late, so to forgive her. Taku says there's no point and it's normal not to recognize him. He tells her to raise her head, then says he'll be blunt. He asks if she would like to come under his command, He says they desperately need a talented mage like her, and asks if she will help them. And of course he'll give her the best treatment. Juju tells him the offer is generous, but she came here to meet her grandmother. She asks if he can think about the offer after meeting her grandma. Taku says that's fine, then she asks if he knows where she is. He tells her that she's at the temple after receiving an injury. She gets up and thanks him. As she goes he tells her to think about his offer. Juju smiles saying she will, then leaves. Lucas says that was interesting, that she doesn't look like Jupiter at all, but their vibes are very similar. Taku says he cannot describe it, but it's like a cool smell that surrounds them. Lucas says there's another interesting thing, and it may be rude but the fact Jupiter had a child is surprising. Taku says he agrees, and when she mentioned her granddaughter before he thought it was a joke. And gossiping isn't proper, but Jupiter always seems like the type to be alone. Then he asks Taku what he thinks her husband is like. Taku says he's curious too, but it's rude to ask, and he hopes their conversation goes well. Back at the temple, Jupiter says she felt that her end was coming. She looks off saying she missed her time to retire. She fought hard to work, and she did anything she could to earn money. She was dishonorably discharged from the army she served her life to. Then kicked out of the guild that scouted her. She was always treated as an outcast and abandoned. There wasn't a battlefront she stayed in for more than 3 months. She wonders if she can truly rest, or if she even has the right to. The door opens and she asks who it is. Juju calls out to her. Jupiter asks why she's here. Juju says who knew she'd be so far in the south. And sits at the foot of the bead, asking why she's acting like she's seen the Grim Reaper. And she asks if she thinks she'll eat her. Jupiter was actually scared, since the child who had the same name. She often felt the fear as if she was about to be swallowed whole. Juju stretches her hand out and says money. And says why else would she come all the way here, and that she wants money from her grandma. We see that Jupiter's given her a check. Juju asks if this is really all it is, saying they have a lot of mouths to feed. Jupiter apologizes. Juju asks if there are any holes here. Jupiter asks what she means. Juju asks if there's a hole to sneak money out of, like when she was in the army. And says that she's the best at finding ways to sneak money out. Jupiter is silent, then tells Juju not to look down as this isn't like any other battlefront. It has high security, and that the commanding third prince is nothing like his reputation. He doesn't have a wide vision, and it's like he can see the future. Juju says this is the first time she's ever heard her rate a commander so highly. Jupiter says that he's someone with a lot of secrets, and she just takes her salary honestly rather than attempting something humiliating, and he pays her well. Juju says she'll work here too, then tells her she already met Taku and he offered her a job. Jupiter quickly shouts saying not to do it, and that she promised not to use magic. Juju asks if she's worried now, after all this time, and reveals a burn mark on her face. Jupiter is pained seeing her face. Juju tells her to focus on resting. Jupiter says they need to talk. Juju tells her that she's worked hard and did a lot of dirty work for money. Now it's her turn to make money. As she leaves, Jupiter recalls a fire and how she lost her eye. She says she brought this on herself, and it's all her karma. On the way back to the manor we learn it's been 8 hours since the second sub-party has been in the dungeon. But the level up process is going well, and they are getting items. Taku sees something strange, and notices there are low-level bloodkin magic stones. He screams hella loud, and Lucas asks if he's alright. Taku is surprised that the next enemies are bloodkins. He explains to us uneducated folk that they are vampires. It includes a vampire and his subordinate army. They are meant to appear way later in the game. Taku sweats nervously, wondering if the game is broken, or if it's a dark event. Lucas asks if he's okay, and if it's one of the headaches he used to have. Taku tells him it's fine and to just continue on the way home. Taku wonders if they can win with the party the way it is. But realizes it's impossible and he needs to expand, and get stronger heroes, and just upgrade everything. He spots Juju on the sidewalk, and gets Lucas to stop the carriage. He does so, and then Taku opens the door for her. He says she has 2 choices. To either be forced to join, or be hired under free will. Then asks what she will choose. She asks if she can sit with him. He says of course. Then Lucas turns the horse's engines back on. Taku says he felt it on the way back to the manor, that they will soon experience hell, and that it's approaching the battlefront. We see darkness and hear the sound of battle, then Taku yells that it's the Pied Piper. Crown opens his eyes and gasps. We see he fell asleep, and he says he cannot remember the last time he had a good night's sleep. He wonders how long he's been acting like a jester, and he gave up counting how long he's been wearing funny clothes. He recalls Taku calling him the Pied Piper, and explains how there was a similar fable in the Lake Kingdom. A town was overrun by rats and the villagers hired a bard to guide the rats out and drown them in a lake. The villagers didn't want to lose money, so they didn't pay him what they owed. Furious, the bard gathered the children and made them drown in the lake too. Crown says the nickname is overly accurate. Turns out his name isn't Crown, but Clown. The translator goofed. One of his subordinates say there's a conference in front of the king today. The man asks Clown if he will join, and he says he should since he's the Lake Kingdom's representative. The other person sees him off, saying to be careful. Clown thinks about it, saying he hopes he dies if he isn't careful, or gets something to do. He walks into the castle, and we see a lot of demons staring him down. They openly mock him, then he heads through the doors and we see there is a meeting being held at a large table. Warwick slams the table, saying he's late to the Demon King's conference, and mocks humans for not knowing shame. Clown claps back saying he's a scrap from human nightmares, and that he's funny. The Demon King reminds them that Clown is a clown, and that it's his job to mock and make jokes. And that Clown's words aren't completely wrong. They are all refined pieces from a collection of human nightmares. However, the one who lets them dream of immortality is him. Isn't that right, Clown? Clown begins to be crushed by the pressure, and agrees. The Demon King says do not forget that all of the humans in the Lake Kingdom are just livestock, they supply them with nightmares when needed. And they are no different from the pigs and cows they've raised. And always be thankful that a livestock such as himself can even attend the conference. Clown says he'll keep that in mind. Clown thinks about how it wasn't embarrassing to submit to the power, and he's felt enough humiliation in the past, so he felt nothing from this. The Demon King says enough with that topic, and he's sure they all know why they are here. Because the time of the Great Flood has come. Hence one of them will lead the army and invade the human world, but since it's the start, the weakest clan, the werewolves should go. But he's cut off by someone putting their glass down, and he asks to be sent out instead. His name is Celine Dion, no relation to the singer. He has many nicknames such as Nosferatu, Dracula and No Life King. The king says it's a surprise that he's volunteered when he's hated having to step up previously. Celine Dion says they killed Orlop, which is the Spider Queen. And he wants to avenge her, so please allow it. The Spider Queen Orlop was ranked 6 out of the commanders, but died to a mere cannon. Her objective was to scout the area. It was an underwhelming and sudden death. Even the king was surprised. Some other people at the table are also saying they need to avenge Orlop, and if it wasn't for the one who lost his name, they'd have already been. But they get interrupted by the Demon King saying not to get worked up and she'll come back to life next time anyway. The rest are confused, and he says they won't understand this concept, but he wants to let Celine Dion go out since it will be fun, and to start the invasion in 4 weeks. Celine Dion salutes and says his heart will go on. The Demon King says enough of that, and he wants to talk about the problem with the supply of nightmares. A demon barges into the room saying to forgive him. But the one who has lost their name has invaded. Clown is surprised, and the Demon King asks if they are alone, and once he's told yes, he says that's what he assumed. The demon at the door says it would be a good idea to end the meeting here and close the castle gates, then gets cut in half. We see a familiar figure behind him. The other people at the table say it's blasphemous for her to be here. She enters the room and says good evening, Mr. Monsters. The Demon King says she's keeping up a meaningless fight. She says yeah, but it's her job to clean up his dust even if it piles up again and again. And it's obvious, but she's here to kill them all. The Demon King asks how long it's been since she started wielding the sword. He asks her if it's been a few thousand years. She says that she's forgot everything. He tells her no matter how hard she tries, her kingdom will not be saved. She will continue to wander in this hell forever. A light appears from her sword to illuminate the darkness. She says she will fight forever and ever. If that is her mission, she will do just that. Clown gets up and walks past her, neither of them even exchanging glances. The Demon King laughs, saying one who submitted and one who resists, he likes it, and either way both of them are great ingredients for nightmares. Clown tells Mew Myung that resisting is pointless, the nightmare will never end. She says even then, someone must light the torch. She took a moment to think about the countless people who fell trying to chase away the darkness in the kingdom. Along with Taku's party, who are the new challengers. She says that just because someone follows the light of her torch, they will be able to lead a new light, as she stood before the Demon King's generals. Clown walks away as the sound of the battle echoed. It's a fight that's been repeated endlessly. It jumps back to Taku's manor. The exploration team has returned. They just keep chanting Evangeline's name. Taku says he knows she did a good job. But what monster type appeared this time? Evangeline says not to be surprised, and it was her first time seeing them. It was ghouls. Taku says oh shit, they are the lower level monsters the Bloodkin control. Which confirms it being their army for the next stage. Lucas asks what she means by ghouls, and she hits the thriller pose saying like this. And it scared her that they came out of the darkness. Dion says she wasn't scared at all, and while they were all afraid she stood in front of them all, like a legendary warrior. The compliment was super effective. Dion says if it wasn't for her they'd all be ghouls too. It was another super effective hit. Taku says normally he'd laugh and play, but he doesn't feel like it. He tells them the Bloodkins are appearing. Of course the other recognize that he means a vampire. Evangeline is a bit slow to piece it together, so he tells her that the next enemy is an army of vampires and their underlings. And it's highly likely that a vampire lord will step onto the battlefield. Lucas says that there's already been many times that the highest ranked individual hasn't appeared in battle yet, and the last time a vampire appeared was hundreds of years ago. While they found ghouls this time, it could just be leftovers. So is it really necessary to say a vampire lord will appear? Taku understands that normally it's reasonable to think like that, but with this being a boss stage, along with the dark events that keep appearing, this isn't just a gut feeling, but rather this is certainty. When he played it as a game he fought all of the vampires, and their raids were difficult and brutal. And the worst case would be if the leader of the vampires, Celine Dion, appeared. It might be a stretch to assume that he'd appear here on stage 5, but it's already insane here. He begins to laugh at how crazy it sounds, and he wonders if it's actually possible to win. Then he stops laughing and says he has to make it possible, that is why he's here. Evangeline then points out Juju in the corner asking who she is. Taku says she'll be joining the main party as an attack mage, and she's Jupiter's granddaughter. Juju waves to them all and introduces herself. Evangeline is happy that she has another member to call older sister. After they shared their greetings, he sent the exploration team back home. Evangeline waves bye to Juju, and then they can hear the exploration team talking about a party. Juju says there's a lot of wholesome people here, and it's different than she expected after hearing it was such a brutal place. Taku says that the war against monsters is hell, but it's better to live a cheerful life. Then asks if she prefers gloomy places. She says of course not. She's just seen it often that young and wholesome people begin to slowly lose their laughter and expressions. War takes away lives and property, along with human emotions. Taku says he can see it playing out in his head. The stage repeats and everyone grows tired of the constant invasions, and the people who laugh will grow exhausted and emotionless. He changes the conversation and tells her she needs to explain her powers to him. Since she's not a character in the game, and even though he's got a rough idea of her abilities, it's best she explain them to him. She says she's an elementalist so she can control most of the elements, but she's strong in 3 of them. Water, wind and lightning, which makes her similar to Jupiter with lightning. She says it's embarrassing to say since she has no accomplishments, but she only knows how to shoot them. He says she must be referring to her skill Elemental Burst. Juju says the more she trains she'll surely be able to find another way to use them. She says that's it though she has nothing but humble skills and she's embarrassed about it. He tells her it's very good, then says it's time to negotiate her weekly pay. She says that he paid her grandmother a year's worth of salary up front, then asks if she can get that much too. He says their financial situation isn't that good these days, and that she hasn't shown him everything she's capable of yet. So he cannot just pay her hastily. She asks what he means, and he tells her he knows she's hiding her power. Taku explains that Fox Burrow is a characteristic she has that forcefully lowers her stats, allowing her to hide them. He tells her to be honest about everything, even her hidden skill. Then she will be sitting better at the negotiation table. She asks how he knew that she was hiding her power, and that no mage, or even her grandmother could tell. He tells her his gut instinct is good like that. He has to somehow compensate for the system, to win this hellish game. He tells her again to open up about her powers. He asks if she wants to make a lot of money. Now we can see her actual stats. She's level 35 and finished her 2nd promotion, along with getting her 2nd skill. He wonders why she'd hide this, and that she must be hiding something still. He decides if she's that against showing it, then he'll leave it alone. We learn that she's going to be paid weekly for training during 4 weeks, then after that she'll be paid 11 months worth at once. She asks if that's correct, and he says yes. She's got Jupiter's love for money, that's for sure. Now the contracts are complete. He says he has a question. then asks if she's ever shot someone with her magic. She says that she isn't sure why he's asking. He says he's not trying to dig up her past, but while it's a monster front, their enemy is also human. Of course he's talking about the crawler squad, and he asked in case she wasn't comfortable shooting people. She says that isn't what she meant, but rather isn't magic usually shot at people. He's surprised, and understands that it's a reasonable argument. She says of course she's shot people with magic, and it's ironic that her first job at the monster front will be to kill people. But she is confident in it. The words she said made him fully comprehend that he isn't in the world he knows, but one that is filled with war and death, but he recalls how scared Damien was of hurting someone. Which is why he was thinking about it. Just because they live in this world doesn't mean they are accustomed to killing people. But he understands that he will have to do it as well, to uncover the true ending, and protect the people he will have to end up killing. Murder isn't his first choice, but there's no need to wait and make it self-defense either. He explained to Juju about the crawlers. He tells her to keep her guard up since their mage is how Jupiter got injured in the first place. Juju says if she were there they'd all be dead, and not to worry as she'll defeat her grandma's share of enemies too. He tells her he'll be waiting. He trusted her not because she's an SSR mage, but because she's Jupiter's granddaughter. It cuts to the next day. They are in the exploration area of the North Outer Wall. We see she can create tornadoes, tsunamis and more. There was no lack of power from her. Taku says the ghouls are gross. Juju asks if it's enough to confirm her powers for him. He says yes, and that she's the perfect offensive mage. He's completed both objectives in this exploration. He got to see her power and he got to see the different types of ghouls. And depending on the types he can tell who the master is. Since the ghouls are frost ghouls, there's only one person it could be, that is Celine Dion. It's going to be a tough enemy, but it's better than having no information. Bodybag appears, calling out to them saying she's finished assessing the topography of the area. He asks her if she thinks his plan will work. She says yes. Now his third purpose for this trip is complete. Taku tells them all it's time to head back. Since they can't go to the base camp, they've got to go back the way they came. Since the enemy is hiding in the base camp, the crawlers and clown, he will come and take it from them and create as much trouble as they have for them. The portal forms, and they all go through it. Except Juju, who stands in front of it, then begins to cough violently. She has begun to cough up blood, then resolves herself and exits the portal. They got some chests for exploration, and some people leveled up too. 5 days later at the alchemist workshop, we see Godhand with his new metal arms, and Juju says it's fascinating. Godhand says that they are much lighter and easier to use than the prosthetics he had before. Lily says that it's the most expensive metal they had. Godhand thanks her, then reaches into his pocket to pay her, and she says to keep it, and asks if he thought she'd accept it since she's already indebted to him. He tries to give it to her anyway, and she wheels away at Mach 4 out of embarrassment. Taku says they are so cute. Godhand puts some gloves on, and says he's ready to return to work. Taku says he'd like to make him rest more, but he has no choice with the upcoming battle. He tells him to gather the shadow unit and that they are leaving to fight tonight. It'll be an overnight mission, so make sure everyone sleeps. Godhand glanced at the workshop again before heading to the temple, then Taku went in and introduced Lily to Juju. She grabs Juju's hand and says if Taku pushes her too hard to come talk to her. As mages they need to stick together. Juju says she will. Lily then tells Taku to call her to the battlefront whenever he needs to. He's surprised since he doesn't have to force her. He wonders if he told her about the vampire lord stepping up this time or not, then tells the rest it's time to go and get ready for the battle tonight. It's time for them to reclaim the base camp. They head back to the manor and Taku says he'll explain the specifics when they go inside. But Jupiter is standing in front of the gate. She says he heard they were going to battle, and asks to be taken with them. He is surprised, and she begs him not to take Juju. Jupiter says they are the ones who made her like this, so she wants a chance to get revenge. She grabs onto Taku's cape, and begs that he doesn't let Juju experience war. Juju grabs her arm saying that she cannot even stand properly, so she can't go dungeon exploring in a state like that. Jupiter asks her to stop, saying it isn't too late. She says surely she knows how hard she worked to stop them from jumping into places like this. It's the reason she's lived like this to this day. Juju tells her grandmother that she's already signed a contract with Taku, and today is the day of the mission. Jupiter's eye is filled with fear. Juju tells her it's okay and not to throw a tantrum here as it would be embarrassing for her. And she should just go rest at the temple. Jupiter then asks Taku if she's well, and stronger than Juju if he'll take her to the dungeon. He's confused and asks her to explain her idea. She says she requests a sparring match. Then we see Juju and Jupiter squaring off against one another. Lucas tells Taku to stay over here, and he's more concerned if he should stop it. Juju asks if she has to do this here. Jupiter says yes, since if she's weaker than her then she wouldn't need to get a stipend here. And skill is everything in this field. Juju takes a deep-winded sigh, then says she'll face her, and to demonstrate the skills she's learned from watching over her shoulder. Jupiter tells her not to get cocky. Even if she's extremely talented, she cannot compare to her life's work. Jupiter quickly unleashes a lightning attack forward at Juju, who says she's ages a lot. Their attacks collide with one another, destroying the road, and some of Taku's garden. He wants them to take their lightning game elsewhere. But the match was already over in an instant, as Jupiter falls to her knees. She asks if this is enough. Can't she just take revenge on her and be done with it? Juju says there's no way she would do that, and to go back and rest at the temple. She'll be back soon. Taku helps Jupiter up, asking if she's alright. Jupiter says to take care of Juju, then walks off. Even though she's hella sick, she still tried her best to stop her granddaughter. He wonders what happened between them, but there was no way of knowing, and he has no time to listen right now since the battle needs to go as planned. They finally make it to the three groups that are waiting. The main party, the Shadow Unit, and of course Dion's party. They have 15 people now. Taku says he's going to explain the base camp recapture mission. It cuts to later in the backyard in front of the portal. Taku tells Evangeline to take the lead and for Lucas to follow her. He also tells Juju to cast defense magic before they enter, and that he and Damien will follow behind the rest. Taku asks Damien if he can do this, to which he says he can. Taku reminds him not to bend his beliefs. Damien says it's not about his beliefs, but he is scared. That if he shoots someone, that something inside of him will change forever. Taku says he doesn't need to take their lives, and he can take them down without killing them. He says he doesn't know what Damien will become in the future, but he is the ace of their party, and he wants him to remember that. Damien says okay, and Taku asks if everyone is ready. They say yes, and he says they need to finish quickly. Then they all walk into the portal, causing it to crumble like it always does. They load in on the other side, and are ready to fight the crawlers, but after a minute nobody appears. Taku wonders if they are gone, and finds it odd since there's a bonfire, so it must mean the opposite. That they are surrounded, which is revealed to be true. Taku says it's familiar and that it's happened before. Clown appears, and says he thought there's no way that they'd enter through this portal. But here they are, doing it anyways. He says, "What makes you so confident, player?" Taku says to stop calling him player, and he has a name. That is Ash, and he says his full government name. Clown says he's never heard of his last name. Taku says he's probably heard of the Everblack Empire, and he's the third prince of that empire. So show a little respect. Clown asks if he means the small nation in the countryside. He says quite some time has passed, and for that small nation to be an empire, geez, time sure does fly. Taku thinks about how it's been over a century since the Everblacks took over the empire, and it controls half of the world. But to mention it was a small nation, it makes him wonder if Clown is actually hundreds of years old. Clown says there's no need to start a new conversation anymore. And since they so kindly strolled into their headquarters, surely it means they are prepared to die. They have the cannon set up again. Taku says there's no need for him to die. And Damien readies the George Washington Blicky, firing it at the cannon that was set up, exploding it. Dion's party rushes in now too, and Taku says the crawlers need to think properly as they are about to lose their base. We see them bring out an artifact, and it creates a shield around them all. Taku says they need to start surrendering and running. The anti-defense barrier artifact is basically a cheat for these kinds of battles since it slows down enemy projectiles and reduces their damage. Clown says there needed to be this much prep for the last challenger. Then asks how much the barrier can withstand. The crawlers fire their arrows at Taku's group, but the rain of arrows is heavily slowed by the barrier. The party begins to calmly destroy the slowed arrows. Lucas slices them without a word. But Yapper MC Yapperson taunts them. Then they see a bright light, and two magic blasts begin to fly toward them. Juju steps up and launches her own magic attack, colliding with the enemy's attacks. It begins to push them back, and her water crashes onto one of the mages. But the other mage doesn't falter, neither side is being pushed back. She says the same element is difficult. Damien raises his gun, then lines his shot up. Then firing it towards the other mage. They put a barrier up to try and block the shot. But it blasts through it, which makes the mage lose focus, allowing Juju to break through their magic. Juju, thanks Damien. Both sides continue their attacks, and eventually silence befell them. Clown says it hasn't been that long, but he's truly exceeded his expectations. He calls him player again. But Taku corrects him. Clown says after doing this for so long he's ran into a lot of talented and special people. And every time he does it makes him sad, since he wonders what it would have been like to not meet them as enemies. Having drinks together, talking about old stories, all of it would have been possible. Taku says if he stops being hostile he's willing to do that much. Clown laughs. Taku says since he's a bard he can sing, and Taku will buy drinks. Clown says that's impossible as he has a mission to do. He has to stop adventurers from digging around in the city's darkness. Taku readies Maestro saying they've got no choice but to go back to killing each other. Clown says yes, and if he gets rid of him the kingdom will finally be able to fall into eternal darkness. We see from Taku's mini-map the shadow unit has flanked the crawlers. Taku chuckles saying he doesn't think that'll happen. And instead of this place remaining dark he plans to light it up. And on cue Burnout's arrows begin to fly towards them. Clown yells for them to activate the shield, but it's too late and they begin to get bodied by the fire arrows. The shadow unit prepares for the next volley. God Hand tells Taku they are ready for their next command. Clown realizes that this means the shadow unit went through a different area and came all the way here by foot. Taku says correct, but God Hand asks how their movements weren't detected. Of course we all know it's because the shadow unit is a stealth operation. Taku says he isn't going to explain to him, and asks what he wants to do now that he's surrounded. Taku says he knows that he isn't shameless enough to beg for mercy, so he asks him to say his last words. Clown says it's a perfect checkmate, but he should let him know that he cannot kill him here. Taku says he's not sure about that. Then the shadow unit fires their arrows into their backs. Clown spits up blood, while dropping to his knees. Taku asks if he still thinks he cannot kill him. Clown says yes. Then tells him to look around, and we see the other crawlers turning into ashes, and floating off into the wind. Everyone is surprised by this. Clown says the darkness here is incomprehensible to them, and they don't have permission to die. Taku says to cut the bullshit. Clown says he's already told him that the ending of this foolish country that took this curse as a blessing, is this hell. Taku tells him to explain in a way he can understand. Clown says he will admit that Taku might be able to reach the darkest part of this hell. Taku tells him again to explain properly. Clown smiles as he fades out, saying if he sees him again they'll talk more. And he'll be wading deeper into the darkness. Taku is hit by the realization that he doesn't know what is going on, and how different it is from the game. We see from the shadows there is someone watching them. A bald dude walks out asking what took them so long, saying it's been so long since their camp was taken over by those thugs. And they should have kicked them out sooner. Taku recognizes the bald dwarf as the magic blacksmith Calibe. He's a full-time NPC of the base camp. I guess there are part-time ones. He entered the dungeon 50 years ago searching for rare metals, but ended up living here. He's extremely friendly, and takes the player's side regardless of what they do. Calibe starts bouncing in place, yelling, calling them useless bugs, saying they need to light the fires around the camp already. Lucas gets angry with how he's talking to Taku, but Taku tells him it's fine. This will be their base camp, so do as the old man says, and repair the mess their fight caused. Calibe says he's a bright bug, then asks his name. Taku introduces himself, then asks for his name. Taku knows his name, but needs to ask. Calibe says he normally only reveals his name to comrades. But he's interesting, so he's an exception. Then he introduces himself as the best in the world. Taku says while it sounds arrogant, it's the truth. He's the only one who can make the personal equipment of SSR rank character. He's also the only one able to make special magic weapons. The equipment they need for stage 5 must be made by him, so Taku made sure to flatter Calibe. But he picks up on how nicely he's being treated, and says he clearly wants something. Taku says yes, and there's no need for him to beat around the bush. Then says he needs a star silver weapon. Calibe says that'll be a bit tricky, then asks how many he needs. Taku says he needs 15 and maybe more. Calibe asks if he's crazy, saying that's a lot. Taku asks if he can't do it, saying the best in the world claim must be a bluff. Calibe says the silver star weapons are the highest level exorcism weapons, and it takes a lot of work to even cast one piece. He's not sure where he's trying to use it. Taku cuts him off, saying the vampire king Celine Dion, no relation to the singer, will soon invade the human world. Calibe is surprised. Taku explains how normal vampires only need normal silver weapons. But for high-ranking ones the silver weapon's effects are halved. So the silver star is a special weapon to deal with it. It can inflict full damage to any vampire. They can also only be cast here at the magic force. It's usually crafted in the middle of the game, but he needs it now. Since the game progression is changing itself, he must adapt to it. Calibe says you know what, when he entered with his brothers they kept finding rare metals and were all excited, but their greed was their downfall. They went deeper into the dungeon, then they ran into them. Taku asks who, Calibe tells him he met Celine Dion. It was their mistake to look for metals so far into the dungeon, and when they realized they were no match it was too late. His hands tremble, as he says he was the only one to escape, never to return to the depths. He asks Taku if he knows why his brothers died and not him. Taku asks if it's because he's the most capable. Calibe says yes, he's the best at making weapons to kill monsters. He shows Taku that he obtained star silver due to his brother's sacrifice. Now Taku is asking for his brother's lives to be turned into a weapon. He asks if he can pay the price. Taku says yes he can, and that he will pay with Celine Dion's head, and he can bring his body which can be used for crafting and materials. Calibe boisterously laughs saying he thought he was a decent guy, but turns out he's a damn psycho. He says he hasn't heard his full name yet, then Taku tells him. Calibe said he knew there was something different from him. Then says he'll make it for him, but 15 is too much since he doesn't have enough star silver. He says he can make 3 guns, that's it. Taku agrees, and then signs a contract with him. Taku receives a limited time quest to get the rest of the materials needed. He tells Taku by the time he returns there will be others back in the camp, since there's nowhere else in the dungeon that's as comfortable to live as here. And with the masked circus gone it's good again. Taku says he has a question. Calibe asks what it is. Taku tells him about how the crawlers turned into fog after being defeated, and asks if he knows why. Calibe says it's because of their curse. There are 3 curses placed on this kingdom, he doesn't know what 2 of them are. But one of them he's very familiar with, and the citizens of this kingdom who sometimes come out as survivors are suffering due to it. Taku asks what it is. Calibe tells him it's the curse that made these ghost-like people crawl around for hundreds of years. It is the curse of eternal life. It jumps back to Taku's manor. Taku gathered all 3 party members, and while they were probably tired this meeting was necessary. According to Calibe, when Lake Kingdom people die they resurrect at a specific location. It takes them time before they can move again, but they respawn indefinitely. Taku says the enemies are fixed in time. Lucas asks if every citizen is under the curse. Taku tells him that very few are citizens. While the city looks like it would have tens of thousands, the actual NPCs you meet in-game are a few dozen. There are 100 NPCs you can meet in the dungeon, half of them are adventurers so the other half are the citizens. Taku then wonders where the other citizens are. The food arrives. Evangeline says that eternal life is a blessing rather than a curse. Lucas says he agrees, since if they could live forever it would be a blessing. Damien says he doesn't like it, and living forever seems difficult. Juju is deep in thought about it. And everyone began to share their opinions on eternal life. Taku says some of them are thinking they'll be granted eternal life. And after a bit of everyone talking he dismissed them all since they were fighting all night. He wants to let them rest up. Taku yawns and tells Lucas and them it's time to go too, but he notices Juju hasn't moved. He asks if he's okay, saying she doesn't look good. We see her falling over and landing into Taku's arms. She's clearly sick, but he thinks it's something else. All sorts of things ran through his mind. He wonders if she's putting the moves on him to get gold. He even wonders what to name their daughter. She comes back to her senses and apologizes, saying she felt dizzy. Evangeline says even if she's dizzy why did she dive into Taku's arms? Lucas also tells her not to approach him so easily. Damien asks if she'd like to receive some healing magic. Juju says no and it isn't a big deal, but her nose begins to bleed. She quickly grabs her hat and leaves. Taku tries to get her to wait, and tells Lucas and them they are too overprotective, and she's just sick. Evangeline says her magic energy looked like it was about to shoot out. Lucas says ever since they first met her she's hiding something, and her magic is unstable. But he never said anything since her magic skills were so perfect. Damien says she looked really sick, and any time she used her magic she had to smoke from her pipe. And the stuff inside the pipe isn't tobacco, but painkillers, and he watched her put them into her pipe. Taku wonders why all of the mages are so sickly, and says this is why people need exercise. Lucas says he needs to do the same, and Evangeline says she agrees. Taku is pale since he's always sitting down. Lucas busts out the side chest telling him he'll take care of his health. Taku sweats saying there's no need, but Damien realizes he'll catch a stray and runs off. The next day Taku is struggling from DOMs, and it's because they had him working out all morning. Ader then screams, running into the room saying the messenger who went to the capital has returned. Taku asks about the reinforcements. Ader tells him there aren't any. As soon as Taku knew the stage was against the Bloodkins, he asked for reinforcements, and it was a handwritten paper. Ader informs him that since the Imperial Army is invading their enemies, they are occupied. Just like their previous message, they aren't able to send reinforcements until the war in the West is stabilized. Taku asks if they truly don't understand that if they lose the Southern Front, all of humanity will be lost. And he starts to curse at Fern, but wholesomely wishing him good things in life. He tells Ader to send another messenger, and if they do not send reinforcements this time, he will show them the greatest spending spree the youngest prince can do. Ader is afraid of what will happen. It jumps back to the base camp, and it's all cleaned up. Lucas says he doesn't see any enemies. Calibe says that they are all gone and won't be able to return here. Then says they sure took their time returning. Taku says it's funny and sad how excited he is, and that it's like a grandpa waiting in the countryside. Taku asks if he means the crawlers cannot return here. Calibe says yes, and it's refreshing. Taku asks how is that possible. Calibe tells him because the head of the camp, Coco, is back. We hear a lady saying this should be enough for installation. Then she looks over at the main party. She runs over and is actually a damn giant, and is happy to see newbies. She hugs Lucas and Evangeline, calling them fetuses. I like her already. She says her name is Coco and she's here to support them, so don't be scared. She asks why they are all skin and bones, and Lucas asks if she's okay mentally. She says this won't do and opens a jar saying they should eat these delicious jellies she's prepared. The jelly is screaming at them, and they look at Taku out of pure excitement. Then he explains that her name is Cutting Coco since she cuts anything in two. But not in a scary way. She's a witch who is a spatial mage with the ability to cut through space. She's an NPC dedicated to teleportation. All of the gates they've been using thus far were installed by her. And turns out to make sure Clown and his goons, as she called them, cut them off from ever coming here again. Taku explains that just means she put a barrier to block them, and the stone she was fiddling with earlier is a barrier stone. It's a relief. Now it means the base camp is a complete safe zone now, and even if another enemy appears, she's here, so it'll be fine. Calibe asks Taku what the medals he brought with him are for. Taku says it's for the Silver Star weapons, and he's the one who asked for it. Calibe is surprised he brought so much in just a single day. Taku tells him it's just that serious, and even though there was a bunch of stuff, he bought them from the blacksmith in Crossroads, which is why he expanded the shop in the first place. Calibe says there's a ton of excess metal. Taku tells him to think of it as a token of sincerity. Calibe says he'll accept them and tries to play it off like he isn't happy. You can tell he is. He tells Taku there's just a few ingredients left now. Taku says he's going to get them now. Calibe asks if he's confident. Of course Taku says yes. He was planning to use a mix of the cores he already has, but with Coco back in the village that's not necessary. He approaches Coco, and she asks what he needs. Then asks if he wants some jelly. He tells her no, even though Lucas and Evangeline encourage him to take it. He shows her the key he got from killing the gargoyle and asks if she can open a door with it. She says it looks like he picked up something interesting. She says she'll actually use it right now, and walks to a little cabinet thing, unlocking it. It opens a golden portal, which Taku explains is a one-time event dungeon. The golden room is a bonus dungeon with countless high-level items. Damien asks Taku if they'll be waiting for Juju. Taku says he didn't call her over, though we know it's because of Gold Lover. He hands them some bags, and Lucas and them asks if they won't be needing weapons. He tells them that they won't be needing them. If they did bring their weapons, it'd be dead weight, as when they return the bags are going to be heavy. He tells them it's time to get some items, and they enter. Inside the portal is a chamber that is entirely gold. They ask Taku what's going on. He tells them the rules are simple. Goblins begin to come out of portals. He says if they take them down they'll get an item. They have a minute to catch the goblins, and there are 3 goblins in total running around the room. But these goblins are extremely fast and sturdy, and while normally it'd be impossible to catch them. They have Damien, who readies his gun and shoots towards the goblin that's bouncing off the walls. The goblin turns around, but it's too late as Damien has already shot a few of them. They drop golden coins rather than blood. Evangeline asks Damien how he's even hitting them, Lucas acts smug, saying Damien has been with them since the advanced base, so their depth as party members are different than hers. She calls him old. Taku tells them to stop yapping, and as the goblins turn into a bunch of gold and items, he tells them to grab them all. The room is cleared now, and they have 5 minutes to grab as much as possible. Taku finds a core on the floor. It's of course a special grade like he wanted. The 5 minutes quickly flash by, and Taku says it's time to go. The group say it's sad they can't take it all. A creature emerges from the portal, and flies toward them while growing large. It eats them all, then spits them outside of the portal. Taku says he wondered how it'd evict them. And just like that, they obtained the mana cores they needed. Calibe says Taku has a lot of potential, but in like riddle speak. And now all they need is the dark crystal. He asks Taku if he knows where to get it. Taku says yes, and that a boss friend nearby has it in his stomach. It's time to return to exploring. But back at the manor, he's given out bonuses to everyone with stuff they got from the gold room, and he'll pay the rest of the soldiers with a bonus in their salary too. Taku heads to the inn and goes in asking if Juju is here. The innkeeper tells him she is on the 3rd floor. And she's been stuck in her room for a few days. Taku wonders if she's gotten worse and tells Lucas to wait here, since he has something to talk to her about. Lucas reluctantly agrees, so Taku heads to her door and asks if she's inside. He hears her coughing and retching. He asks if she's okay, but she isn't answering. He tells her he's going to come in. She tries to tell him to wait, then he sees that she has puked up blood everywhere. He runs in and sees her face has burns on it, and that's why she wears her hair down. She goes to cover it up, then he screams after seeing all the blood. She keeps spitting up blood, and asks if he's eaten dinner. He tells her that isn't the issue here. Then 20 minutes later at the dining hall, she apologizes for letting him see that, and she's a little sick. He says little my ass, and asks if she has a deadly disease. She says she's tried her best at hiding it, but that she is dying and has 3 years max. He's surprised and goes to say something, and she spits up blood again. She says this one was a joke since the mood felt heavy. He sighs, asking why she didn't tell him. She asks if he'd have hired her if she told him. He couldn't give an answer easily. He would have hired her since mages are precious. But he wouldn't have put her in the main party since it's for the long-term carries. She says she needs money badly and has a lot of mouths to feed. Her grandmother has been supplying their family, but now since she's sick, it's her time to do it. She couldn't reveal her illness, and she apologizes. But don't worry, since she can still battle even in this condition. She's confident in her ability. She tells him to see if her health affects the battle, and if he thinks it does, then he can fire her. She thanks him for the bonus, and stopping by to show concern, and tells him to keep it a secret from Jupiter. Later that night at the Mercenary Guild, we see he's given Jupiter a bonus too, and she says he's being too generous to an old lady who can't work. He says she's been through a lot, and he had some good luck today. She laughs, saying she's caused a lot of trouble, but she's proud that she's contributed the most on the front line. Taku tells her it's true. She says if it's not too much, but please listen to her request. She says she feels sorry for herself. She's lived such a shameful life that even in her old years there's nobody to share a drink with. He asks if it's because she's a wandering mercenary, and she says sure. She thanks him and begins to pour a drink, saying that this is a story about Juju. It's been 15 years, but she remembers the first time they met. At the northern front of the Empire, we see a younger Jupiter trying to light a match. When she was the captain of the 2nd Division, she calls down lightning out of frustration, and smugly says this is why she learned magic. Another woman comes, her name is Sharp Wind Reina, the captain of the 1st Division. She says to not use magic here, and calls her crazy, asking who lights cigs like that. Jupiter says of course she does. Reina says she's sick of her shit. And to give her a cig too. Jupiter asks if she's her lackey since she's always asking for cigs. Reina says that she's the only one with the high quality ones, and acts really friendly saying to give her one. Jupiter tells her to act her age, and some other soldiers see them and salute them. Jupiter and Reina then shared a cig and smoked, the two aces of the Imperial Magic Corps. The reason the Magic Corps was able to get a leading position in the army, was solely due to them. Jupiter tells Reina while she was being saluted it occurred to her that the other unit commanders all have scars all over their faces and are tan. Reina says well duh, they have fought countless fights. Jupiter says so have they, but they are pale and have no scars. Reina says it's because they just bomb and the war is over. Jupiter says that she likes her job. Reina asks why she's complaining then. Jupiter tells her she just feels like she's lacking impressiveness and it feels like the other unit captains ignore her. So she's thinking of becoming a SoundCloud rapper. Reina flames her, saying she gets ignored because she's always falling asleep during meetings. Jupiter says she only fell asleep once, that was it. Reina reminds her that it was when the Emperor attended the meeting. A messenger appears, saying he has a message from the commanding unit. During this time the Imperial Army's First Corps is in the process of invading a small kingdom named Camilla. The war was in its final stages, but resistance continued, so the Magic Corps were carrying out a messy and boring mission of clearing up enemy guerrillas. Jupiter says they are like ants, even if they get rid of one of them more appear. The messenger says they have been ordered to strike simultaneously in the morning. Jupiter says she hates morning operations, but she understands. She asks Reina if she wants to take a trip to the south when the war ends. Reina says 2 women past 50 going on a trip is gross. Jupiter corrects her, saying 2 rich talented ladies. Jupiter says they might even be able to find some young hot men. Reina reminds her that they'll have eyes. Jupiter says the cold weather is making her pessimistic, and they should enjoy the south since it's warm. She says when she retires she'll go south and stay in a resort with a pool, enjoying the sun. Reina says okay, and that they should visit the south once before they die. Their conversation was as far away from the south as it was from reality. They continued their talk about retirement and old age and had fun. Then it cuts to the next day. They are looking at a town from afar, asking if it's really a military base. Jupiter says it looks like a village, and asks Reina what she thinks. Reina says she doesn't see any weapons or cannons either. Jupiter tells a soldier to confirm that it's a military base. The man comes back a bit later, saying they are sure it's a military base, and that the guerrillas are disguising themselves as civilians. The village is already under their control. Jupiter looks at it and says, "Is that so?" They then begin the countdown to bomb the city. Reina readies her magic, but Jupiter doesn't. Reina says if she wants her vacation they need to deal with this quickly. Jupiter smiles and begins to ready her magic too. Jupiter says she just needs to follow orders like a good soldier does. Then strikes the town with her lightning. We see it strike in the middle. Then after a second of nothing a massive explosion follows it. Reina then activates her wind magic and creates 3 tornadoes in the town. The man tells them the operation is over, and the knights will head in and investigate now. And they can both return to the base. Jupiter stares at the village on fire and says she wants to go there to see it herself. Reina reminds her that they are prohibited from approaching the site, and they specialize in long-distance warfare. She tells Jupiter if she goes there and gets ambushed their combat force will plummet. Jupiter runs off anyways, and Reina tells the man to stop her, but he looks confused since who would stop a mage. Jupiter stands inside of the burning village, and sees the destruction. She finds a dead child, and other civilians, and she drops to her knees. She starts to curse the order, saying there were no armed forces here, it was just a village full of the elderly and the young. Some soldiers say they finally found her. They tell her it's dangerous here. And Reina approaches her, telling Jupiter to calm down. She asks how she's meant to calm down without the commanding unit even checking their intel. Reina says that the guerrillas might have been hiding in the village, and truthfully they don't have the time to go through them one by one. It's already been half a year since the war began. Soon it will be winter and they need to end this quickly. Jupiter says so what? Their plan is to just indiscriminately burn everything, without checking. Reina says it's efficient. Jupiter says the only efficient part is they are massacring civilians. Reina sighs, asking if she remembers how many countries they've wiped out so far, asking if she thinks civilians haven't been killed before. And out of all of the last 20 years, how many real military bases does she think they've burned? Jupiter started to feel a gut-wrenching pain as she realized her entire career has been a lie, and she's been murdering innocent civilians. Reina says she's been doing so well until now, so why is she acting like this now? And to stop making things complicated, Jupiter begins to vomit. Throughout her entire life, she's never doubted anything so far. She followed orders and felt proud for her work. Each medal she earned she wore proudly. She felt happy to contribute to the empire. But it was all bullshit. She was living a lie. Reina says she said it herself, this is just how war is. Without a single scar, their sole job is to shoot magic from afar. But if she looks closely, this is reality. Jupiter's head remains down, then she hears the cry of a survivor. She looks over and instantly runs over to find a building engulfed in flames. And is shocked to see a little girl inside with a burn on her face. Jupiter quickly helps the little girl out by lifting rubble, and asks if she's alright. She holds her and apologizes while crying, saying it's all her fault. An older man comes out asking if she's part of the rescue team. It's a priest, with a whole lot more kids behind him. He starts to thank her for coming to save them. A great fire came from the heavens and he thought they would all die here. Jupiter yells, telling him to go back into hiding, saying they need to remain hidden. A soldier hears there are survivors and calls it out to the rest. Reyna approaches saying to survive after being bombarded with magic like that they must be lucky. Or rather, she should be calling them unlucky. Jupiter tells her please, but she says to bring them all out. The soldiers forcefully carry them all out and force them to get on their knees. Reyna asks if this is everyone. A soldier says yes. She asks if they were thorough. The soldier says yes. There are no escape routes either. Reyna says all right then. And asks the old man if he's a priest. He says yes, and the children are innocent, so spare them at least. She says they'll live or die depending on his answer. Then she asks where the Camilla troops were hiding. He says there's not a single soldier here. All the young people were already drafted to war, without anyone returning. She asks if it's the truth, and he swears to God. She says okay then, and blasts his head off with her magic. She says she cannot trust him, even if he swears, since their empires believe in different gods after all. She readies her magic to blast the kids, and shoots an attack at them. Jupiter swiftly appears in front of it while holding Juju, and stops the attack from hiding the kids. Blood starts to drip onto her boots and we see she lost her eye. She begs Reyna to stop. She says even if they burn the village due to the guerrillas, the children are just civilians, so why is she trying to kill them too? She asks if she's lost her mind after killing so many people. Reyna sighs, saying she knows who the commander of the war is. The commander already decided it was a military base, so is she planning to report they were all innocent? And that the command team ordered the massacre of civilians. She asks if she's trying to leave a stain on His Majesty's command by saying he made a mistake. Reyna tells her to stop increasing their work and move out of the way, and she isn't doing this because she wants to. Jupiter looks down at Juju, and hugs her tightly. Then says she'll leave a stain on His Majesty's command. She'll file a complaint and report that their judgment was wrong, and they killed villains. She'll testify that his command was wrong entirely. Reyna calls her a crazy bitch, and Jupiter asks if she'll kill her too, saying she'll have to kill all of the other soldiers, and the knights who witnessed this. But she can't do that, can she? Due to how close of friends the two of them were, Jupiter truly believed Reyna would not harm her. And it was true. Reyna cancels her magic saying she can do as she likes. Whether she complains or not, she can do whatever she wants. But she needs to take her uniform off, and throw away everything she's built her life on. Even if she pretends to be clean and act like a hypocrite, nothing changes. She calls her a stupid friend, and says it was terrible to work with her and she never wants to see her again. Jupiter stared blankly at her partner of 20 years. But when she turned around and saw the surviving children covered in blood and soot, she felt as if she was responsible for them now. She formally filed a complaint at headquarters. This was the first massacre recorded in the military books of the Everblack Empire. And it remained the sole mistake the Imperial Army made during the Camilla Kingdom War. It was an undeniable sin engraved in the operations command by the Emperor. Afterwards the Magic Corps weren't used to clear guerrilla operations. With the bombardment from the Magic Corps stopping this delayed the end of the war. And it took them several more years to eliminate the guerrillas. It didn't take long for Jupiter to be kicked out and relocated to the countryside. And a month after the operation, her new location was as a small guard on the Eastern Front. Even though it was a security unit, it's clear that it's a demotion. And that her rank was downgraded, but it didn't matter. She used all of her life savings to build a house, for her and all of the kids to live in. She leans down saying she's never introduced herself, and she tells them to all call her grandma from now on. Back to the present day, Taku puts down a cup of alcohol saying, she wasn't her biological granddaughter. He thought they were due to their similarities. Jupiter is glad to hear they are similar. But says she isn't sure if she's fulfilled the role of a real grandma. She raised the kids out of guilt and responsibility. To them she was an enemy. And she's always wanted to properly apologize, but she feels like she's failed to do so, and it bothers her. Juju is a talented kid, and her talent far surpasses Jupiter's. But because she was struck by Jupiter's lightning at an early age, her body became very weak. Her heart's become weak, and any time she uses magic it eats away at her lifespan. If it weren't for that, Juju would go down in the history of the world, or she could have just lived a happy life. But due to Jupiter it was all ruined. She cannot compensate for her mistakes, and she's scared of Juju now. Taku asks why, and she says what if one day she says to give back what she took from her. How is she meant to repay her, and any time she looks into Juju's eyes she's filled with fear, and wants to hide. Taku couldn't say anything, he just listened intently. It was too difficult for a third party to give advice, and he couldn't tell her the answer either. Jupiter says she's proud of having served the Empire, but she hates what she's done too. Intoxicated by the role of a soldier, she abandoned herself to live as part of the military. She pours another glass, and begs that he doesn't get consumed by his role either. Neither his role as a lord or as a commander. She says those roles aren't his true self, and he needs to live as Ash Bonehat or Everblack. She says it's all the advice she can give to someone who is still young. Her advice stung, like the strong liquor that ran down his throat, in the end. Who is he really? Is he Ash, or is he Taku? Is he really living his life properly? He pondered these questions, and eventually they head outside. Jupiter thanks him for listening to her rant, and says she'll talk to Juju. She's still her granddaughter, so if they open up to one another there will be a way. And she truly believes this. Taku smiles, saying yeah. And he too truly hopes that that is the case, and he hopes that whatever ending they end up with, they don't regret it. A few days later, the silver weapon samples arrived. Lucas says that it's a well-balanced sword. The stats are pretty decent too. Taku says good and he'll get them to make more, and to think of it as expendable, it's okay to break it. Evangeline asks if he's sure, saying it looks expensive. She thrusts with the silver spear, and they start hype-manning her. She tells them to stop reacting to the small stuff, but Taku likes teasing her. He says she's good even though it isn't a lance. She says they are basically the same, then she shoots a stray at Lucas saying she could handle a longsword as well as the oldie. Taku tells them to stop bantering and get their equipment, since it's time to explore the next part of the dungeon. It jumps again to them all teleporting to the safe zone, and Taku says he's only brought the main party. Since only they will be fighting Celine Dion, they need to power level. It would be nice to level them all to the point they get their ultimate skills, but that's at around level 50, and they are a bit away from that. And the only two who will probably unlock new skills will be him and Damien, assuming they hit level 35. Coco sees them all, and asks how they all look thinner than last time, saying they need more food. Taku quickly changes the topic, asking where Calibe is. She says he went to the front of the dungeon for mats. Taku says he didn't expect Calibe to leave his post, but at this point he's much stronger than them, so he'll surely be fine. He tells Coco he has a favor to ask, and she asks what he needs. He tells her he needs this seal removed. She asks if she's sure, saying that it's the infamous loser's pass, and he might lose his will. He says not to worry, and he reminds him that if he doesn't win the fight at the end he can't return. He says they'll win. Coco laughs, saying Calibe was right, and they are good. She starts to release the seal, telling them she'll be waiting. Taku thanks her, then explains that it's basically just a secret passage. They skip stage 4, and go straight to stage 5. However, stage 5 is where the difficulty gets nuts, but that it's actually the best choice for them, since the Colosseum is optimized for gimmicks. Before coming here, he warned the party. We see that the path will lock all of their skills, and the path becomes unusable if they fail. Taku tells them all it's time to go. Everyone looked reluctant about going, but it was a natural response. Taku drops the torch into the hole, saying it's not that deep, and he tells the rest he'll be going first. He starts to go down the ladder, and he wonders if the darkness had a will, what would it do? He says it feels like it's eating away at his ears. As he goes deeper, the sounds of the darkness begin to sound like laughter, or speaking. Taku says he's scared, and that going down further makes him afraid. But he has to do this, as it's the only way to clear this. He makes it to the bottom, and the sounds of the darkness disappeared entirely. He picks up the torch, and looks at the path of the loser, and he explains that speedrunners often break through the Colosseum by using this path. Lucas makes it to the bottom, and Taku asks him how he's feeling. He asks for a quick break, and he says yeah, just wait for everyone to get down. Taku tries to comfort him, since their skills are locked down here. Then Damien screams and falls. He starts to apologize to his friend Van. Taku makes him snap out of it. Damien asks him for him to hold his hand. He does so, then Juju makes it down, saying that was quite a fascinating curse. He quickly comments on how she's got a serious stanky leg going on. She says that she isn't scared, it's just from the climb down. Then she sees Taku and them all shivering, and he says to join them all. Evangeline does a superhero landing, and says that she's hella scared. She makes a face like she's made her mind up, then runs over to them. A bit later, Damien says he feels fine now. But Taku says it's fine for them to rest longer, and there's no need to be embarrassed about being scared. They all use Damien as an excuse to rest longer. Each of them have terrible pasts, although they don't know how deep each of their wounds are. They are all together, so their bonds will strengthen. After resting for about an hour, they began to move. Due to how long the path is, it gave Taku the perfect chance to explain to the party about the gimmicks and tricks. After walking for a few more hours, they finally reached the end of the path, which is another ladder going up. Taku says it won't have a curse this time. Then says it's time to head up. Lucas goes out first, then helps Taku up. Then the chain continues, and Lucas says this place seems like enemy territory. Taku says there's no way. We hear a new voice, asking how long it's been since a challenger showed up. Spotlights begin to turn on, and point in the middle of the Colosseum, shining down on them all. Evangeline says he didn't mention the fact they'd be entering the stadium right away. He says he didn't know either, and wonders why the entrance is in the middle. He must have forgot it'd be the same as in game. Fireworks also begin to fire off. And the man from earlier says he can't remember the last time he had a guest. He's introduced as the Gladiator King Jackal. Taku says this is the NPC boss. Jackal starts to hype up the crowd, and we see some monsters in the seats. Jackal says he doesn't know where the contenders came from, but it's the pathetic adventurer party. Lucas and Evangeline are offended. Jackal says the enemy is something he's been waiting for a while. It's none other than their cute chimera. We see that it's only this from wave 1, and it's a level 45. And we see the winning probability odds are 1 to 100. Taku is surprised by this, and says he explained this already to the members, that there are 100 goblins in the stand who vote, and 99 of them think the chimera will win, which is how the odds came out to be like this. It's only like this since 100 versus 0 isn't allowed. They all think it's over for the main party. Taku says this makes him irritated, as the chimera runs at them. He tells Damien to let him use the Black Queen. Taku says the probability odds are an important factor. In this place each person's odds affect the first attack. So the chimera's first attack will become 1.01 times stronger than usual, while theirs will be increased by 100 times. This is part of the trick to winning in the Colosseum. Jackal starts to shoutcast the fight, and jokingly says look at the toothpick of a weapon, and shakes his finger saying that it won't even leave a scratch. Taku tells him to quit yapping, as the bullet pierces through the chimera's two heads, causing its meat chunks to splatter across the floor, leaving Jackal confused. Taku says he's glad he's quiet now, and he's loud in the game too. Then we see he's the one who benefited from the experience points of the boss. Taku mockingly asks what the next matchup will be. The next wave is a giant frost general. Odds are 1.11 to 10. Jackal again starts to hype up the general's entrance. Jackal says that he can't wait to see what kind of performance the general shows today. But it couldn't show anything, as it was one shot again by the George Washington Blicky. Wave 3 is the Black Dragon's daughter, and the odds are 1.25 to 5. Jackal stutters while hyping this one up. He says 8 wings, 12 legs, and it's missing a tail, but she's still very powerful. As she's the Black Dragon's daughter, Kilishan, he wonders if she'll overcome her father. But she gets instantly killed too. Wave 4 is the Goblin God, level 48, and the odds are 1.43 to 3.33. Jackal says he was avoiding this, but it's the war god of their little goblin spectators. He's an 8-handed fighting machine, who is ready for everything. Except being shot in the chest by Taku, which makes the goblins start to tear up. Taku says this is music to his ears. They pissed him off. Finally, we're on to wave 5, which is 2 Fallen Bloods. The odds are 1.66 to 2.50, the mobs are bloodkins. Jackal says he can't take it anymore and runs off. Someone else begins to take over, saying that he left to get the best quality monsters. Fallen Blood are also called Fallen Vampires. They are vampires that couldn't feed on humans for a while and deteriorated. They lose all sense of reasoning, and turn to beasts. The Fallen Bloods begin to charge towards Taku. He takes aim and fires. The Fallen Blood dodges, but it barely scratches it. It still explodes. Taku says it'll explode just from being brushed up against, and it's time to end the games here. He says they'll use the last one as a training dummy. The rest step up, and Taku says the odds are 60 to 40, but this'll hopefully show the dumb goblins who to vote for. The fight is over in seconds. Taku says he thought for sure it would be a better fight. Taku wonders if it's just because it's closer to a husk than an actual vampire. Taku asks Jackal if he's got anything stronger, or nah. Jackal says it's a seasonal monster that was freshly caught. We see Wave 6 is a single level 50 vampire, and the odds are 2 to 2. Taku says perfect. Jackal begins to hype it up saying it's a self-proclaimed aristocrat, then says he's tired of the introductions, just go fuck them up. The light is shining on the vampire, and we learn his name is Bernardo, who is yelling about this treatment, saying Jackal isn't safe. Jackal is surprised, and Bernardo says the only reason Jackal is allowed to use the arena is because the great commanders permitted it. He says he's a part of Celine Dion's family. Jackal starts to feel worried, then Bernardo's arms go flying through the air. Jackal says he's heard enough yapping, and that he smells like iron, saying who cares about Celine whatever. He caught and dragged Bernardo here, so he doesn't care about whose ass he kisses. If he acts out of line again he'll cut his head off. He says he'll shove garlic down his throat if he doesn't understand. Bernardo looks pissed, but holds it back saying damn it. His arms begin to float back toward him, and he says he doesn't know where they are from, nor is he hungry. He reattaches his arms, and says he has to kill them all. Taku laughs, saying they plan to kill him too. It'll be their first time fighting a vampire, so they should get the experience of it. Taku tells them all that before they fight, it's time to get slapped on their palms. He grabs Juju's hand, then smacks it with his wand and we see she gets a 20% increase to elemental damage. She's surprised, but the rest give her a thumbs up. Taku tells her it only works once a day, so don't try and get hit often. She looks at him like he's a weirdo. Bernardo is annoyed they are doing this in his presence, and leaps at them saying he'll squeeze all of their blood out. Taku tells everyone to get ready. He explains to us that vampires have two general fighting methods. One is blood magic, by using their own blood, or others. Second is using their bodies. They have incredible regeneration and their strength is superior to a human's. Most vampires take these two skill trees, and focus on one side, and if they master just one of them they'll become a disaster. Unfortunately that isn't the case for Bernardo. He eats an attack, and Taku says that he seemed to have been lazy in both. A large area has been painted with his blood. It may seem like a one-sided fight, but that's not the case. Since he's still a vampire, his regeneration is Wolverine-like. But there's still a way to beat it. He asks Damien if he can see his core, and he says yes, and it's like the entire body is made of blood. The core isn't in one place, it just breaks and reforms over and over. Taku wonders what to do, and says while fighting in the game he would put various healing reduction artifacts around, and cut them to pieces with silver star weapons. But it's too early in the game to get those artifacts, and they don't have the actual star silver weapons. And they can't one-hit him either. Taku also realizes that Bernardo has been staring at him for a while, and on cue he leaps at Taku saying he'll take his blood. Taku realizes that he must be the target solely because of his low level. Bernardo goes to bite him, but catches an arrow into the side of his head instead. As Damien was ready to protect him, Evangeline and Lucas are also angry. They both stab him in the chest. Taku realizes something, then tells them to leave their weapons inside of him. Bernardo says there's no way they think this would be a fatal wound. Taku says of course not, then tells Juju it's her turn. She says that she sees what he's going for. She begins to imbue lightning to the weapons inside of him, and uses them as a lightning rod for her attack, causing him to be burnt from the inside out. Damien says he sees it, then fire a shot at Bernardo, piercing his core. He screams as he's falling, then fades to dust. Taku says although he was weak, he's got some clues from this. First they strike with a combination of silver weapons and magic, and once the core is revealed, Damien will snipe it. He smiles, saying they just need to take it one step at a time. Jackal jumps back into the arena, saying well done, and they've proven their worth. Now they will face him, the Gladiator King. It's the final wave, and Jackal is level 75. There is no winning probability on this fight. Taku sweats in anticipation, and he sees the goblins have all been killed. Jackal says that he didn't think allowing for odds to determine the fight was smart. Taku explains how his first ability is to always avoid the first attack. And without the odds, if they fight him they are going to die. He's a level 75 after all. Jackal says it's been a while since he stood in the arena, and they need to show him their fighting spirit. He dashes in towards them, saying to show their strength. Taku says they came here, because he has a way to nuke the boss. Taku says that Everblack has not forgotten him. Jackal stops in his tracks out of confusion. Taku repeats it. The true identity of Jackal is that he's a special agent dispatched by the Everblack Empire decades ago. While exploring he was kidnapped, and ended up living in the Colosseum. Therefore in the game if you showed him Prince Ash's memento in game, You skip the battle, by making him think Lucas was part of the royal family. Jackal asks him who he is, and Taku introduces himself, while showing his family emblem. Jackal drops his sword, and falls to his knees saying he thought he's been completely forgotten. He thought he was forgotten about, and he tried to forget it too. Taku tells him that even if he does forget, the Empire never forgot about him. And even if the Empire did, he vows on his name as prince he will remember him. Jackal starts to cry, saying the time he spent here wasn't in vain. He says that seeing how happy he has made him feel guilty, but oh well, it is what it is. Taku says he didn't doubt that Jackal was sincere, he just wonders how the hell he's become so docile in comparison to how he was acting just a few moments ago. He went from boss to normal NPC. Taku asks if he'd be able to help them in the dungeon search moving forward, since he's incredibly strong, having him would make it way easier for them. Jackal explains that his body belongs to the Colosseum, so if he leaves he cannot use his power. Jackal starts to apologize profusely, but Taku says it's fine. Then he says he's looking for an item called the Shard of Darkness, asking if he has it. Jackal says yes, and to tell him how many he needs. Taku says in the game, he turns into a normal NPC and gives you the Shard of Darkness. He decides to start with 3, it's a material for crafting top tier items. He puts it into his pocket inventory, saying it'll be needed for the Star Silver weapons. Jackal asks if he needs help with anything else, saying he'll help with anything he can. Taku asks if there's anywhere they can sleep, saying the party is worn out so they need to rest. We see Juju sit down on a bed, and Evangeline starts to jump on it out of joy. Juju says she didn't expect someone so ferocious to become such an ally, saying Taku is incredible. He awkwardly laughs, since it's a strategy that already existed. He should be thanking his brain for remembering. We see a burrito in the shape of Evangeline, asking if everyone will be sharing this room. Taku says yeah, it's the only room. Evangeline says there are 2 ladies though, and Taku says yeah, that's what he'd call them, then asks where the ladies are. He says he sees 1 cockroach, and some kind of blood machine. Burrito raises up asking what he means cockroach. Taku asks what she'll do about it. She pulls out a pillow saying this, and Taku pulls out 2 saying he'll teach her a lesson. Damien and Lucas enter after bathing to see Taku being absolutely mobbed by Evangeline. He tells Lucas to back him up, and Lucas quickly says of course. He smacks Evangeline in the back of the head, and she says this is cheating, and tells Juju to help. She says she isn't picking sides, but Evangeline threatens to sleep in her bed. Juju quickly starts to raise pillows and bedsheets into the air. Taku calls for Damien's assistance, but Damien slumped. Then the sheets fly at Taku and Lucas, wrapping them into burritos of their own. Lucas apologizes. Taku tells him it isn't his fault, it's the Evil Lady Alliance. Juju starts to laugh, and Taku says he's never seen her like this. It was different from the fake smile she usually had, and it was genuine. Seeing her open up made him relaxed. It jumps to Taku dreaming, and he's reminiscing about an OG viewer who commented, saying his channel blew up. But he's about to get surgery soon, and he hopes Taku can give him some warm wishes. Taku wakes up gasping. Juju asks if he's okay, or if he's feeling sick. He says he's fine, but asks why she's awake. She says she woke up from her nap, then asks if he's sure he's okay, since it seemed like a nightmare. He tells her it's about something he regrets, and he keeps having recurring dreams about it. She says a lot of people experience that, and it happens to her a lot too, since she's full of regrets it's hard to sleep. She says everyone else is sound asleep. Taku says yeah, he's sure they are sleeping well. Then we hear loud rumbling. Jackal bursts into the room saying they are being attacked, and vampires have invaded. We see a horde of ghouls, and the fighters of the Colosseum start to fight back. An all-out war has ensued straight in the middle of the arena. Taku says he can't believe he's seeing a war between monsters. He thought Bernardo was capping. Jackal says the vampires won't be able to break through so easily, and they'll make them leave with the taste of defeat. Taku asks if he'll be okay. Jackal says he's dealt with worse, he's the Gladiator King after all. He starts to walk over, and lifts the exit tunnel saying to take it back, and since they've completed the Colosseum they can return on the loser's path. Taku thanks him, and Jackal says to go quickly so he can fight freely without worry. As Taku and the rest go to climb down, Jackal thanks him for remembering his name, and says that it was more than enough for him. Taku says that sounds like a death flag, so be careful. Jackal says he was just being sincere, then says he'll meet him again. Then hands him a bag saying it's a small gift, and that he'll be closing the door now. He closes it. At the bottom of the ladder, Taku looks at the bag of shadow fragments, and says it really seems like a death flag. Taku says it's time to go back, and claps some vampire cheeks. As they all start walking down the hallway, Evangeline says it seems way colder than yesterday. Taku sees Damien shivering too. Juju's breath is also cold. Lucas shouts saying something is dead ahead. Taku sees a small figure, and he can tell from the kid-like appearance that it's the Vampire King, Celine Dion in the flesh. Celine Dion says excuse me, then walks past the majority of the party and we see materials leaving his hand, as the group instantly realize their weapons were instantly destroyed. Celine sends them all flying throughout the air. Juju says that she'll stop him, but he glares at her magic and it disappears. She says impossible, then he sends her flying. He says it's time to talk, player, as he's very curious about him. Taku says with his bright red eyes he observed him quietly, and his gaze gave him goosebumps. He shouldn't be fooled by the childlike appearance, as he's hundreds of years old. Celine says player, do you have any interest in talking? Taku quickly says his name is Ash. Celine is confused and Taku keeps repeating it for him. Celine says it makes sense he has a name, but when you see an ant you call it an ant. He apologizes for being inconsiderate, saying he didn't want to offend him, nor does he want to harm him. Taku says why hurt the party? Celine says subduing them without killing is a hassle, he just wants to talk. Taku says if he wanted them all dead it'd be easy, so it's certain he isn't here to eliminate them all now. Taku sits down, and says Celine should sit too, saying it'd be awkward to talk while standing. Celine looks lost, but decides to follow along. Taku asks why he's here, asking if it's about puberty, or career path. Celine says he doesn't know what those are, then asks how he killed Orlop. Taku asks who, and Celine says the Queen of the Spiders. Taku goes to call him a weeb, but realizes he must be talking about the forward base, and is surprised it wasn't just a boss. Taku says since it never appeared in game, he thought it was only something for the backstory. But no wonder she didn't die so easily, she was at the commander level. Celine says it seems like he remembered. Taku says yes, he almost died. Celine explains that she usually isn't in the front lines, but it was mating season so she needed human flesh. But he heard she was killed by a cannon. Taku says yes. Taku asks if he's here for revenge, and Celine says he doesn't care about the spider bitch, he told the king he'd do it for revenge, but he didn't mean it. Taku asks why then. Celine says he wants to die, and that he truly wishes to face death. He's been revived here 500 years ago, and wishes to go back. Taku wonders what the hell is going on. Celine cuts his throat, saying nobody could give him an injury, let alone kill him. However, Orlop, a commander like himself, was eliminated from a mere cannon. So he thought maybe Taku would be able to kill him too. He asks Taku if he can do it, and truly set him free from this, so he can return to his eternal sleep. Taku starts to sweat, saying this is nonsense, asking why it's a question if he can kill him. He says he came here to kill them all, that's the purpose of this. He starts to remember those in the tutorial being eaten, and gets angry. Saying of course, he'll kill all of Celine's family, along with his subordinates, along with even their king. He starts to remember the front count dying in his arms, and shouts saying he'll annihilate every single enemy, without leaving a single one behind. He starts to recall the blue flame for funerals, the cannon shots, the choir, along with the silence that followed the prayers. He starts to recall all of the named soldiers he met that have already went ahead into death, along with all of those that he never got to meet, or learn their names. That is his duty as a commander, and why he hates them so much. He tells Celine even if he didn't come here, he was going to kill him either way. Celine smiles, saying is that so? He begins to stand up, saying that he's happy even if the attitude is for show. But he can't figure out how such an insignificant create will be able to kill him. He asks if it's even possible. Taku slaps his hand away, saying of course. And that in game he's killed him countless times already. Taku tells him to just wait and crawl up to his castle wall. Then he will do as he said, and end his life. Celine starts to genuinely smile, saying he'll see him soon then. He says he hopes it isn't a lie, and it seems like his henchmen want to fight, but he should stop them. Taku motions to them all to stop. Celine starts to fade out and says he will be looking forward to death. Then leaves the tunnel. Taku says if he wants to die so badly, he should just unalive himself. He tells the party to not be frustrated about the power difference, as they'll get their chance for revenge. It's time to go back, they have a lot to do. Back at the base camp, he sees Calibe holding something. Calibe says it's called the Devil's Mistletoe that grows in the deepest level of the dungeon. Taku recognizes it as the cursed branch and says they can use it to make equipment. Calibe says he can make a cursed blade that will reduce the healing ability of the enemy. Taku says if he can add this to a star silver weapon it'll be a hard counter for the vampires. He asks Calibe if he got hurt getting the branch, which makes him flustered and he says he tripped. He clears his throat saying it's all he can do to help, but please kill that monster, talking about Celine. We see that Taku went up 10 levels, and is one away from his new skill. Damien has the ability for his. After sorting out the items from the dungeon, Taku says he got it, and it's a finished product. He says the Scream set should be complete now, and he wonders how lucky he was to get the full set, though Jupiter has the other 2 items. Taku says it's a bit sus, but he should just use them. He says he also ordered some stuff from the blacksmith, and he'll hand those out later. After organizing his items, he moved to the next location. He opens the door telling Ader to welcome him. Ader asks why he's here, and he says he needs to talk to him. Taku says this is his first time in Ader's room, and he looks around saying he seems to be living fine. He comments on how it's desolate, and aside from the documents he needed to process it was empty. It jumps to Ader being surprised about Celine visiting Taku, who tells him he only survived since Celine is a psycho, but if it happens again how can he explore the dungeons? Ader starts to think about it, and says in the game this is a clear violation of rules if it was in the game. But this is reality, monsters and humans, stuff like this is acceptable. Taku says yeah, and that he's also used stuff that's only possible in reality. Like equipping Damien with 6 guns, but there's no way to guarantee next time they run into him they don't die, which would be game over. Ader tells him to wait, and he'll add some features to the achievement store. If Taku applies them it'll prevent this from happening again. Taku looks at the shop and sees a boss detection radar for 5,000. He has 900,000 points, another one is an emergency escape bomb that is 45,000. Taku says rather than Ader blocking them, he's just telling him to detect then run. Ader says surely it's better than nothing. For those who don't remember he's the director of the game. Taku buys it, and says it seems like it's applied. He tells Taku right now it may seem like a threat, but perhaps later he'll take advantage of this. Saying if they can find Taku in the dungeon, it means he can go find them in the dungeon too. Taku says that he's right. Ader says this is why he won't block it. He smiles, saying this stage will be rough as hell, but he believes Taku will break through them all. Taku says for a moment he seemed like a real director, rather than the fool he pretends to be. The next day at the blacksmith's shop, we see Jupiter holding the golden armor from the gargoyle. She asks Taku if she's allowed to enjoy it, and he says who other than her would. It's a good piece of equipment, but the negative trait Gold Lover is granted to the wearer. She already has it, so nobody else but her should wear it. He also gives her the Scream set, and she now has the full set bonus. She's hesitant for a moment, but, thanks Taku. Saying she can't go to the front lines, and asks if Juju could take all of it instead. It jumps to Juju's room. We hear her coughing up a storm. She says it hurts more than usual, and it must have been because of Celine. She says she learned a lot from it though, and in his spell it contained a simple, but deep magical principle. She thought about making it hers, and she starts to feel like she's on the cusp of the next level. However, she wonders how much she'd be able to use it in the future. And that she's getting closer to death every day. She wonders if she'd have lived longer without learning magic. But deems them useless thoughts. Taku knocks on her door asking if she's awake. She opens the door, asking what's up, but he sees her bleeding from the mouth with a rag covered in blood. Then she is surprised, as she sees Jupiter standing on the side. Jupiter sees the blood and starts to feel guilt-ridden, instantly, going back to her past. 10 years ago in a rural village, Juju is waking her up, telling her she needs to go work. Juju asks if she had a bad dream. She says no and sighs saying she wants to sleep for longer. Juju asks if she isn't going to work, but she says that isn't it. We learn that she's the village guard. Even if it doesn't pay much, it was the only means of income for her family. Juju tells her to wake up, and she's made breakfast so make sure to eat, saying not to skip, as Jupiter often did. She asks Juju to feed her, and starts to talk her into it. Juju says she has no choice then. And starts to feed her. Juju asks how it is, saying she tried cooking it for less time. Jupiter says it tasted like straight ass. Juju barks saying she can make it then. Jupiter says she can't cook. She lived her entire life on a battlefield, having others cook her meals. She doesn't know how to do any of the normal living tasks. Juju asks what she can do. Then she says only magic. but that she will be back in a bit. Jupiter sees everyone else is still asleep, and Juju made food for them all, and starts to hug her saying she's so proud of her. Juju gets her off, then sticks her hand out, saying to give her money, they've used their living expenses. Jupiter asks how, saying she gave her some a while ago. Juju says there's too many people here. We learned she took in 10 kids, and feeding and clothing them all drained the money quickly. Jupiter has no money right now, and it's a while away from payday. She heads out, and Juju says if she has to steal, go get it, chanting money as Jupiter leaves. On the outskirts of town, Jupiter arrives at work. They salute her, she tells them to take it easy, nobody is watching anyways. She sits down, asking if anything happened. They say nope, besides the smuggler they caught yesterday, nothing has happened so far. The smuggler tells them to think carefully, if they let him go he'll give them 50% of the profits. He says their salaries are low, and they could use it. Jupiter tells him to quit yapping. The smuggler says he'll get to do his job, and they'll get free money, he pleads saying it's a win-win for everyone. Especially for Jupiter, and he doesn't know why a mage is here, but with her help they could do some big business. Jupiter zaps right in front of his face, and kicks the cage telling him to shut the hell up. She tells him who she is, and says even if she didn't have money, she'd rather starve, than put her hands into smuggling. The man is in fear, and she says he made her feel like shit. He tells the rest to keep an eye on him, and an investigator will arrive tomorrow, so she'll go patrol the village. As she's walking she spots a dead body on the beach, being carried away by some villagers. She says 5 years ago the town was peaceful, the Empire's war of conquest gave rise to war refugees, the security was shaken from the borders and left an impact on the Empire. She wants to live peacefully, until the kids grow up. But money is running low, and her job is exhausting. She started to crave for a cigarette, but because she lives with the kids and her wallet was thin, she quit a while ago. The old Jupiter is gone, she starts to wonder if there were any tobacco leaves in the smuggler's items. She sees a massive lightning strike out in the woods, and realizes someone is using magic. She runs over to see someone burnt to a crisp, as Juju is crying. She says she didn't mean to, but they broke in and threatened everyone. Juju, being the eldest, awakened as a mage. Jupiter comforts her, but notices that Juju is coughing up a storm, then sees blood pouring out from her eyes, nose and mouth. She quickly took her to a temple for healing. The priest says it's temporary, it isn't a cure, and from the magic scars Juju has, as the magic power flows backwards, she is talented. But from her previous wounds she cannot handle her own magic power. She will die, and won't live for long. The priest says none of the kids are going to live for long. Jupiter asks what she needs to save her, and he says to take her to the big temple in the capital. There she'll get the highest level of healing magic, it'll cost a lot of money though. Jupiter says she's too poor for that, the priest says she'll die soon. So feed her something nice, as she's skin and bones. Jupiter started to think, while she took them all in. She was just slowly killing them all, she's unable to provide proper treatment, and they are suffering through poverty. She started to curse her lack of money. Later that day she headed back to her post, and kicks the cage of the smuggler to wake him up. She tells him to talk more about the deal he offered earlier, and we see she took a cigar from his stash. A few days later, the kids are asking what's with the bags she brought. She says her salary increased, and to check it out, all of the kids open the bags to find toys and clothes, and are all excited. Jupiter shows a book, saying she picked this up for Juju to read. She looks happy, saying she'll read it carefully. Then says she didn't do anything weird, right? Saying it's still far from her payday. Jupiter says she is sharp. Jupiter says she just had some saved up in emergency funds. So don't worry, and just enjoy reading. She says that they should make dinner together too. Juju says okay, then says that she called her food bad. Jupiter says she can't cook either, so the two started to cook while the kids all enjoyed their new toys. That night we see her outside, and she says she can't quit smoking again, as it suppresses her anxiety about committing a crime. Juju comes outside, and Jupiter tells her to get back inside since it's cold. She says she wanted to show her something, and shows that she has access to 3 elements, saying she thinks she has a talent. Jupiter is shocked, since the priest said magic will kill her. Juju tells her she wants to grow up just like Jupiter, and become a great mage. Jupiter tells her not to bother learning magic, saying she can feed her for the rest of her life, and promise her she won't use magic. Juju says she worked so hard to raise them though, so she wants to grow quickly and help her. Jupiter quickly hugs her, saying she's fine, and just to worry about enjoying her youth. Jupiter is clearly shaken by this, saying not to worry. But their time of wealth was short, as the investigators were smart and caught her. The healing of 10 kids in the capital was the deciding factor, as it was too expensive for a demoted soldier to handle. The investigators thought it was fishy, and investigated, causing the smuggler to rat out Jupiter. She didn't protest their claims as she did commit the crime. Jupiter was eventually dishonorably discharged, and her military career was over. She says it was all her karma, but she didn't regret it, as it allowed the children to get healed by high-level healing magic. But now she doesn't know where to earn money. A group starts to approach her, saying welcome to becoming a free soul. She asks if they are here to make fun of her. A man says he's not dumb enough to offend a mage, and asks if she's interested in becoming a mercenary. She gets annoyed, asking if they want her to become a henchman. The man says no, and she could be a hunting dog that they carry around. He says she needs a lot of money, right, and he starts to pull a case out, saying someone as skilled as her can make quite the fortune. She makes a decision, and reaches for the cigar box, and they light it up for her, saying, "Thanks for becoming a mercenary." It jumps back to her with Juju, and she's telling her she's going to be heading west as a country is having a war. Juju says it's going to be scary without her, asking if she can stay. Jupiter says she'll make a lot of money and be back soon, so don't worry. Juju knew that she had no choice but to leave, but she couldn't help being afraid. They both start to talk about how they have nightmares, and Jupiter tells her she'll have a good dream tonight, and to sleep well as they watch the stars in the sky. Afterwards, Jupiter wandered all over the continent as becoming a mercenary wasn't that good of money, so she soon started to do all kinds of dirty work. The honor she had as a soldier was of no use when her grandkids were in the picture. She threw it all away, gaining a new one. As the corrupt soldier who's gone mad for money, she's become a gold lover. Juju, having to be the older sister in charge of the rest, became mature quickly, and she often had to save her siblings. She became shrewd and harsh, and even learned magic to protect her siblings. She knew it herself, that she was talented in magic, or rather she had no other options. And just like that, 10 years passed by. As much as Jupiter and the kids grew apart physically, they grew distant emotionally too. Except for the occasional letter, their interactions decreased too. She sent money and letters. Juju grew into an adult, and she understood what happened 15 years ago, along with what Jupiter did as a mage. Jupiter grew old, and began to fear her granddaughter. While she took them in and raised them, their scars weren't erasable. Back to the present day in Juju's inn, Taku wonders what's with the rough atmosphere. He just wanted to hand out the equipment and laugh and giggle. He didn't think he'd be in the middle of family conflict. The innkeep keeps bringing food into the room, as she wants to leave a good impression. Jupiter finally speaks, asking if Juju wants to work as a mage. Taku is surprised. Jupiter brings up how she's vomiting blood and getting closer to death, yet still wants to be a mage. Juju tells her it's a dream to live as a mage, and that the food is delicious, telling Jupiter to eat up. Jupiter tells her this isn't living, she's speedrunning death. They keep talking back and forth and Taku starts to get brain damaged. Jupiter asks if Juju is planning to die before she does, and Juju says it's not a bad idea. Jupiter looks like she's made her mind up, and tells Taku she's sorry, but she'll take back what she said. She'll use all of the equipment, as it wouldn't have meaning giving it to a dying child. She grabs her stuff and starts to leave. Taku asks Juju if she's okay, saying her grandma, but she cuts him off, saying she's never once thought of her as her grandma. Taku says since he only heard about her past, he shouldn't interfere. But he tells her that Jupiter is right, and if magic is causing her to get worse, but she cuts him off saying that the enemy is a vampire lord, without her the defense won't be possible. Taku is silent since she's right, and he should just push her to her limits. Juju says everyone is fighting with their lives on the line, and she's the exact same. She says the meal was good, and stands up, then double checks asking him if he is paying. He says he wouldn't extort money from a dying kid, and now that he thinks about it, it seems like Ash has a lot of family issues too. 1 week later at Calabay's shop, Lucas is holding a sword saying it's the best he's ever held. It's an SSR Star Silver sword, and it has a heel cut effect. Taku smiles, since it has double damage to vampires, and ignores their defenses. Calabay tells Evangeline to hand him her lance. He says it'd be better to just make her a new one. But hers was made by adding a spear blade over her family's lance. It's a trick he wanted to try since it's not a game. That way she can keep her personal equipment effect, along with the bonus damage to vamps. Taku asks if she needs any further adjustments, and she says nope, It feels heavier, but it feels better. Calibe tells him later on he'll be able to fully awaken her lance. Taku says that makes sense as in the game he upgrades an SSR character's personal equipment. Finally we see Damien has star silver arrows. Calibe says he can tell his eyes are extremely good. Damien puts the arrow back into the quiver, saying he'll use it well. Calibe then shows a crossbow, saying it's a bonus as it is he'll cut as well. Taku is surprised by it, then asks if it's too much for a bonus. Calibe proudly says it's from leftovers. Taku goes to pay him for the equipment, but Calibe says he doesn't want it. He just needs to kill Celine to make it fair. Taku sees Calibe is determined, and Calibe tells him to go fight well, and he'll be waiting to hear of their victory. They have their weapons now, and what's left is the strategy. Taku says when they return to Crossroad, they can pick up Evangeline's armor. She's surprised, and he tells her he put an order in for armor a while ago. She gets excited, asking if it's pretty armor. We see that stage 5 will start 9 days from now. Back at the blacksmith, she is surprised by the armor. Taku says not to get too happy, but she says this is hella ugly. He says she could call it sturdy instead. It was made from golem fragments, and in return for benefiting from physical and magic resistance, it adds a penalty on movement and attack speed. But with her unstoppable trait, she is immune to movement impairing status effects, so it's the best armor for an early to mid-level Evangeline. She says it died. Taku asks what, and she says her fantasy about armor. He tells her that practicality is more important than looks. She says that all other knights wear shiny armor, and they look cool too. She sighs, asking for him to promise her something, and to pick her pretty armor in the future. He smiles, knowing her future armor is beautiful, and the image of her wearing it was the promotional image for the game. He says he promises, so for now be patient and get ready to fight. Damien and Lucas laugh seeing how angry she is. Taku tells them all to go to his manor for dinner tonight. Outside his manor, he's talking to Ader. Then hears a footstep, and sees Jupiter asking what brings her here. She asks if he remembers her mentioning that she was spreading rumors across the continent, about how the monster front pays well. Taku says she mentioned this a few months ago, and that the prince pays well. He thought it'd have a positive impact in the long run. Jupiter says her former mercenary colleagues came after hearing about this. Taku says it's enough for a party, and she says she wants the party to be called the Old Hunters. Taku says he can't let her fight when she hasn't healed. She says that he'll need a skilled wizard to deal with the vampires. And not to worry, she's a mercenary, so just give her a chance, let her prove that she is still useful to him. He thinks about it, then says he needs to tell the chef to make more food. At the dining hall we see everyone's gathered. Juju looks over and spots Jupiter, and Jupiter quickly averts her gaze. Taku says he wanted to have them eat before this, but since they came early, they can talk now, then eat later, hopefully their appetites don't leave. Evangeline yells she's a pig. Taku starts saying he'll tell them about this defense battle. The most important info is that the boss will be the Vampire King, Celine Dion, and he has 1,000 lives. Evangeline is scared now. Lucas says they have to kill him 1,000 times then, asking how it'll be possible since doing it just once will be insanely difficult. Taku says killing him 1,000 times isn't possible, so they have to do it another way. Taku explains how vampires take the lives of others, and use it as their own, and Celine stands above the rest as the pinnacle of vampires. Taku says in the past Celine's army was wiped out, but he doesn't know why. But when all of Selene's subordinates died, he didn't abandon his men. Noblesse oblige, because a ruler is responsible for his troops. Celine split his vitality into 1,000 pieces, and distributed them to his subordinates, reviving them. That's the origin behind the vampire army. They have to kill every single ghoul or else Clean cannot die. Which makes him immortal until then. So they don't necessarily have to face Celine, and using the tactic he's prepared they'll isolate and immobilize Celine, while the rest of the soldiers wipe out the vampire army. Then they all jump Celine and end the battle. This is how the flow should go. Next he'll teach them how to defeat them. He's going to go into great detail, so make sure to pay attention. If they do, then they'll survive. Evangeline raises her hand, and she asks if they can do this after eating. He says no, and Evangeline says she's gonna lose her appetite. It jumps to later and his lecture comes to an end, after 3 hours. Everyone looks like they aren't hungry anymore. Damien asks if they'll be able to do this. Taku says while Celine was hella strong inside the dungeon, this time he'll be fighting on their home turf, so he'll be adjusted for it. He tells them all to think about the battles they've had so far, and if he is downgraded they'll be able to handle it. All of the previous battle have been close to impossible, yet they prevailed. It will be the same this time too. He's confident in winning, but he's not confident that everyone will survive this fight. He recalls everyone dying but Lucas in the game, and grits his teeth, saying he'll make sure it doesn't end that way this time. He won't let Lucas stand alone, he'll save everyone that can be saved. He tells them they have 9 days, so train accordingly and to eat well, as starting tomorrow they'll be working their asses off. It jumps to Celine hanging around waiting for the next part to come out. His servants look at his feet, asking if he's trying to die again. Celine says yup. His male butler asks if it worked. Celine says clearly not, and the man asks if he wants to come down. Celine says yes, and we learn his name is Alpha. They help him down, and Alpha says it's getting tiring dragging him down every morning. Celine says he tried something different last time, and Alpha says that was aids to clean up. Celine suggests he do it in the bathroom. Alpha says he'll just need to clean the bathroom up then. Celine asks what would be the easiest then, and Alpha tells him to die by starvation. The girl, who is named Beta, starts throwing up gang signs and says that the worst to clean was when he jumped out of the window. Celine says he understands, due to his high regenerative abilities, and that his life would be scattered among his subordinates he always failed. Celine wonders how long he'll have to live this troublesome life, he's tired of being forced to live. For the Lake Kingdom to obtain immortality they went through so much, but for Celine it's pure agony to be immortal. Alpha says it's quite ironic. Celine says that's only because he didn't want to be immortal. He thought he could finally end this pain, and be put to eternal sleep. But when he opened his eyes the king had resurrected him, now he's going strong on 500 years. He asks Alpha if he thinks he can do it this time. Alpha asks if he means the expedition, and smiles asking if he thinks the humans will be any form of a fight for them. And also that he's been gathering his strength for a long time. Even though Celine wants to die, this time won't be that either. He and Beta both bow, saying they hope he forever stays their lord. Celine says the enemies this time aren't normal humans. He recalls Taku, and the gaze he gave him being nothing but pure hatred. Saying it resembled those that killed him previously, and he is definitely similar. He wonders when the last time his heart beat this much was. He wonders if Taku will actually be able to do it. The door opens for Celine, as Alpha and Beta tell him it's time to go lead the troops. Celine says alright, and begins to walk out. He says it's been 500 years of being here, and during that time he's utilized nightmares to increase troop size. There are hundreds of sleeping vampires and ghouls under his command, and his legion has grown endlessly. But he only had one actual main force he truly trusted in. Were the 1,000 elite members. We see one of them kneeling saying they've been awaiting his orders. Celine says it's been a while since he went to the surface, asking how they will be leaving. Alpha says the main gate, and that the nameless one is blocking it. Celine says he means Mew Myung. She's been blocking the monsters for a while, and is the last standing opponent of Lake Kingdom. She truly practices the art of noblesse oblige. Celine says she's put up a good fight, and to what end? It'd be better for her to give up like her colleagues and peacefully rest. She is slowly reaching her limit, and she's held them back for the last 500 years. But she's been exerting herself now, she won't be able to stop them now. Especially since the main 1,000 troops are ready, lying in wait of the central plaza to the north. Soon they'll engage in combat with Mew Myung. And while they are buying them time, the main force will go through the gate heading to the human city. Celine asks if the other legions have also gone out like this. Alpha grits his teeth, saying that it's embarrassing but yes. They've abandoned the troops that are used for bait, and only small groups from the main force are able to advance beyond the kingdom. And if it weren't for Mew Myung, countless monsters would have attacked the humans by now, most likely annihilating them. Klein says that in order to wipe them out, they don't need to sacrifice thousands of monsters, as their group will handle it. Just 10 vampires and 1,000 ghouls will be enough to wipe out humanity. He says it's time to start, and he's low-key been missing the smell from the overworld. At the main gate, ghoul corpses are launched through the air. One of the vampires call her a traitor, saying they need to kill her and drink her blood. But she tightens the grip on her sword, saying they are all the consequences of sins in this world. And swings her blade, one-sidedly wiping out the enemies before her. She shouts, saying that evil should stay here inside of the kingdom. She keeps putting in the work, while Celine says she's one of the few that could really kill him. And that he thinks it's beautiful, one of his most desired ways to die was by her. But even if he did, the king would resurrect him. Although the king never cared how members died, he always prevented death by Mew Myung. She spots him out of the corner of her eye, asking where he thinks he is running off to. He says he is going to the surface of course, and calls her the noble heiress. She must be the king's daughter. He tells her not to try to bear the sins of this hell by herself for long. He keeps going to leave, and she shouts saying he can't, and before she can try to stop him she gets swarmed by ghouls. It jumps to the outside world by a lake, as Celine takes a deep breath saying the outside air is nice. He then starts to ascend his throne, and sits down, saying it's time to destroy the world, as we see his army is directly behind him. And that there is only 99 hours until they reach crossroads. At the temple, we see Murarita asking Taku what he's doing here at this hour. He tells her that though everyone comes here for different reasons they all have the same purpose. That is to pray for future salvation. Even though he isn't religious he still prays. He wants to win the next battle, and wishes that at least one more person survives. Murarita spots something, and asks why he's brought an offering when there's nobody to be healed. He says that earlier she said this battle is a holy one. And to protect humans the fight against monsters is considered sacred. So he has a request of her, to not neglect the battle and join the fight herself. He explains how in game to get her on your side, you need to visit often and bring offerings. He's reached the amount needed with this donation now. She tells him she's a mere country girl who only knows how to heal. She has no power to fight. He tells her to instead of healing those who are wounded, that it would be more effective to prevent those from getting injured in the first place. Which is a possibility if she were to fight with them, so please lend her power to them. She is considered the best healer in the entire game. She is a role model for all non-ranked heroes. She asks him what she should do for him, as she is willing to join. Inside of the Grand Park with 2 days until the stage starts, Taku came to Lake Kingdom with all 4 parties under his command. And over the past week they've cleared every dungeon in the 4th area. The dungeons were full of ghouls and fallen blood. There was a vampire as the boss monster of each one too. Now every party member has some experience. Dion's squad had grown a ton, and the old hunters, also adapted quickly displaying their experience. Taku tells them that they've cleared all of the sectors here, this is all they can do for preparation. They've set up the walls to the best of their abilities too, they'll either survive the war, or lose. A window appears that says there will not be a dark event this stage, as this is the maximum difficulty already. Taku tells everyone it's time to head back, and to rest well for the next 2 days. We see he's got some loot to open, and that everyone has gone up 1 level in the main party, and in God Hand squad too. Whereas Dion's squad all went up by 2 levels, and the old timers only once. Taku looked at the 20 names one by one, because he didn't know how many people would be left the next time he opened the window. He makes a serious expression, saying he truly wishes for them all to live. The night before the wave, we see at Dion's barracks. They are all talking around a candle, saying they've never had fair treatment, and have always been treated as meat shields. They've experienced countless nightmares to get to where they are, and due to their lack of talent and skill they've always been given messy tasks. But Taku had recognized their true values. He not only gave them an opportunity, he invested time into them. They were given good armor, and weapons and were treated justly. Dion was already committed to being loyal to Taku. He tells the rest they'll show him tomorrow how well they can fight. They all start to think about succeeding and showing that his investment is paying off. Hessen says he wants to save up money and build a shop. Ayla says she plans to put it aside for her wedding as she has a man waiting for her. Shay says he wants to give his parents a ton of money to repay them for raising him. Rook says he plans to enroll his brother in a magic workshop. They've all shared their dreams, so they ask Dion what his plans are. He says it's lame compared to theirs, and tells them about his first day as a mercenary, and how he couldn't afford a drink to dull his nerves, so his dream is to drink at least just once a week. They shout saying to just turn into an alcoholic, downing a bottle a day. He says anyways, and puts his hand out saying that they just need to do their best. As this is where the legend of the Dion squad starts. They all shout their dreams once more while putting their hands in, and it cuts to the shadow units lodging now. Skull and Old Girl are just happy they get to rest, and Bodybag smiles saying she should calm them down, but decides to let them be since it's their rest day. But she wonders where Godhand went to. She heads outside to overhear him saying he'll protect someone. She peers around the corner calling out to him, and he gets flustered asking what she's doing here. She says she overheard him, asking who he was talking to. He stutters, saying it's nobody, and the rest also come around the corner saying they are hungry. Godhand says that they should go raid Taku's kitchen. As he guides them away, Bodybag stands there, and looks confused, tilting her head like a dog. I think he was talking to Lily. God Hand tells her to hurry up, as tomorrow will be really long, so they should go eat. She says okay and quickly runs off. It cuts to Damien's room, and he was practicing getting into position with his gun. He says if he can do it quickly he'll be of more use. He felt a bit dizzy, due to all of the training, and decides to head out to get fresh air. He steps out to see Margarita praying at an altar. Asking what she should do now, Damien wonders what she's talking about. It cuts to Juju's in, we hear her coughing up a lung, and she says just a bit longer and that technique will be hers. She is channeling her mana saying that she just needs to push a little more. She recalls Jupiter asking if she's planning to die before her, and she lowers her hands as the mana fades from her hands. And she starts to cry saying obviously she doesn't want to die. But if she doesn't use her life she won't be able to reach the next stage. She starts channeling again, saying she just needs to try harder. And then it cuts to Jupiter's room. She is also coughing, as she hasn't fully healed yet, and since she ignored it and used a ton of magic, her body was recoiling. She wonders if this is what Juju feels like, saying even with all of this pain she still wants to become a mage. She recalls Juju saying it's not a bad idea to die before her, and with a saddened voice, she asks if she truly hates her. She doesn't care if she does or not, she just doesn't want Juju to die before she does. It jumps once more to Taku's backyard, as Evangeline and Lucas are training. After they lost to Celine, Lucas and Evangeline trained every day. Lucas would penetrate Evangeline's defenses, and Evangeline would block Lucas's attacks. At first the odds of winning were equal, but at some point she started to win more and more. She mastered her intuition and blocked or avoided all of his attacks. She can see the paths now. She was right on the cusp of enlightenment, as her family's ultimate skill was right in her reach. She says she just needs one more step, but gets caught off guard, and launched flying into a wall. She sits up wondering what that was, as she couldn't even dodge it with her intuition. Rather, she was unable to see the attack. She asks him what kind of attack he used, and Lucas says to just call it his desperation. In the morning, we see Taku standing atop the wall with his eyeglass. He says they are coming, as the sounds of their footsteps begin to resound louder and louder. Celine waves at him, and Taku is pissed, saying he'll kill him here. Taku tells all of the soldiers it's time to get ready. Some soldiers are ready to give it their alls, while others start to pray, or think of the family they must protect. Taku says this is going to be Celine's elite army. We see there are 970 frost ghouls charging forward, along with 20 fallen bloods. Celine's 7 vampires are also there, along with the vampire generals, Alpha the male butler, and Beta the female maid. And of course Celine the vampire lord. Taku says there's nothing to worry about, as his army is also here. He has 300 people from the Golden Age army, 900 mercenaries. Alongside Lily and Margarita's squad, Dion's mercenary squad prepares for action, while the shadow unit awaits Taku's command. The old-timers stand ready, knowing this may be their final battle. And, of course, the main party is also prepared. Taku says in mere months they've killed thousands of monsters, and cleared multiple dungeons. Unlike the immortal monsters, they are way more alive as they've got spirit and soul. Taku glares at Celine, asking who he thinks is going to win this war. The ghouls begin to march forward, as their army blots out the horizon. Taku tells everyone to get ready, and they begin to set up the cannons, aiming them all down towards Celine's army. Celine finds it amusing, and smirks saying line 1 advance. The ghouls begin to screech at his command, and charge forward. We see from the status window there are 300 ghouls. The soldiers look intimidated, but Taku tells them not to worry about anything but winning. The soldiers let out a roar. Taku then says that they are reaching the kill zone and tells everybody to fire. All the cannons begin pounding on the ghouls' cheeks. The ghouls were instantly turned into dust as they were swept away by the attacks. However, nobody was happy about it, as it was made very clear that these attacks were not enough to kill them. As the ghouls begin to regenerate even from just dust, back into fleshy beings. Their lives return to Celine, who sends it back so their bodies begin to heal. All 1,000 monsters share their life and blood with him. It's a zombie-like phenomenon that's only possible for him. In order to prevent this, their spirit cores must be destroyed. Celine says it's been so long since they've last invaded the humans, so he was looking forward to this. Alpha says this is too boring, and that it didn't used to be this easy before. He looks over at Celine, asking if maybe the humans got dumber while they weren't invading. Or rather they've probably not experienced a monster legion. Beta nods, Alpha continues saying that they might not have to even step in. If the ghouls are successful in breaching the walls, the humans will be wiped out in no time. Taku explains how even though there's only 1,000 vampires, when a human falls the vampire army grows, so if it turns into a war of attrition they will lose one-sidedly. Therefore, the tactics to defeat the vampire army must solely be done from a distance. However, the human defensive line is just watching while the ghouls slowly close the gap. Celine finally speaks up, saying something isn't right. Alpha asks what he means, and he says it shouldn't be this easy. Asking if the man who defeated Orlop would be this defenseless. Alpha suggests that maybe he's overestimating the enemy, since Orlop was killed by a cannon in the first place, so perhaps it was just luck. Alpha smiles, saying the truth will be revealed shortly. If whether it was luck, or their commander is ingenious. The ghouls finally make it to the wall, and begin to tear away at the wall. One of the soldiers yell in a panic, saying they are climbing up. Celine looks curiously, asking if this is truly the end. If it's just arrows and cannons that he is relying on, asking why he's giving the wall so easily. We see pig corpses being carried on the wall, with something in their mouths. Taku yells now, while waving his hand. The soldiers get to the edges. Celine wonders what the point is, as the livestock corpses are thrown over the wall. They splat onto the ground below, and Alpha asks if they've gone crazy. Taku explains how the bloodkin are monsters that are in a constant state of hunger. Ghouls need meat, vampires need blood. Without these they cease to exist. Alpha facepalms, calling the ghouls dumb. While high-ranked vampires can suppress their instincts, the lower-ranked ghouls have no chance. They are simply cannibals who are consumed by madness at the sight of flesh and blood. Alpha says they've targeted the weakness perfectly, and he didn't even expect such a tactic. Celine says that's because wars in the olden days focused on dignity. But that it still holds no meaning. They are just livestock corpses after all, the ghouls can just eat them and focus back on the wall. And if he only has this trick, he won't be able to do anything with it, but buy time. Just as he says this, hella explosions erupt below the walls. Celine says shooting more cannons is just pointless, but then realizes something as their lives aren't being returned to them. Alpha asks what he means, and he says he's not sure what they've done. He looks hopeful now, saying all 300 of them are dead. We see their corpses below the walls of the main gate. Taku shouts telling everyone it worked, and he raises his fist into the air, saying they aren't getting back up. They've eradicated them. He smiles, asking if they've got any idea how much he's thought about this, saying they are fucked. During his time exploring the dungeons, he formulated a plan to break their cores. To put it simply, after stabbing their stomachs with a silver sword you just use magic to zap them, but with their numbers, this isn't possible to achieve natty. So instead, they stuff their silver equipment fragments, and power into the livestock, and throw them as bait. Mimicking them being stabbed, then it needs to be followed up with a powerful magic attack, but since their mages need to reserve their power. They got the magic Boom Buster Blaster, which they used all of their SR rank cores on. Taku says it's working well, and they might be catching his drift now, as they've prepared like hell on their side. He intentionally let them get close, making them think it was just a stomp, baiting them into being aggressive. Because if they caught the slightest wind of their strat, they'd have come up with a counter plan. But since they are brain dead, it was smooth. Wave 1 has been successfully cleared now, very easily too. Which I don't think is a good thing. Taku smirks, asking Celine what he'll do now, since he's down 30% of his troops. So what will be the next course of action? Celine says that is right, and smiles, saying it should be like this, so he can enjoy the fight too. We see that Wave 2 is 300 more ghouls, along with 10 fallen bloods. Taku says he expected this, and that they are coming full speed even after seeing their hands. Taku says they'll just simply incinerate them, and will welcome it. Taku tells them to prepare the silver powder cannons, and to send it off in droves. The spots begin to stagger out, exploding fragments of silver into the enemies. Taku says that putting fragments and power with the cannonballs lead to extremely effective silver bullets. They begin to regenerate, and Taku tells the old-timers it's time to show the power of experience. Jupiter says bet, and while she gets mana supplied from Violet, she says that she'll show them here how powerful she is. She summons her own mini lightning storm upon the enemy wave. The ghouls that were impacted from the silver bullets instantly evaporated. But the remaining ones didn't even flinch, charging forward. Taku tells Burnout it's time, asking if she's ready. Godhand replies, saying they are indeed. We see a fire in front of Burnout, as she launches out a flaming volley over the castle walls. Turns out they are silver arrows, as they bombard the ghouls. Taku says paired with Jupiter's magic, more than half of the second wave were already dead. All that's left were the rest of the ghouls, and the fallen blood. Even after the attacks, they still managed to run forward with their mangled corpses. Taku tells Damien it's time, but says not to overexert himself. He says yes sir, and gets into form. Taku says that was clean, and he must have practiced. He launches an arrow directly at one of the fallen blood. And then quickly follows it up with 4 more shots, hitting 5 of the fallen blood all in the chest. He tells Taku job's done. Taku is surprised by how fast it was, but can see that his eyes have been strained a good bit. He tells Damien good job, and to rest. He says alright. Taku orders the soldiers to drop the rest of the livestock, and tell the archers to get ready. They all line up their shots, and he says to fire. Their volley begins to pelt the ghouls in the back of their heads, and he yells saying it's time for the mana cannon. It fires off a shot, sending a shockwave across the battlefield. He says that with the majority of them down, all that's left is the remaining 5 fallen bloods. They don't care about livestock, and begin to climb the walls. But they were quickly dispatched by Lucas and Evangeline, as their weapons deal true damage to them in the first place. They both make a bet, saying whoever kills more gets to have a snack with Taku later. Taku says they didn't even ask him. Damien chimes in, saying he's already at 5 points then. Taku says he'll make sure to make snack time at night a common thing since they want to pig out. He just wishes for everyone to make it out of the battle alive. Celine's heart began to beat loudly. He still wished to die as he's tired of living, but at the same time he doesn't wish to lose, rather than giving his life to the enemy without fighting back. He wants a somewhat honorable death if it will be from battle. So he doesn't know his enemy's mercy, as he wishes for a fair fight when both he and his enemy put it all on the line. That's his ideal death. As he watched his troops getting slaughtered, and that he cannot reclaim their lives, he began to feel a sense of thrill that he hasn't felt in centuries. He says he's waited so long for something like this, to see the precious and cherished lives he's saved up turned into ashes. He begins to shake out of excitement, saying he's missed this type of joy. Alpha says they are glad to see him happy. He says that it's still just a bit shy of his own reach. The first wave was wiped out right below the walls. The second wave managed to reach the top, but still died. Celine smiles, saying it's time to release the rest. And to use their lives to pave the path, just as usual. Alpha and Beta say his will is their command. Alpha tells Wave 3 to prepare themselves, and to charge forward building a path of corpses. Wave 2 had just officially ended, and Taku watches with his spyglass saying what's next, as Celine has lost 60% of his troops now. He wonders if he's nervous, and spots the top of his head, but as soon as he sees his face, a shiver runs down his spine. Taku wonders why he's so happy, even with his army being wiped out. A soldier tells Taku they are moving. Taku is confused by this, asking if he didn't just witness his first and second wave being mogged. Saying if he did, why would he send his army straight in like this, as he will end up with no troops left? He wonders why he's using the same tactic, and it gets on his nerves. He says it's like he's wanting to die, and is running into his own trap. Lucas tells him they are getting closer and closer, so give his order. Taku says he shouldn't get lost in his thoughts. He orders the artillery to commence fire, to slow down their advances. He tells the ballista the same order, and tells Burnout as soon as she's ready to let it rip. She nods, and the arrows start to shine and she shoots out her barrage like last time. One of the ghouls who looks a bit juiced up starts to dash forward. Never mind, he isn't alone. They charge forward. Bro, they low-key got cake. They eat the attacks for their comrades, being meat shields. Taku is surprised, asking what the hell that was. He explains how the third wave has a lot of specialized ghoul types. The tankers who we just saw blocked the arrows, so the rest weren't injured. Second, the agile types that could outmaneuver the arrows. The third type were called buffer types. They cast berserk onto the entire third wave, turning them into dogmen, making them run on all fours. Taku gets annoyed, saying that this is like a zombie game, asking where all the variants are coming from. And due to this, they have to change their tactic. He tells them all to fire every single artifact up, because it's time to rumble. We see the artifacts all launching out their own specific magic type. The automatic turrets were also put in some work. However, it was not enough for the third wave. Even among all the destruction they kept charging through. Taku turned slightly panicked, saying that they need more wide-ranged magic. He looks at Jupiter, who is clearly reeling from the injuries. He says he can tell that her age is catching up with her. And he tells Juju that it's time for her to step up. She says she had a feeling that it was her turn, and he asks if she'll be okay. Because he doesn't know if she will be able to fully manage her energy levels. She smiles and tells him not to worry. Since she thought that this would just be a good warm-up, asking if she can start. He tells her yes, but Jupiter yells pleading for him to just wait. She says that she was assigned to be the wide-range attacker, so why is he trying to make Juju fight? He tells her to focus on recovery as the fight is just now starting. She tries to plead more, but he cuts her off and asks Burnout how much longer till they can fire again. The ghouls get closer to the gate and then leap towards the walls. They start climbing up them like freaks. Taku tells Damien to focus on the fallen blood and get rid of them first. Then he orders Lucas, Evangeline and Diane's squad to get ready to fight so they don't get over the walls. Dion smiles, saying it's finally time for him to show his potential. Taku says they just need to delay them and not to get greedy and play safe. One of the monsters finally reaches his hand over the top of the wall and is greeted with a Spartan kick from Evangeline, sending him flying. She starts counting her points for every kill and then gets a collat. Lucas comes in with an elbow, saying he's not counting that last one. As they banter, Dion tells his squad to just do as they have practiced. They all charge forward, knocking one of the ghouls off of the top of the wall. Bodybag tells Taku that Burnout is ready to fire. Burnout fires out a barrage of arrows. Taku then tells Juju that it's time, and we see her lightning and water magic beginning to form together. She says it's time for her to show them how she uses lightning. The clouds begin to fog up as rain begins to pour. She has created her own artificial thunderstorm. The ghouls get soaked in the rainwater, then a giant lightning strike comes down, frying them. Taku says that this is the real value of an elemental mage, since they can use multiple elements with ease. Although they are not as strong as a wizard who focuses on one element, their effectiveness is much higher. Juju wipes blood away from her mouth while grinning at her destruction. Jupiter is also looking, but she is shocked. She compliments her, which surprises Juju. Juju tries to get her to repeat it, but Jupiter just turns away. Juju lets out a slight smile. Taku tells them to save the family drama for later and to focus on the defense, as there is still a long way to go in this war. The ghouls start to World War Z themselves up the top of the wall. Taku tells the Golden Corps that it's their time to shine. He doesn't want to send in ordinary soldiers to hand-to-hand combat, as their mortality rate was much higher than characters who have ranks. But there was a specific reason for this. Because then the Bloodkins could not absorb their lives. The true reason was just because he does not want to see any more deaths. He clenches his fist out of regret for their previously fallen soldiers and says there is no battlefront without sacrifices. He tells all the troops that this is the remnants of the wave, and to wipe them out. He gives the normal soldiers an attack order. They quickly draw their blades and charge forward to fight the ghouls. Some time later in the battlefield, we see a ghoul with his head pierced. Taku is looking over at it with his maestro swords. He says nearly all of them have died. And thankfully there's not that many casualties on their side. Now almost all of the vampire army has been wiped out. So if they can keep this up, this will be a fat W. Damien looks over and calls out to Taku. He says that they are finally moving, and we see the normal vampires starting to walk forward towards the gate. Taku is clearly gassed out. But he understands that now that Celine has begun his march, that this is where the true fight starts. Taku looks confused, saying he doesn't understand. Advancing wave by wave is the simple rule of this game. But this is just crossing the line. Celine Dion didn't move a muscle when 99% of his army was getting bodied. But now they're doing some stupid walk. He wonders if it's something vampire specific. But decides that these thoughts are useless and he should focus on the fight. He orders all of his troops to fire. And they fire off their cannons. As the shots soar through the sky, we see Beta stomping the ground. She gets into a position, then pushes off the ground, leaping into the air. She rears her axe back and swings it forward, cutting the cannonballs in half, causing them to explode. Not even getting close to Celine's army. Taku didn't expect that. It only took her just one light swing of her axe. He recognizes her and says that she's the strongest in regards to physical strength. She's the strongest in Celine's army. As she's mastered the physical skill trees for vampires, she gracefully lands on the floor and bows to Celine, who's sitting in his throne. He compliments her, saying that they should still be moving forward. Taku starts to get pissed that they're treating them like children. Then orders Burnout to fire everything she has. As her silver arrows fly out of her launcher, he says he'd like to see them try to break it like they did before. As if she does, the silver dust will spray all over. But Alpha stretches his hand out, and the arrows come to a standstill in the air. Taku is surprised, and then Alpha swipes his hand to the side, changing the trajectories of the arrow, making them fly back towards the wall. The soldiers wonder what's going on as they see the firework like arrows flying directly towards them. Taku tells them all to take cover and run. Lucas shouts, telling him to watch out as well. The arrows start landing all along the top of the wall. We see some soldiers are on the ground, along with the debris from the attacks. Lucas quickly asks Taku if he's okay. He says it was not this bad in game, but since it's reality, he can use magic in a much different way. He says much like how Beta mastered the physical tree, Alpha mastered the magical tree. He asks Lucas what the damages are like, but Lucas tells him that they're not that bad. Taku is confused, and then Lily chimes in saying that she put it up, and we see that she's talking about the artifact, the anti-missile barrier, the one that slows down projectiles if you remember it from earlier on. She asks Taku if she did the right thing, and he gives her a thumbs up saying yup. Then we see an arrow being pulled out of Burnout. As Godhand says he'll send the wounded to the back lines. Taku tells him to wait, and calls in Marita. She comes forward, and he tells her to transport and treat the injured. He tells her to focus primarily on Burnout. She says okay, and puts her hand together in a praying motion. A holy magic circle appears in the sky above her, and the soldiers begin to feel a warm light healing them. She tells those who were able to help remove the injured. Taku says due to her arrival, they were able to provide immediate care to the wounded. But during this time, Celine's army finally made it to the wall. Taku looks down at him and his throne, and says he has a question. Celine asks what it is, and then Taku asks him why he sent the ghouls to die in the first place, saying they are still his subordinates after all. So why was he just watching? He doesn't understand it. He could understand him not sending an alpha or beta. But he surely could have mixed in some of the regular vampires with the waves. Celine looks amused, saying that he says some funny things, and then asks him if he negotiates with the dogs that he's raised. Taku's taken aback, and Celine continues, saying to him, his subordinates are nothing more than dogs. Of course he loves them and treats them well, but they are still dogs, they can't eat at the same table with him. So they don't get to eat the same dinner. Taku asks what he means by dinner. Celine stretches his hand out, saying it's them, they're their dinner. He says a human who is weak enough to be killed by a dog is just dog food, but if they can survive the dogs, then they've proven to be worth it. Celine smiles, telling them all to be grateful, as they've all earned their privilege to become their food. Taku grits his teeth out of anger, saying he sees, then gets Damien on standby. He tells him to wipe that stupid smirk off his face. Damien raises his crossbow and says, bet, and then launches an arrow towards them. Alpha stretches his hand out and says, these useless attacks won't matter. But we see the arrow fly straight through his hand, taking off one of his fingers. Alpha's puzzled, but it's too late, as the arrow is flying directly into his face. As the arrow is about to kill him, Beta saves him by cutting the arrow in half, causing it to fall to the floor. Celine chuckles, asking why he's struggling over a simple arrow. But Alpha looks puzzled, saying that's not it. And that the arrow is built different. He explains that it's not just a normal silver arrow. This one is dangerous. On cue, 3 more arrows fly in. As 3 normal vampires walk up. Some getting their limbs cut off, and others are just getting hit straight in the head. Celine sees now, saying it's star silver. Alpha says yes, but there's something extra in it. And they seem to be combined with the devil's mistletoe. Celine smiles, saying that they've prepared so much, while it's impressive, it's not nearly enough. We see Damien's signature mana shots come firing in, doming 2 vampires, turning their head into a red mist. Celine is surprised, but recognizes something. Another shot is fired towards one of the vampires who is practicing the grapefruit technique. Celine sticks his hand out, blocking the shot for the vampire. He then squeezes the bullet and says that it's Orlop's energy. And that with her energy, it will be a weapon that can truly kill him. Atop the walls. Taku says to attack with silver and to finish with magic are the basics of killing bloodkins, but Damien is doing it alone. Taku tells him that he did a great job and then turns back to look at the battlefield. Alpha tells Celine that he will pave the path to the top of their wall. Celine says good, and tells Alpha and Beta to go forth. They both bow to him before they leave. And Taku tells all the soldiers to get ready, and to focus on slowing them down even if it's for a bit. They fire off their arrows, but Beta easily deflects them. As basic attacks aren't enough for her, she starts to put strength into her leg and then leaps into the sky, flying above the wall. She looks down at the soldiers who are all scared in her gaze. They felt a whole swirl of emotions, but most importantly an instinctual fear of death. She starts to feel excited, saying that if she could still speak, she would flame the hell out of them. There's nothing she enjoys more than the fear of humans. But sadly she lost her ability to speak a long time ago. She tightens her grip on her axe and starts some exorcist type shit with her head, preparing for a big swing. She swings downward, obliterating the wall, sending soldiers flying through the air. That guy from the Golden Corps tells everybody to brace for impact, and Alpha is admiring her work from down below. He says that it's his turn now. He begins to lift all the ghouls' corpses into the air and then freezes them over, creating his own version of a Fortnite ramp. He starts to walk up towards the wall and the soldiers are surprised that he made a ramp out of corpses. He finally makes it atop and tells them all to move since his king will be here shortly. Selene stands before the Fortnite ramp and says that it's beautiful and says he should head up. But then the gates open beside him and he turns to see Taku walking out of them. Alpha is confused by this, wondering what he is thinking. Taku orders his soldiers to set up the drinking table. And they quickly bring out a table and some alcohol, along with some chairs, and set it up right in the middle of the battlefield. Taku grabs onto one of the seats and slides it out, telling Selene to come on over and have a seat because Chris Hansen wants to talk to him. Selene says he thought she was of age. We get flashback to the last strategy meeting that Taku held, and he tells everybody that he has a plan to keep Selene occupied. But during that time they need to wipe out his army. The trump card that he has is the commander's meeting, and it lasts for 10 turns. It's a special command that can only be used during boss stages. Taku looks a bit worried, saying that he didn't think it would work this well. Because even though in game it had a 100% success rate, this is reality after all. And that when the meeting is activated, commanders cannot fight for 10 turns. They must sit down and converse with each other. Sometimes it can reveal secrets of the world or even determine the outcome of the battle. But in the game, Lucas was the commander. So nobody would use this. But right now Taku is the commander. As a non-combat member, it would be a huge benefit if he could keep Selene busy for 10 turns. One turn in game is about 3 minutes in reality. So this means that he can keep Selene busy for 30 minutes. Selene looks down at his glass, asking if they should cheers. But Taku says, "Nah, we ain't that close." Selene's army begins to walk up the Fortnite ramp and he looks up, saying that it's quite a view to take in while drinking. Taku says he agrees, and nothing makes the alcohol taste better than watching monsters die. Selene chuckles, saying he must really trust his army. Taku says of course, why else would he be drinking? He tells him just to wait, because even without him, his subordinates can easily turn monsters into meat crayons. It jumps to Lucas telling everybody to retreat, and we see soldiers running off. Because against vampires, the number of humans is irrelevant, because they'll either be turned into ghouls or food. And removing normal soldiers and fighting with the small elite forces is the right play. That's what Taku ordered too. Lucas tells everybody they'll be sticking to the plan and orders the heroes to the front. Then we see the normal vampires finally make it to the top of the wall. They all look excited, saying that they haven't had a feast in forever. And they talk about how in the Lake Kingdom, all they eat is straight ass. The soldiers see them and get panicked. Lucas says they can't let them attack the normal soldiers, but at the same time they can't stop all of them. Because the main force needs to fight Alpha and Beta, as they spent their time training to fight the generals. So they won't be able to stop the normal vampires. Dion steps up and says to leave it to him. Since in the first place it was his role to stop the regular vampires, buying them time, and that they can do this and they've trained hard for this. Lucas looks hesitant. He understands that the task is more difficult now because they need to stop the vampires, along with protecting the normal soldiers. But he doesn't know if it's alright to send Dion's squad in like this. He wonders what Taku would do in this situation, but clenches his fist, saying that he can't rely on him forever. He tells everybody that as the substitute commander they will stick to Taku's plan for the most part. Beta gets tired of them yapping and slowly walks forward. Lucas says that he will stop her first and tells Evangeline to stop Alpha. She says he is light work. Lucas orders God Hand and Bodybag to support them and most of the range units as well. He tells them to pick their targets wisely. Then he orders the rest of the old-timers and Dion's squad to stop the normal vampires. He tells them not to push themselves as the situation is not as they had prepared for. He says the normal vampires are going to attack the normal soldiers. So to do their best to protect them. But in the end to prioritize their own lives, he tells them that vampires are clever and if they see an opening they'll take it. He tells them to stop them as long as possible and adapt accordingly. Lucas draws his sword as the vampires start to charge in. The main squad retaliates, charging back. It jumps back to the commander meeting and Celine puts his glass down asking Taku if he wants to make a bet. Taku asks what they'll bet on. Celine says he wants to bet on who will win by the time the bottle is empty. Taku asks what he'll be betting. Celine says that if he wins he will spare his life and he will allow him to witness the end of the world. Taku thinks about it and wonders if Celine truly believes that his small army will be enough to rain terror upon the world. Taku asks what will happen if he wins and Celine says that they'll have to decide that some other time. Taku puts his glass down saying that he wants to see how long Celine can act nonchalantly. He warns him that his subordinates are strong enough to even kill Celine himself. Back to the battle, we see one of the vampires with a spear in his throat. Dion makes an expression of fear and frustration, as we see his headless body stumble forward and fall beneath the vampire. These were his final emotions. It flashbacks us to Dion's scout being given shitty missions. And he explains how the high-ranked characters can fail multiple times. But N ranks don't have that luxury. They have one chance in battle. And it's their only chance. They need to demonstrate how useful they are and their true worths, and that they are more than just a shield. We see a young Dion looking out of an alleyway at a night parade. He admires how much spotlight the knights are given. And how everybody respects them. We see his eyes are full of hope. And throughout the years, even into adulthood, his eyes are still gleaming with hope. We're flashback to 30 minutes ago. As we see Lucas and the rest charging in, Dion tells his squad to stay focused and remain in formation. He tells them to prioritize allowing the soldiers to escape. The normal vampires begin to charge in and they truly believe they'd be able to stop them. But as Lucas says, the vampires were evil and smart. As they completely ignored Dion's squad and mercilessly started slaughtering the soldiers, we see one of them open his mouth and bite down on one of the soldiers' necks, completely draining him of all of his blood. But he looks up for his next victim saying that it was not enough. And the man's corpse hits the floor. The Golden Corps commander grits his teeth and draws his blade. He tells everybody to retreat as he'll buy them time here. He's a veteran who has helped normal soldiers for countless years and he's been with Taku ever since stage 2. He charges in, hoping that he'll be able to buy time. But instead, his death was miserable and in vain. He was trampled on, becoming an afterthought. The other soldiers get pissed after seeing this. Dion tries to tell them to focus on retreating instead, but blinded by rage, they charge in. They are mercilessly slaughtered in front of Dion. The old candles knew their wicks were nearing their ends, and they stood no chance of beating the vampires, but blinded by rage, they did not care. They just saw somebody they consider family murdered. One of them grabs onto the vampire's foot with his dying breath. The vampire looks down towards the man and stops him out like an ant. All of the old soldiers were instantly dispatched. Hessen felt nothing but rage upon seeing this and charges forward blinded by rage, just like the soldiers. Dion tells him to remain cool and stay in formation. But Hessen, being level 25, got too confident thinking that he'd be able to do something. We see him thrust his sword as blood flies. He thought he'd be able to land a single hit. But as he opened his eyes, he was shocked. The blood that was sent through the air wasn't the vampires, but it was his own arm. It falls to the floor, dropping his sword, and he looks up to meet their gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. He turns with a fearful expression and apologizes to everybody. Dion yells at his name, but it's too late. Hessen's head gets lobbed off and gets sent towards Dion. Dion's heart drops and he starts to wonder what Hessen's dream was. He says even though it's only been a single day, he can't remember it. He says he thinks it's something about a shop and Hessen's head lands beneath him. Ayla then begins to lose control. Dion does his best, telling her to calm down, and she listens. But the vampire says that Hessen's blood tastes like liquid ass and he prefers anything else and then spits it out, saying it ruined his appetite. Ayla snaps and charges forward saying that she's going to make them pay. Dion tries to tell her that they can't lose another person and orders the rest to move with him. Shay and Rook both move forward saying they've been waiting for this and they'll make the vampires regret messing with them. It jumps to later as one of the vampires has a sword in his stomach and he says humans are really annoying. They get too sensitive about the lives of their teammates as we see Dion's squad dismembered and strung out along the ground in front of him. Dion is at a loss for words as he sees Ayla being held up by one of the vampires. The vampire says he looks like he really wants to save this one. And then he stabs Ayla through the chest. She screams out of pain and Dion yells her name. She begins to cry and apologizes to him saying that she knew this was a mistake. And then we learn that the person she was wanting to marry was none other than Dion. She apologizes for making him a mercenary and trying to chase success just to end like this. Her final words were it's her fault. The vampire kicks her limp corpse down in front of Dion and he feels a swirl of emotions ranging from fear to anger. If you've watched till the end, comment, Apex Legends, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.